In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
May pic. Okay na? This session is now called to order. Everyone, esteemed colleagues, required to rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidingding. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsikta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga atin, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
My dear colleagues, please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session suspended. Wala namang magpupulong ko eh. Wala pa yung always on their motion.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Session resume. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members. Please proceed.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulut Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, Divinesia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Culias, Gutierrez, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinio, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primisya Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulub, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 174 members responded to the call.
With 174 members present in the House of Representatives plenary, I hereby declare the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of journal of the previous session.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committee.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 9639, repealing the Downstream Oil Industry Deregulation Act of 1998, creating an oil industry regulatory board, by Representative Abante.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 9640, establishing a Barangay Human Rights Action Center in every barangay in the country, by Representative Abante.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9641, declaring June 14 of every year as a special non-working holiday in Ilocos Sur, to be known as Besang Past Liberation Act, in honor of the bravery and heroism of all Filipino defenders during World War II, by Representative Bustos.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 888 to 894, 898, and 899, submitted by the Committees on Transportation and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 9649 to 9655, 7514, and 9664, respectively.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader. Session suspended. Since the session is suspended, we'd like to greet the happy birthday, the 2nd District of Cagayan, Congresswoman Baby Aline Vargas Alfonso. Happy birthday. Ma'am, happy birthday.
Wala naman yung dalawa. Wala naman yung makapaya. Ay. Wala naman yung tatlo. Okay ba yun? How I wish.
I want a copy. I have a copy. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we consider House Bill number 9663 under Committee Report number 897. So moved.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9663.
House Bill number 9663, an act establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission, defining their mandates, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 9663 is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Jonathan K.T. Flores from the 2nd District of Bukidnon, chairperson of the government reorganization, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Sponsorship, Congressman Flores is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon. I have the honor to sponsor House Bill number 9663, otherwise known as the National Water Act, under Committee Report number 897. Let me first emphasize the urgency of this bill. Water, the lifeblood of our nation, plays an indispensable role in nurturing our communities, irrigating our agriculture, empowering our industries, and sustaining the livelihood of our people. Because of the archipelagic nature of the Philippines, there is a common notion of an abundance of water supply in the country. However, the Philippine Water Supply and Sanitation Master Plan reported that as of 2015, the Philippines, on the average, experiences water stress, with annual water supplies falling below 1,700 cubic meters per person. Region 4B already experiences water stress. Regions 1, 3, and 5 are facing water scarcity with highly populated and urbanized regions such as the National Capital Region, Region 4A, and Region 7 are suffering from absolute scarcity as of 2015. Water stress is expected to worsen over the long term due to the population and economic growth, urbanization, and climate change. Adding to this irony is the variability of water supply experienced by the country throughout the year. The Philippines experiences about 20 typhoons in a year, with about 8 of such making landfall. Climate change has increased the frequency and severity of flooding, resulting to a surplus of water supply. On the other hand, prolonged dry seasons and extreme climate phenomena, such as El Niño, have led to the increased frequency of water shortages. The situation is exacerbated by increasing water demand due to population growth and the uneven distribution of water resources across regions. The World Health Organization, United Nations Children's Fund, Joint Monitoring Program, data on water, sanitation, and hygiene showed slow progress of our country in attaining our SDG 6 targets on universal access to safe water supply and sanitation by 2030. Access of Filipinos to safe, affordable, and sustainable water and drinking water supply and improved sanitation services are still lacking. Despite improvements in drinking water and sanitation over the years, the country remains far from achieving its goal of 100% access to safe water and improved sanitation facilities by 2030. According to the 2022 Annual Poverty Indicator Survey, around 646,560 Filipino families rely on potentially unsafe sources of drinking water, such as those sourced from unprotected wells, undeveloped springs, rivers, ponds, lakes, rainwater, or purchased from tanker trucks or water peddlers. Furthermore, around 4,310,400 Filipino families have limited or no access to sanitation facilities. The lack of access to safe water and supply has a negative impact on the health of Filipino families. For instance, the cases of food and waterborne diseases such as diarrhea, cholera, rotavirus, and typhoid fever continue to increase from 2020 to 2023. In the irrigation subsector, the low availability of irrigation water is a perennial problem, especially during the extreme dry spell, resulting in low agricultural productivity, which threatens food security. Similarly, in hydropower generation, prolonged drought lowers the headwaters required for the generation, leading to inadequate supply and/or high cost of electricity. On the other hand, poor watershed management and uncoordinated plans, programs worsens flooding, resulting to significant loss of lives, damage to property, and loss of economic productivity. Addressing the challenges faced by the water sector requires an integrated water resource management approach, which emphasizes holistic and coordinated management of water across sectors. A balance must be made among the competing uses of water resources. However, the management of water resources in the country remains fragmented and uncoordinated, with water-related functions scattered across at least 32 different government agencies and offices. Aside from national government agencies and offices, local government units also participate in the management of water resources within their territorial jurisdictions, which is incompatible with the hydrological boundaries of river basins. These agencies often have overlapping and conflicting mandates for water supply, sewerage, and sanitation, irrigation, flood management, watershed management, coastal management, financing, policy formulation, and coordination. There is no apex body that would oversee overall planning, programming, and policy formulation based on sound data. Without a single agency for all water-related issues, there is a heavy reliance on precise coordination. The challenges of coordinating government action is exacerbated by overlapping mandates of agencies, which result in inefficiencies and lack of accountability as to which agency should be held responsible for addressing problems in the water sector. The same fragmentation and overlaps lead to uncoordinated planning and conflicted strategies in addressing water issues, as each agency or institution would have different priorities that it seeks to champion. There's a tendency that each agency will implement programs and projects that will address its own priorities only. This has led to the development of subsector, program, or project-specific interventions that do not take advantage of positive externalities and scale efficiencies. Inconsistencies in regulations due to lack of centralization also lead to inconsistent enforcement and standards for water pricing, service quality, water use permits, and environmental protection. Since the 1990s, many studies and plans have consistently pointed out the need for institutional reforms, including the creation of a strong apex body and regulator in the sector. Several bills have been filed in both chambers of Congress from 2002 to 2019. However, with the ever-increasing demand for water, no major institutional reform that is national in scope has been made to address the persistent issues that have plagued the water resources sector over the years. Water Resources Management Office under the Department of the DENR was created by virtue of EO number 23, 2023, as an interim body to address the growing concerns faced by the sector. With its current mandate and resources, however, the WRMO's ability to perform its function is still limited. Being attached agency under the DNR, the WRMO lacks policy independence. The WRMO's functions also overlap with some of the mandates of water-related government agencies. Among the mandates of the WRMO is also to champion the creation of the apex body for the sector. Hence, recognizing that the more important and permanent long-term intervention towards better managing our water resources is to establish a department-level oversight body. House Bill number 9663, which will create a Department of Water Resources and a Water Regulatory Commission, will address the weak and fragmented institutional setup in the water resources sector by streamlining all water-related functions in the government and separating resource regulation from economic regulation. The DWR shall function as the overall apex body, primarily responsible for the planning, programming, policy formulation, and management in the water resources sector, including resource regulation. Meanwhile, the Water Resource Commission shall function as an independent and quasi-judicial regulatory body of the water supply and sanitation subsector, and will undertake economic regulations such as licensing, tariff setting, and performance monitoring of water service providers, among others. This will create a business and regulatory environment that is level, transparent, conducive for public and private, domestic and foreign investment in the water services by implementing fair, just, and reasonable tariffs, rates, and charges for these services. The creation of a DWR and WRC is in line with the 8-point socioeconomic agenda of the Marcos administration, particularly on food security, improving infrastructure, pursuing green economy, and establishing livable and sustainable communities, and is aligned with the strategies in the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, specifically on strengthening the implementation of integrated water resource management. Mr. Speaker, along with the members of the plenary, let us not wait for another water crisis to happen before we do away with the business as usual and address the fundamental institutional problems that have been limiting progress in the state of our water resources. Let us not take water for granted. It is too big of an issue and too precious for our daily existence. We ask for your support in the immediate passage of this highly significant legislative measure and one of the legislative priorities of the President Marcos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Joey Sarti Salceda of the 2nd District of Albay for his sponsorship speech of House Bill number 9663.
The 2nd District of Albay Representative Joey Sarte Salceda is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Water is the most crucial resource for which there is coherent governance framework. In other words, the whole thing is on loose ends. Let us start with source development. When you want to build a dam, you do not know which agency will grant you the right to do so. From source, let's go to bulk water services. For that, you already need a sure buyer to obtain a water permit from the MWRB. For pipelines, provinces designate their own agencies to process permit applications, sometimes the LUA, sometimes the NIA, sometimes the DPWH. If you want to provide stormwater management services, you would not have any law that expressly tells you where to get the permit. If you want to treat the stormwater, you would only be given a discharge permit, but you would not exactly know how to channel it back to the water supply so you could use it. Due to lack of precedent, the rules on desalination plant permits are also unclear, although it seems that the NWRB has the right to grant them, although it's not explicit. In short, the regulatory landscape is a mess, and the COA, the Supreme Court, the DNR, and other agencies have at various times interrupted water infrastructure development due to these ambiguities. As a result, the water infrastructure system of this country has been severely deficient, with a $1 trillion investment gap just until 2030. The Marcos administration has been the first administration to acknowledge that there is indeed a water crisis in the Philippines. Yet, with our abundance of rainfall, 4 times that of China, 50% more than Japan, and with our geography being surrounded by water, and with our climate being tropical and maritime, we cannot blame nature for our water problems. Clearly, nature has given us all the water resources we need and more. So the problems are clearly systemic and man-made. The answer then must also be systemic and must be made by men. First, we create the Department of Water Resources that will implement the country's integrated water resource management plan and strategies. Basically, it deals with creating, conserving, and using water resources. It will be a concern for the department. Second, we rationalize the functions of the National Water Resources Board by renaming it as the National Water Resource Allocation Board, which, as its name suggests, will decide all matters regarding the allocation of water resources. This is crucial, as available water is a scarce resource. Third, we create a Water Resource Commission, which will act as the administrative agency for rate setting, regulatory, and licensing functions. We also introduce key innovations. First, stormwater management is now considered a water service and can thus be provided by the government, GOCCs, or the private sector, or by PPP. Second, we introduce a mechanism for payment of economic ecosystem services. In Vietnam, this highly successful model of imposing a small charge to pay for watershed management has resulted in continuous forest cover growth in the country. Third, we also introduced a 5-year deadline for the use of water rights. In the United States, if you do not attain significant development on water rights, you forfeit this right. Use it or lose it. This prevents parties from cornering water permits that they only intend to flip or speculate on. Water resource development has been a top disrepresentation concerns. In fact, in anticipation of the enactment of this measure, we're pleased to report that we have also achieved a significant milestone already. One, in the imminent PPP code, which is supposed to be signed today by the President, we were able to insert a provision which allows local water districts to consolidate as parties of PPP agreements. This anticipates a future in which combined local water districts are serviced by bulk water providers who develop efficient surface water sources. Blended finance, which is the preferred ODA modality for water projects by most donor countries, is also now allowed for PPP financing. 2, the BSP has clarified in a letter signed by then Governor Medalla to this representation that as long as they are for rural communities, water providers can access the 2 trillion in required loanable funds under the Agri-Agra Credit Reform Act, because now they are within the definition of agri and rural development, or ARD. This ensures that once a clear regulatory framework is in place for water sector, the money will also be immediately available to finance this sector. In view of these developments, and given the work exerted by the Executive and the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways under Chairs Flores and Chair Momo, I urge this body to expeditiously approve this measure, which has actually undergone 2 Congresses and so many technical working groups, and I think it is now time to approve this and make it a law. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Salceda. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Lawrence M. Defensor of the 3rd District of Iloilo for his sponsorship of the measure.
The 3rd District Representative from Iloilo Congressman Lawrence Noy Defensor is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to sponsor House Bill number 9663, the creation of the Department of Water Resources, as well as the Water Commission. After a long and thorough study and deliberation, we have finally come up with this bill that will harmonize the functions and organization of more than 20 associated agencies to preserve and conserve the most essential element for our survival and progress as a country. The Department of Water Resources is the primary agency that will be responsible for, one, the most important, the identification and mapping of all our water resources, the planning and management of the ownership, appropriation, utilization and exploitation and protection of all our water resources and its optimal use for domestic and municipal water supply, including, among others, sanitation, irrigation, hydropower, industry, navigation, and flood management. Mr. Speaker, under the Department of Water Resources, the functions of the following agencies will be harmonized, including, among others, the Local Water Utilities Administration, the Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewage System, the National Irrigation Administration to give it more focus and oversight under the department, and the Laguna Lake Development Authority. Furthermore, the offices and functions of personnel to be completely subsumed under the department will be the National Water Resources Board, the River Basin Control Office, the Manila Bay Coordinating Office, and, among others, the Water Resource Management Office. Mr. Speaker, with more than 120 million Filipinos relying on water for its survival, now more than ever, we have to pass this bill to find our direction in the utilization, conservation, and protection of this most important resource. Thus, I urgently ask all the members to support and pass this bill at the earliest possible time. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Lawrence Noy Defensor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9663.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we consider House Bill number 9662 under Committee Report number 896 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9662.
House Bill number 9662, an act establishing a framework for blue economy, promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystems and resources, reorganizing and renaming the National Coast Watch System as the National Maritime Monitoring System and providing funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 9662 is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize Representative Francisco Kiko Benitez of the 3rd District of Negros Occidental.
The Congressman Benitez of Negros Occidental is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sponsorship of the measure was conducted yesterday, and this representation is ready for interpellations, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Benitez. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Representative Arlene B. Brosas of Party List Gabriela be recognized for her interpellations.
The Party List Gabriela representative, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to a few questions?
Mr. Speaker, at any time with pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, kapansin-pansin na walang partisipasyon ng mga maliliit na mangingisda ang bubuuing National Maritime Council. Section 7, Composition. Maaari po bang ipaliwanag ito ng ginoong sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, the intention of the composition of the National Maritime Council is to create a coordinating body across the siloed national government agencies with regards to planning the framework of the use of the blue economy, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, does that mean dahil sila yung magpaplano, hindi nakasama yung mga sectors ng mga maliliit na mangingisda natin, which supposedly will be affected? Kasi, Mr. Speaker, puro department lang ito, napansin natin, di ba? NEDA, DNR, DND, DFA, DOJ, right? Hanggang National Security Council, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. But the proposed framework policy of the Council is meant to go in two directions. One, a national framework that comes from the national government with regards to planning the economic impact and negotiating the conflicting uses by which we put our maritime areas. But there is also a planning horizon that comes from below, from the local government and the various development councils, which takes into account the input and the participation of local stakeholders, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, sa LGU papasok. Of course, yung LGU, iba-iba din naman yung kanilang composition, ano? Pero particularly sa mga mangingisda na directly affected by this Blue Economy Act, saan sila papasok? And saan yung provision na yon, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, can you read kung saang section, provision, naroon ang participation, particularly ng mga maliliit nating mangingisda?
Mr. Speaker, it is in fact in section 12, the priority and strategic, on section 12, letter E, priority and strategic sustainable ocean-based and ocean-related economic activities within our maritime zones, which will include, for example, fisheries, including commercial fisheries, but with preference, in fact, to subsistence fisheries, as mandated by Section 7, Article 13 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's Section 12E, Mr. Speaker. Ito ba yun?
Yes, ma'am, line 22.
Number 1,
Yes.
line 1, fisheries including commercial fishing, but with preference to subsistence fisheries. So, Mr. Speaker, isa lang siya doon sa components of the policy framework on blue economy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. After all, the components of the blue economy has fisheries as one component, but not the only component, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, strategic and sustainable, ocean-based, ocean-related. Mr. Speaker, paano sa actual ito mangyayari, Mr. Speaker? Kasi kung ang national policy mo ay manggagaling sa the following departments, etc., no? Yung coordinating body, paano nila matitake up yung issues ng mga maliliit na mangingisda, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, once again, the local government units as on-the-ground implementors and planners of their own development incorporate stakeholders very regularly in the development plans of the LGU. And in fact, it is part of their comprehensive development and annual investment plans of the LGU to take into account the interest of the local stakeholders. And it is in the relationship, therefore, of the local government unit's own plans and its alignment with the national framework that the interests and the voices and the participation of our fisher folk will enter into the planning. Mr.
So,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, LGU, maliliit na mangingisda, kasama ang mga, for example, organizations nila, tapos to LGU, tapos LGU will report this sa coordinating body. Ganun ba, Mr. Speaker?
Hindi po, Mr. Speaker. The proposal is to create granular maritime spatial plans and zoning that will include, in fact, as localized as possible, the creation of the plans for the National Maritime Spatial Plan, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, inaalala po kasi natin dito na baka malunod ang boses ng ating mga mangingisda, especially kung hindi ito or not able itong mga LGUs na iparating yung kanilang kalagayan dito sa national policy body natin na tinatawag na, what's this, yung council? Etong National Maritime Council, Mr. Speaker. Minsan kasi may disconnect, Mr. Speaker, minsan yung mga LGUs, they do not approve or they do not listen dun sa mga maliliit na mangingisda, yung mga implications sa kanila, Mr. Speaker. So, ang inaalala natin dito, kapag nagkaroon ng ganong disconnect, hindi makakarating sa kanila, mas lalong mawawala ng kabuhayan yung ating mga mangingisda. At hindi truly mapapresent kung ano yung kanilang mga basic na pangangailangan for them to have a sustainable fishing talaga. At lamunin sila ng mga commercial fishing vessels or di kaya mas paboran yung iba pang mga entities na, for example, private entities na pumapasok dito.
Mr. Speaker, the fears of the good representative of Gabriela Party List is well noted. It is in the definition of the blue economy that the blue economy involves a cross-structural and cross-stakeholders, which includes, of course, all our fisher folk as an intent. If, in fact, the good representative has a suggestion for amendments to clarify further, I believe the committee and this representation, at the very least, is willing to entertain and listen at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As of now, wala pa tayong iniisip na amendments for that. But we are questioning kung saan papasok yung boses ng mga maliliit nating mangingisda sa ganitong istruktura na ginagawa natin, Mr. Speaker. So ang sinabi nyo ay may national policy framework, tama ba? Sa ilalim ng panukalang batas na ito, ang National Maritime Council ay kinakailangan bumuo ng policy framework. Isa sa mga components ng framework ay ang pagbibigay ng priority sa ocean-based at ocean-related activities. Kasama po ba rito ang reclamation activities?
Mr. Speaker, that is also part of the kind of decision and use of our coastal areas that this council may wish to consider. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Potentially, the answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nililinaw ko lang, Mr. Speaker, kasi, di ba, marami tayong issues on reclamation activities sa iba't ibang lugar. At ito rin ay isa sa mga inirereklamo ng mga maliliit nating mangingisda, magtatahong, at saka yung iba pa na na-involve sa, coastal area yung kanilang pinagkakabuhayan, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, the more that we hear na may mga reclamation activities, the more that we are worried of what will happen doon sa development talaga. Kung ang gustong i-develop ay yung mga mangingisda natin na maliliit, Mr. Speaker. Now next, Mr. Speaker, oil exploration.
Mr. Speaker, the question is whether or not oil exploration will come under the Council's framework and policy making. The answer is yes.
So meron ring oil exploration. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa mining, Mr. Speaker.
The answer would be the same, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, meron bang may specific section ba dito on reclamation activities, oil exploration, and mining?
Mr. Speaker, there is none because it is not, in fact, exhaustive in terms of what kind of uses we put our marine and maritime resources and spaces to. However, what it does include is, number one, obviously the membership of the DNR in the Council, but also in Section 12, once again, letter F, the principles and indicators to guide environmental impact assessment of ocean-based and ocean-related economic activities, taking into account the environmental economic accounting of marine resources and ecosystem services that will be affected, is part and parcel of the framework, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, issues with regards to extractive technologies and extractive industries will have to take into account the environmental impact of such activities, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nangangamba tayo kasi hindi naman din enough yung DNR. Sa totoo lang, kung sa safeguard ng ating mga yamang dagat, no, para sa atin. Yamang lupa nga, nahirapan sila eh. Yamang dagat pa kaya, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, kasama sa definition ng ocean-based activities ang offshore oil and gas, mining at ocean energy. Mr. Speaker, matindi ang epekto nito sa mga mangingisda kung titingnan mo sa kabuuan, Mr. Speaker. So parang paano siguro igagaranti o isi-secure na hindi talaga sila maapektuhan sa ganitong ocean-based activities na sinasabi o nire-refer?
Mr. Speaker, the intention of the bill is to be a framework, and as a framework that must, in fact, take into account local conditions that change over time. We must, in fact, leave the Council to make those deliberations, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, maliwanag dito sa bill. Priority ng blue economy ang mga aktibidad tulad ng aquaculture and support industries, marine and coastal tourism, shipbuilding and ship repair, production of renewable energy from marine sources, installation of submarine cables and pipelines, desalination, underwater cultural heritage, and maritime archaeology. Now, my question, Mr. Speaker, nagkaroon ba ng pag-aaral tungkol sa epekto ng mga aktibidad na ito sa ating mga mangingisda?
Mr. Speaker, the wide range of these activities are actually already already being conducted today. And in fact, the DOST is recommending in their Pagtanaw 2050 a more robust evidence-based study on the consequences of human activity in our marine and maritime spaces, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Baka kailangan nyo pong pumunta doon sa Manila Bay. Kasi sa dinami-dami nung naging pag-aaral, kahit sa reclamation issues dyan, hanggang ngayon ang nagsasuffer naman dyan ay yung mga maliliit nating mangingisda. Hindi na sila makakuha na masyado ng isda, polluted, etc. at kung ano-ano pa. Pero Mr. Speaker, sa mga nabanggit na aktibidad, dami ko kasing in-identify, may kasaysayan ito ng pagiging mapaminsala sa kabuhayan ng mga mangingisda. Dahil kadalasan, kaakibat nito, ng mga ito ang tinatawag na no-sale zone. Tapos, privatization, saka pagkabulabog ng mga isda sa pangisdaan. Bukod pa rito, magbubukas ito ng ating mga dagat sa mga foreign companies at malalaking korporasyon. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Not necessarily, Mr. Speaker. If the fear is that it will open up to international or foreign ships, in fact, the disposition is to find better ways to regulate the entry of foreign ships into our waters, Mr. Speaker.
So, pero itong shipbuilding and ship repair, alam naman natin yung technology natin dyan, Mr. Speaker. So, wala naman tayong technology dyan, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to beg to differ. The Philippines is one of the world's larger shipbuilding industries, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, example, Mr. Speaker. Ang alam ko, Mr. Speaker, marami tayong pinapalabas na seafarers. Pero baka po mas enlighten, Mr. Speaker, para doon.
Mr. Speaker, in Navotas and in Cebu, they constantly do repair and build ships, among other places, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, yung hindi pa nasasagot, Mr. Speaker, na kadalasan no-sail zone ang nangyayari dito sa mga areas na ito, no? Paano yon?
Mr. Speaker, Section 18, letter B, number 4, does in fact strive to establish a closed fishing areas and closed seasons in accordance with the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998. Mr. Speaker. And such closed areas and closed seasons are put in place by law to help our ecosystems rejuvenate and return to a state where our capacity to extract exceeds the natural cycle's capacity to replenish themselves for sustainable fishing, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so Mr. Speaker, eto naman kasi nasa Fisheries Code and may mga questions din naman ang mga maliliit na mangingisda even sa Fisheries Code natin right now, no, Mr. Speaker. Pero yung tanong kasi nila dito, baka paglalong privatized, paglalong maglagay ng mga no-sail zone, mas lalong wala silang kabuhayan, Mr. Speaker. So, etong mga priority ng blue economy, baka naman it will worsen lalo yung condition nila. Yung hirap na sila ngayon, di ba? Tapos lalagyan mo pa sila ng mga ganong dagdag na categories na mag-no-sail zone, di mas lalo silang mahihirapan, Mr. Speaker. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, yung desalination kung saan tahasang binabago ang natural na katangian ng tubig para gawing cooling system ng mga pabrika at panlinis ng mga malalaking barko sa kapinsalaan ng natural na ekolohiya at ekosistema. Ang paglalatag naman ng pipeline sa ilalim ng dagat, nagdudulot rin ng restriksyon sa pangingisda habang ang oil exploration na susundan ng oil extraction at drilling ay bumubulabog palayo sa mga isda, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the good Congresswoman from Gabriela Party List is absolutely correct. The uses that we put our coastal and marine areas are multiple, often, in fact, conflicting. No? And so the desire for the blue economy framework is precisely to create the marine spatial planning to ensure that there are no overlaps and the conflicting uses to which we put them can be optimized and made both developmentally sustainable and, in fact, as part of the intent, as she herself has pointed out, inclusive, particularly for our poorer fisher folk.
Mr. Speaker, inclusive yung term ninyo, Mr. Speaker. Pero dito, sa panukalang batas, parang mas marami sila, no? Na mas nakakarami ang mga ahensya, departamento ng gobyerno ang siyang magde-decide dun sa tinatawag ninyong mga framework at magdedesisyon kung saan. At ang natatanging sinabi nyo kanina, ang boses nila ay nasa loob ng LGUs. Na alam naman natin na minsan di nakakapagpatawag ng mga meetings para malaman kung anong conditions or minsan mas restrictive pa yung mga LGUs. doon sa pangingisda. Actually, yun na nga yung kanilang inaangal minsan eh. Lumampas ka lang ng konti doon sa ano nila. Ano ka na, liable ka na. Minsan wala silang mahuhuli. Marami silang mahuhuli, pero makukumpis ka dahil lumampas sila doon sa allowed. E di ito, mas lalo kung magkakaroon ng mga restrictions ng no-sale zone, magkakaroon ng mga restrictions ng ganito, tapos hindi sila properly.
Mr. Speaker, the intent of the bill and the bill's implementation will require that local government units, in fact, have a sense of the capacities of their fishing grounds, right? And to coordinate the use across inter-LGUs, including, in fact, the potential should fishing areas be designated across LGUs to find a solution to the very problem that the Gabriela Party List representative has brought to our attention.
Yes, I hope so, Mr. Speaker. Kung sa ground ay maganda, democratically talaga, nasasabi ng mga mangingisda natin kung ano ang nagaganap sa kanila, and it will be reported, no? And ng LGU or sasabihin talaga kung anong condition. Hindi yung isasantabi yung problema ng mga mangingisda at mas lalo silang mahihirapan na iparating ito kahit sa national level. At kinakailangan pa nila kaming katukin kahit dito sa Kongreso, no? Sa ating mga komite dito para sabihin yung kalagayan namin ganito na. 'Di ba? Ibig sabihin there's a problem din doon sa paano ang ways ng siguro pag-consult the many consultations that will be held bago magkaroon ng mga desisyonan ng ano itong blue economy activity na ilalagay natin dyan and everything, yung parang ganyan. So, hindi naman ma-drown yung voices ng mga maliliit nating mamamayan. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, she is quite right in pointing out that the design of the Council is for a whole-of-government approach. That is why the members of the Council are national government agencies. She is also correct in pointing out that the participation of our local fisherfolk will enter into the process of creating the maritime spatial plans and the development plans that must come from below. This process is not foolproof, as she has pointed out. If there are potential amendments that the good representative would like to recommend to ensure that this intent is in fact strengthened, given that, as we know, the process of implementation across all our laws leave much to be desired often, we would certainly be willing to listen and consider at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We tried it in the committee. It was turned down. So, Mr. Speaker, yung issue ng mga mangingisda na maliliit and organizations kung saan sila particular papasok, no? Mr. Speaker, it was turned down. So, Mr. Speaker, on to my next question. Nakasaad sa Section 19, Protection of Endangered Species, na ire-recommend ng Council ang designation ng coastal at marine areas bilang protected areas. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker?
They shall spearhead and shall recommend to the President and Congress the designation of specific areas.
So, Mr. Speaker, habang nakasaad ang pagko-conserve, protect, at rehabilitation sa mga pangisdaan, ibinubukas ito bilang ecotourism zone. Katulad ng beach resort, diving spot, at iba pang water sports activities. Ibig sabihin, hindi maaaring makapangisda ang mga mangingisda sa mga tinukoy na protected area habang nakabuyangyang ang mga ito para sa turismo, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not certain where that is found.
Section 19, Mr. Speaker, yung protection of endangered species.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It does not talk about tourism in Section 19. All it says is that it shall follow the expanded National Integrated Protected Areas System, Mr. Speaker, or Republic Act 8550.
So maaring hindi ecotourism zone ito.
Maaari po,
Identify.
Mr. Speaker. Maaari din siyang maging ecotourism zone.
Pero maaari din siyang maging
Pwede
beach
siyang
resort.
hindi. Pwede siyang maging.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is all part of the expanded National Integrated Protected Area System, which has, in fact, designations for multi-use zones that might, in fact, allow for fishing and ecotourism, as well as no intervention zones that are meant purely for protection and no type of economic activity be allowed. All of those are possible, Mr. Speaker. Both the creation of ecotourism zones and the denial of ecotourism zone. Because the E-NIPAS allows for buffer zones where fishing and/or tourist activities might be allowed in order to further fund, in fact, conservation efforts in accordance with RA 8550, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nilinaw ko lang kasi yun nga, kapag ka naging diving, naging beach resort, etc., no, directly affected pa rin yung mga mangingisda natin kahit nasa protected area sila. So, Ginoong Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, sa ilalim ng Blue Economy, maaari bang mangisda ang commercial fishing vessels sa municipal waters? Hindi kasi nakasaad sa panukalang batas na mahigpit itong ipinagbabawal.
Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, they are not allowed under the Fisheries Code, and that has not been amended by this bill.
So, Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin, not allowed sang-ayon sa meron na tayo, kaya hindi na minention.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But, Mr. Speaker, Article 13, Section 7, the state shall protect the rights of subsistence fishermen, especially of local communities, to the preferential use of local marine and fishing resources, both inland and offshore. Ito yung binasa nyo kanina, no? Ito po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Tapos yung municipal waters are reserved for the preferential use and access of subsistence fisher folks under the 1987 Constitution and Republic Act number 10654 or the Fisheries Code as amended. Bakit hindi na lang nilagay yun, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the intent of the bill is to create a coordinating council for state policies. It does not amend the local fisheries code, Mr. Speaker.
So
if the good Congresswoman from Gabriela would like to amend the fisheries code, I do encourage her to file the necessary measure, and we shall discuss it in the committee, and I would be in great support of amendments to the fisheries code, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have in the pipeline some amendments on the fisheries code. But actually, the implementation of the fisheries code, yun po yung problema minsan, hindi lang because meron tayong fisheries code, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that seems to be a common problem for many laws passed by this august House.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, ano ang proteksyon sa mga maliliit na mangingisda at kanilang hanap buhay ang mayroon sa panukalang batas na ito?
Mr. Speaker, again, it is in the LGU's planning process of their local development and their spatial use of their coastal and marine resources where the protections must, in fact, for this bill at least, appear, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, nirelegate talaga sa LGU, ano, Mr. Speaker. As a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, as my last manifestation for this, malinaw po na ang blue economy ay magbubuyang-yang sa mga pangisdaan at yamang dagat ng Pilipinas, sa mga malalaking negosyo at mga dayuhan, lalo na at prioridad ng bubuing council ang mga aktibidad na sa tingin po natin mapaminsala sa kabuhayan ng mga mangisda. Magdudulot ito ng malawak na conversion, privatization, reclamation. Kung tunay na gusto ng gobyerno na protektahan at pangalagaan ang mga dagat, dapat hindi ito magdulot ng masamang epekto, lalo na sa kabuhayan ng mga maliliit nating mangingisda. Kasi gusto nga natin silang mas ma-develop pa Gusto nga natin mas maging sustainable pa yung kanilang buhay. Kung lumalala at lumalala ang kondisyon nila, indikasyon yon na mali yung framework from the start na ginagamit, no, Mr. Speaker. Maaring magsagawa ng rehabilitasyon ng mga yamang dagat at pangisdaan nang hindi nagpapalayas. Kasi yun eventually, yung worry namin, mapaalis yung mga maliliit na mangingisda at tuluyang binabago ang mga baybaying dagat at produktibong komunidad sa pangnegosyo at pribadong gamit. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Kaimer Aidan Olaso of the 1st District of Zamboanga City for his interpellation.
The representative is hereby recognized. Olasco is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Olaso, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much for recognizing me. Mr. Speaker, I have a series of questions, Mr. Chair, pertaining to the maritime domain, the maritime zones, refer to the maritime zones of the Philippines, comprising the internal waters, archipelagic waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, EEZ, and continental shelf. I would like to know, pertaining our EEZ, where does our EEZ establish, or where does our EEZ starting? What is the starting point of our EEZ? What are the coordinates of our EEZ, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, may I ask for a 30-second suspension as I get the
Session-
coordinates for the great
Session
Congressman.
suspended.
Yeah, but which are?
Session resumes. My apologies to the 1st District Congressman from Zamboanga City. Now I would like to personally recognize Congressman Olaso. You have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. My question is, it pertains to the maritime zones of the Philippines. I would like to know what are the territorial zone, sea, contiguous zone, most especially the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines. I would like to know the coordinates and the limitations of our zones, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the designations are for the 12 nautical miles from the coast baseline is our territorial sea. An additional 24 nautical miles constitute the contiguous zone. The exclusive economic zone is in fact 200 nautical miles from the end of our territorial sea, Mr. Speaker, as defined by RA 9522, where the baselines are defined, and in fact, as described in the Maritime Zones House Bill 7819, passed on third reading in this House, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was well answered. But now there's another question that I'm going to ask pertaining to the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. I would like to know until which part of the West Philippine Sea does the 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone lies in eastern part of the Philippine Sea. Does the 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone lies, and as well the northern part of the Philippines and the southern part of the Philippines. Which area does the 200 nautical miles economic zone exist? I would like to know from the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, the maritime zones of the Philippines and the 200 nautical miles does extend well into the West Philippine Sea and is a subject of the UNCLOS territorial ruling, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because as per discussion a while ago, I was listening. I've heard that there are no-sail zone that would be executed in this bill, Mr. Chair. Am I right?
Mr. Speaker, the bill actually contains a provision on archipelagic sea lanes that also wishes to be in accordance with the UNCLOS, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because I would like to know what are the specific area of the no-sail zone and what are those vessels, what are those vessels are not allowed to sail in that no-sail zone. We have to be very particular because we have different kinds of vessels that is sailing in our country, most especially we belong to an archipelagic country. So I would like to know what kind of vessel are those prohibited to sail in that no-sail zone.
Mr. Speaker, the archipelagic sea lanes is subject to another House Bill 9034 that has also passed on third reading in this House. To be passed on third reading.
Okay, since we are establishing a framework for a blue economy promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystem resources, recognizing and renaming the National Coast Watch system as the National Maritime Monitoring System and providing funds therefore, I would like to know what are the different agencies involved in this particular bill, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Speaker, the proposal is to involve as many agencies of the national government as is those dealing with our coast and our maritime and marine spaces. So it begins obviously with creating the council with the National Economic Development Authority, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Department of National Defense, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Justice, the Department of the Interior and Local Government, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Tourism, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Energy, the Department of Science and Technology, the Department of Finance, the Department of Education, and the Department of Information and Communications Technology and the National Security Council are designated as members of the Council, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. For this provision, Mr. Speaker, for this bill that that was proposed by the good gentleman, it seems that I've been seen pertaining the maritime regulation for preventing of pollution at sea. MARPOL regulation should be included in this bill, Mr. Chair, pertaining to the different annexes in marine pollution. Since marine pollution is very broad, Mr. Chair, I think it's about time to include such in this bill, most especially our concern. Most especially the concern is of the for the blue economy is the promoting stewardship and sustainable development of coastal and marine ecosystem. I think it's about time that marine pollution should be included, and the different regulations, the different annexes should be included in this bill, Mr. Chair, so that it will be easily be referred by anyone who would take up this bill or who would read this bill. At least malalaman nila what are the provisions that we need to follow pertaining to marine pollution regulation. Because without doing such thing, naku po, as what we're doing right now, masyado po napupulyot ang ating karagatan. To tell you honestly, being a master mariner, I've been sailing for 18 long years overseas. Other countries are really strict in marine pollution, in implementing marine pollution regulation. But sad to say, in our country, there's no such, and I really feel bad about these things. That is why we need to include the prevention for pollution of oil at sea, prevention for pollution of noxious liquid substances at sea, prevention of pollution of packaged form, harmful substance in packaged form at sea, the prevention of pollution by garbage at sea. I think that should be included in this bill, Mr. Chair. How I wish the good gentleman would accept my proposal, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, the Section 13, Chapter 4 of the bill does in fact ask that the Council establish mechanisms for the full and effective implementation and enforcement of the international maritime instruments and their subsequent amendments to which the country has long been signatory to, which does include Letter E, the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships and its Protocol of 1978, otherwise known as the MARPOL, as well as the International Convention on Oil Pollution Preparedness, Response, and Cooperation of 1990, as well as the Convention on the Prevention of Marine Pollution by Dumping of Wastes and Other Matter, 1972, as amended of its 1996 protocol, otherwise known as the London Protocol. It is already in the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well noted, Mr. Speaker. I found it here already. Thank you so much for that clarification. At least we're able to clarify things here. Maraming salamat po and God bless you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Just as a second note, it is true that the Philippines requires a local instrument and legal framework for the implementation of these various international agreements and protocols. The bill simply asks, in fact, that the Council further create the mechanisms therefore. I would like to invite Congressman Olaso to please join me in the Committee on Ecology as we deliberate the local version of the MARPOL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Olaso. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
The ACT Teachers Party List, the Honorable Congresswoman Franz Castro is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ito pong bill na ito, Mr. Speaker, yung tinatawag nating blue economy. So para po maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, yung i-blue economy, so pwede po bang pakipaliwanag po in a layman's word, ano itong tinutukoy nating blue economy dahil kumbaga bago ito sa ating mga kababayan. So pwede po bang malaman, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, ang isa pong blue economy ay isang framework kung saan natin pwedeng gawan ng coordination, gawan ng plano, ang mga gamit no, ng ating mga karagatan at ang ating mga baybayin, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, tinutukoy po ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, yung paano yung gamit ng iba't ibang forma, uri ng mga yamang karagatan ng ating bansa. So, basically po ba, dahil meron din kayong binabanggit dito na bubuin na parang council, at eventually mukhang magkakaroon din ng mga blue economy zone or blue economy zone, tama po ba? At may council din na magre-regulate. So ang ating pong concern lang dito, Mr. Speaker, na i-profound ko na rin po ito dun sa committee, na gusto ko rin makita no, kung paano ba yung magiging plano. Dahil halimbawa, tayo po ay nagpaplano no, kung paano yung gamit ng ating mga karagatan, yung ating mga yamang dagat, at iba't iba pang mga related sa formang dagat, formang tubig na meron tayo. Sa ngayon, Mr. Speaker, yung ating mga municipal waters na kung saan, dito po ginagamit, ito po yung pinagkukuhanan aside from West Philippine Sea, sa mga municipal waters po na nakapaligid sa iba't ibang munisipyo, probinsya at area ng ating bansa. So ito po ba ay kasama dito sa ating blue economy as regards to the control, regulate, mga taxes na yan, at saka yung iba pa pong mga regulations?
Mr. Speaker, yes.
Okay, very short, no? Yung dahil ang ating mamamalakaya, Mr. Speaker, ay nakikinabang, no? At ito lang yung pinagkukuhanan ng yamang dagat. So sa ngayon po, ang kondisyon ay tingnan natin, malaya silang nakakapamalakaya doon sa mga municipal waters. So kapag ipinasa po natin itong panukalang batas na ito, ano na po yung mangyayari? Halimbawa, yung mga mangingisda natin na malapit sa kanilang mga municipal waters na ibig sabihin kung ano yung nakukuha nila doon sa mga yamang dagat, kung ano po yung mga pwede nilang maibenta doon sa yamang dagat, yun yung pinagkukuhanan ng kanilang kabuhayan. So, pwede po bang ma-explain sa ating mga mamamalakaya, ano namang tuloy mangyayari sa kanila kapag naipasa po natin itong bill?
Sa totoo lang po, actually, nasa LGU kagaya na nasabi na natin, no, ang marine spatial planning na kailangan nating i-localize. Pero nakalagay din po dito sa panukalang batas natin na meron tayong National Integrated Marine and Coastal Area Management, which includes, in fact, the institutionalization of participatory processes, the development of strategies to promote multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral ecosystem-based management of coastal and marine environments, and so on and so forth. So hindi ho ibig sabihin na sila ay pagbabawalan ng mangisda, kundi bibigyan po natin sana ng order, no, ang paggamit natin ng iba't ibang klase na yaman ng ating karagatan. No? Because it is true that many of our government agencies work in silos, often at cross purposes without coordination with each other with regards to, in fact, how locals actually use their coasts and their maritime resources. So in fact, it is completely within the scope of the framework that certain areas be designated not only as reserves, as has already been mentioned earlier in the interpellation of Congresswoman Brosas, but also as exclusive fishing zones for municipal fisheries and for local fisherfolk, as well as itself a zone protected for their use as well, exclusively, Mr. Speaker.
Well, gusto lang natin itong i-reiterate, Mr. Speaker, bagamat di ko narinig yung sagot, thank you for the patience, no? Andun ako sa committee kasi. So, ang concern lang natin dito, siguro kung nakikita nyo na yung ating mga, wag na tayong lumayo, dito na lang sa Laguna de Bay. So, makikita nyo na, no, yung bay na natin doon, may mga fences na yan. So kapag ipinatupad ba itong bill na ito ay ano po yung mangyayari doon sa mga fences na yan, meron din sa Manila Bay. At ano rin po yung magiging impact nito doon sa mga maliliit na mga magsasaka natin. Kasi ngayon, dahil Mr. Speaker, parang binakuran na no yung mga yung iba't ibang area doon sa bay. So yan po ba ay matatanggal? Kasi alam ko po, malalaking mga fishing, kumbaga mga malalaking fishermen ang mga nandiyan at may mga company and corporation. So yan po ba ay matatanggal?
Mr. Speaker, ay hindi ko po maisasagot. Hindi ko po masasagot ang tanong ni Congresswoman Castro, pero tama po siya na there are conflicting interests and conflicting uses of our coastal and marine resources. And uulitin ko na lang po, no, that there are procedures to ensure that it is ecologically sustainable and the process ought to be as participatory as possible. But the design and the intent of the Council is to help negotiate and mediate the conflicting uses to which we put our coastal and marine resources, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, dahil po doon sa pagbabakod nitong mga malalaking kumpanya ng mga mamamalakaya dito, natataboy yung mga maliliit na mga mamamalakaya natin. So yun nga po nagiging problema nila eh. So kinakatakot natin dito, Mr. Speaker, mas lalo pa itong magpapa-marginalize or tutulak sa mga maliliit na mga fishermen natin sa margin, di ba? So kapag ito ay naipatupad, kasi wala akong nakikita dito, Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi ng ating sponsor kanina, yung sinasabi niyang sila ay merong exclusive na karapatan doon sa mga municipal water. So hindi rin ito ni-reiterate. Bagamat sinasabi meron din daw yun sa isang batas. Pero, kasi Mr. Speaker, baka kung meron repealing clause ito at magkaroon ng di ba? So, ibig sabihin, walang proteksyon ang ating mga mamalakaya doon sa kanilang exclusive right na sinasabi ng ating sponsor kanina. Kasi nga, sa ngayon nga, wala pang blue economy na na sila natataboy na sila.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure the good Congresswoman that there are no repealing clauses of the fisheries codes in this measure, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry. Sorry po.
Wala pong repealing clauses ito
Okay.
na nandito. So ang sinabi lang ho namin kanina at napag-usapan namin ni Congresswoman Brosas ay ang fisheries code po ay yun pa rin. So kung ano po ang proteksyon na nasa fisheries code para sa ating mga mangingisda ay yun pa rin po sa ilalim nito. Subalit, meron hong proseso na isinasaad ng panukalang batas kung saan ang pag-iba't ibang klaseng interes at paggamit ay mabigyan natin ng proseso at bigyan ng konting order po. So kung meron hong conflict between energy, for example, and transport, no? Or fisheries and protected areas, pwede po nating ma-rationalize ang multiple interests. Pero hindi ho nakalagay dito ang precise process kung paano po gagawin ng council yan.
Okay. So, yun lang naman po yung concern ko, no? Yung ating mga maliliit na mamamalakaya dahil yan lang naman yung kinabubuhay nila. At ito rin, doon sa, kasi meron din tayong agam-agam dito on the privatization. Okay? So, paano po mai-ensure nitong batas na ito yung na hindi lalala yung privatization at pagmamay-ari ng mga lugar, ng mga mas malalaking kumpanya. Kasi alam naman natin, di ba, sinasabi natin dito, gusto nating proteksyonan yung mga kapitalista, yung mga pwedeng mag-invest dito sa ating dito sa ating mga karagatan. Dapat proteksyonan itong Blue Economy bill natin. So paano natin masasabi na hindi ito magpapalala doon sa privatization? Dahil alam naman natin ang karagatan, ang resources ng tubig, that is open sana yan to the public. Pero kung meron ng ganito, parang gagawin na natin yung pagpapalala ng privatization. Kaya katulad nga na sinabi ko kanina, kahit nga wala tayong batas, kahit nga meron tayong Fishers Code na sinasabi natin na mapoprotect doon sa ating mga maliliit na mga mamamalakaya, pero nagagawa pa rin na ma-marginalize yung ating So mas lalo na siguro ngayon napapalalain yung privatization dito sa panukalang batas. So paano natin may ensure po yun na wala talagang
Mr. Speaker, the creation of Blue Economy zones as designations within the Maritime Spatial Plan are meant to be sustainable environmentally and, in fact, socially inclusive as well. The process of its crafting should be cross-sectoral and cross-stakeholders. Kagaya po ng sinabi ko rin kay Congresswoman Brosas, kung meron po silang maisip na amendment na para palakasin sa implementation ng itong klaseng intensyon ng batas, handa po kaming makinig ni Congressman Valmayor at ng committee, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, okay po, enforce pa rin po yung Fishers Code of the Philippines, bagamat siguro, kailangan siguro na ma-monitor natin ito, kung talagang ito ba ay napapakinabangan ng ating mga maliit na pamamalakaya or just meron lang dyan pero hindi naman sila protected. So,
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree.
Yeah.
And I think it is high time for us to revisit the Fisheries Code. And I believe the Committee on Fisheries is in fact beginning to embark on that very issue, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Kailangan nating i-revisit yun, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, based on the yung mga complaints, yung mga problems that brought about na nga nitong mga iba't ibang mga nangyayari ngayon doon sa ating mga seas, oceans, and whatever nga related dyan. So, yun lang po yung gusto nating matiyak doon. Next po, ito naman tinatawag nating as regards to the yung pong mga with regards naman dun sa environment. Ito bang council na lilikhain natin ay magdidil din po ba doon sa environmental concerns? Paano po yan maisa sa buhay dito sa bill natin?
Mr. Speaker, the bill does say that the components of the policy framework of the Blue Economy must, in fact, contain provisions for environmental and economic accounting of coastal and marine assets and resources, as well as ecosystem goods and services from coastal and marine environments. And that the principles and indicators to guide the environmental impact assessment of ocean-based and ocean-related economic activities must take into account environmental and economic accounting of marine resources and ecosystem services. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ang tinatanong ko, Mr. Speaker, halimbawa yung mga pollution. Kasi narinig ko when you sponsor, you have your sponsorship speech, ang Pilipinas ay isa sa top 10 na polluter in Asia ba or in the world?
The world,
ng
ma'am.
mga plastic at iba pang mga waste. So, ito po ba ay magiging concern din nitong council na ito at paano natin paano magsisilbi ang bill na ito para yung ating mga pollution sa sea ay mabawasan. Paano po siya makikita dito sa bill?
So, Mr. Speaker, again, I would just like to gesture to Congresswoman Castro, Section 13 of International Maritime Instruments, which does contain provisions and treaties and protocols that we have been in agreement with to do with pollution in the ocean. Aside from that, obviously, the DANR has a major role to play in the Council. And in terms of our solid waste management systems, it would have to be integrated into the policy framework of the blue economy for the very reasons that the good Congresswoman has already delineated, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dito sa sinasabi nating council, ang dami ng composition nito, yung hanggang sa letter P ng iba't ibang mga agencies. So sila po yung bahala doon sa mga policy, doon sa mga guidelines and rules dito po na ipo-formulate nila regarding doon sa pagpoprotect doon sa ating mga seas and other
Mr. Speaker, they are in charge of the policy framework, but they must create the plans in conjunction with local government units and regional centers, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, sinasabi niyo meron ding papel dito yung local government units. So,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
so you mean to say na nasa council sila?
As part of the DILG, Mr. Speaker. But in addition to that, the Council must, in consultation with regional bodies and local government units, undertake a nationwide maritime spatial planning to identify the spatial and temporal distribution of priority activities and uses and the interactions thereof in maritime zones in order to reduce conflict among uses, facilitate complementary uses, mitigate environmental impacts, and preserve ecosystem services. This is Section 21, Mr. Speaker.
Section 21, so the role of the LGU here, right? Tama po ba sa development planning? So the
Sa planning
council,
po.
okay. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, there is an additional Section 33 and Section 34 that outlines the role of local government units in making sure it is aligned. Their development plans are aligned, in fact, with the policies of the Council's framework, as well as a section on inter-LGU cooperations to ensure, in fact, coordination of their efforts, services, and resources for the accomplishment of the objectives of this act, including that of mediating conflicting uses, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so in coordination with our LGU. Okay? So in terms naman po ng revenue. So meron na po ba tayong computation? Halimbawa, hindi, wag mo na 'yon. Yung inventory, Mr. Speaker, nung lahat nung ating mga marine species, marine wealth, etc. So meron na po ba tayo niyang initial? Or it is the council pa rin yung magde-determine in coordination with the LGU? Meron na rin po ba tayong inventory?
Mr. Speaker, there is in fact a Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System Bill that was passed on third reading the PSA and the DNR are coordinating to create that very inventory. They have started in certain locations of the Philippines but have not completed the work. So what we wish and what we hope is that measures like this one will force a speedy inventory of the biodiversity and ecosystem services of our country, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, you are saying that kung hindi ito napasa, hindi rin magiging trabaho ng council o ng bill na ito, yung inventory ng ating mga marine system or related.
Mr. Speaker, ang ibig ko pong sabihin ay meron tayong ibang panukalang batas na atin nang napasa sa Kongreso na ito na this is to be complementary to that, which will require a natural capital accounting for the very reasons, again, that the good Congresswoman has already pointed out.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, so doon naman po tayo sa finance. So, do we have a estimate po, halimbawa, noong mga, kung magkakaroon po ng Blue Economy Special Zone dito sa ating panukalang batas. So, that would be, another management or meron din po bang board na magtatalaga nitong mga exclusive na mga Blue Economy Zone? Or ito na rin pong
Mr. Speaker, I believe the zones as blue economy zones in the bill are actually designated to be PEZA zones. So it would be under PEZA and ultimately under the DOF, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so ito na nga po ang sinasabi natin, yung blue economic zones. Kasi Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, doon po sa experience natin on the different eco zones in our country, no? Parang nagiging exclusive na yan doon sa mga may kapital, doon sa mga private entity na magiging locator nitong mga zones na ito. So ito nga po yung ito nga po yung worry natin, Mr. Speaker, pag diniklara na yan na Blue Economy Zone. So ano po yung magiging epekto na ngayon nito dun sa kabuhayan ng ating mga mamamalakayang maliliit na mamamalakaya? Join ba sila dito sa mga zone na ito? Tapos yung trabaho, yung workers, kasi may iba rin na mga magiging patakaran na sa mga karanasan po natin sa mga economic zone ay parang may sarili silang bansa, di ba? Sa pagpapatupad ng kanilang mga rules and regulation, guidelines, sweldo man yan, mga workers, at anuman po.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the bill is actually silent on the concern of Congresswoman Castro, except to say that the local government unit must make the principles of the policy framework alive and aligned in their own local investment and development plans. So should the LGU designate certain areas as potentially blue economic zones, that will be part of the LGU's planning process. No, but it is in the bill that the blue economic zones must in fact align with the Philippine Green Jobs Act of 2016.
Okay. So yun na nga po ang problema natin, silent, di ba? Silent ang bill. Kasi pag nagkaroon na ng economic zone, ay parang nagiging nagiging sariling teritoryo na ng mga locator at mga malalaking negosyo at mga kapitalista. So saan na doon pupunta yung ating mga maliliit na pamamalakaya? So sila ba ang magiging priority just in case ng ating mga LGU in planning dito sa mga economic zone? Baka sila ay mataboy or mawalis, maitsapwera dito sa economic zone na ito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I once again concur with the fear and trepidation of Congresswoman Castro, except to again point out, as I did with Congresswoman Brosas, that there is a preference for subsistence fisherfolk within our Constitution that is in fact mentioned and highlighted in the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Medyo vague sa akin yung yung provision na yun, Mr. Speaker, on Blue Economy Zone. Kasi dahil silent nga yung ating panukalang batas, kaugnay niya na ma-define talaga natin na priority ang ating mga maliliit na mga mangingisda o mamalakaya, ay parang hindi pa rin ako nag-agree doon na may ganun na na silence nitong batas na ito.
Mr.
o
Speaker,
panukalang
just to
batas na ito.
remind Congresswoman Castro again, it is in fact clearly stipulated in Section 12, letter E, number 1 po. And again, of course, to repeat that under the Green Jobs Act, there should be a promotion of social justice and workers' welfare in the creation of zones like the one we are discussing, Mr. Speaker.
Ano po yun, Mr. Speaker? Section 12, letter
Letter E po, line
Letter
number
E.
22 to 24.
fisheries including commercial fishing but with preference subsistence fisheries as mandated. Okay, thank you for clarification, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, meron dito, Section 31 on the Ocean Literacy Framework. So, the DepEd, Higher Education, Commission on Higher Education, TESDA, etc. So, may include po, itong Ocean Literacy Framework doon sa magiging curriculum ng DepEd in the future. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay? So, meron ditong A to C, di ba? Understanding the economic and socio-cultural, etc. Communicating about ocean in a meaningful way and making informed and responsible decisions regarding the oceans. And hindi ko maintindihan itong communicating about ocean in a meaningful way. Pwede niyo po bang ipaliwanag yon? So, ano po kaya ang ituturo dyan sa curriculum na yan?
Ang ibig sabihin lang po, Mr. Speaker, ng ganyan ay dapat nilang mapag-usapan ang tungkol sa ating karagatan sa isang paraan na kung saan naintindihan nila ang relasyon ng bawat Pilipino sa ating yaman dagat at sa ating karagatan.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
So, maintindihan ng mga estudyante, yung, especially yung mga nabubuhay na mga kababayan natin doon sa karagatan. Tama po, no? At paano nakatutulong ito sa kanila at paano mapapangalagaan, no? At mapapreserve itong mga yamang dagat natin.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So maganda sana yan, Mr. Speaker, na maituro. Yes, agree po ako dyan na maituro yan sa ating mga kabataan. Ituturo din po ba dito, halimbawa, yung mga, yung mga distractions na nangyayari dun sa ating mga karagatan na ginagawa ito ng mga malalaking mga industriya at kumpanya, yung mga distractions na ginagawa sa karagatan natin, noong halimbawa dito sa West Philippine Sea nga lang, mga nasira na yung ating mga corals. So kasama ba yan doon sa magiging talakayan? So maganda na holistic din yung pagtuturo later on dito sa Ocean Literacy Framework.
I do agree, Mr. Speaker, that it should be as holistic as possible. And it does say in letter C of the same section, already mentioned by Congresswoman Castro, that we would like them to help Filipino students make informed and responsible decisions regarding the ocean and its resources, Mr. Speaker, which I would assume includes the very conditions that the good Congresswoman has mentioned. Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Mr. Speaker. Dito po sa Section 32 on the archipelagic sea lanes, so sabi dito, the Council shall designate sea lanes and air routes there above suitable for continuous and expeditious passage of foreign ships, aircrafts, etc., where necessary as regards to the safety of navigation, require foreign ships exercising the right of innocent passage to use such lanes and traffic separation schemes in accordance with the UNCLOS. Kasi parang meron na tayong naipasa, Mr. Speaker, no, yung defining yung mga lines ng mga pag-aari natin sa mga marine areas natin. So, nandito po ba yon?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is. And in fact, this representation recognizes that Section 32 may have a provision or a small section that is not in accordance with the Archipelagic Sea Lanes House Bill 9034 that I believe we have passed or are passing on third reading in the lower house. So
Yes.
we would in fact entertain amendments that would align this to the other measures we have already passed, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, natanong ko to, Mr. Speaker, dahil as of now, alam naman natin meron tayong dispute, right, with the China as regard to the West Philippine Sea. And in fact nga, Mr. Speaker, recently, di ba, na dumaong na yung more than 100 na mga ship ng China doon sa ating exclusive economic zone. Okay? So maganda rin siguro, no, na ma-define din natin dito at mailagay din natin dito yung exclusive economic zone natin, especially so that makita rin natin dito na nakalagay dito yung talagang iisi na natin, 'di ba? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on just 2 points, no? The exclusive economic zone is in fact defined in page 4 as the waters beyond and adjacent to its territorial sea up to the extent of 200 nautical miles from the baselines from which the breadth of the territorial sea is measured as established by Presidential Decree number 1599, otherwise known as the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone of 1978, and to the extent consistent with the other provisions of this Act and with the provisions of the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea, no, as well as being consistent with the Maritime Zones Bill of House Bill 7819 that we also passed on third reading. In addition, Mr. Speaker, just for the appreciation of Congresswoman Castro, Section 15 of the measure dictates a certain principle of reciprocity, where the rights and privileges of foreign vessels and aircraft in Philippine archipelagic waters are provided or recognized under conditions of reciprocity and mutual respect. The President of the Philippines is hereby authorized to institute countermeasures and other appropriate steps as may be recommended by the DFA in response to foreign states that do not abide by or that act inconsistently with the UNCLOS or which do not ensure that vessels and aircraft under their authority comply with the rights and obligations under the convention, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
So, natuwa ako, Mr. Speaker, meron pala dito yung definition ng EZC kasi binanggit natin dito yung UNCLOS at saka yung reciprocity. Pero it doesn't mean na kung meron yan dito ay paano naman din natin talagang dinidefend yung ating sovereign rights to that exclusive economic zone. So nakita niyo na lang yung nangyayari sa Julian Felipe Reef ngayon na wala naman tayong magawa. So siguro side tanong na lang ito, Mr. Speaker. May nagawa na ba tayo doon sa Julian Felipe Reef na nandoon yung China?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I have
Wala pa.
no idea.
Okay. So mahalaga din na
Sorry, again, Mr. Speaker?
mahalaga din na habang pinag-uusapan natin ito ng pag-create ng blue economy, pagre-regulate ng paggamit ng ating mga kababayan dito sa mga marine wealth natin, ay maganda rin na nare-regulate din natin or napapag-defend din natin yung ating sovereign rights, especially dun sa exclusive economic zone.
Completely agree, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. So, yun na po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for our distinguished sponsor.
We thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objections? The chair hears none. The sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the floor is now open for amendments.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, if I may request that the chairman of the Committee of Economic Affairs be recognized to sponsor and take on the amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Afterwards, we will recognize. We are still trying to open the period of amendments. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Honorable Representative Gerardo P. Valmayor Jr. of the 1st District of Negros Occidental
For the individual amendments.
to sponsor.
All right, the sponsor, we now recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Representative Gerardo Falmayor Jr. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, the committee is now ready for any amendments.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Michael B. Goriseta of the 2nd District of Iloilo for his individual amendments.
The congressman from the 2nd District of Iloilo, Representative Michael Goriseta, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose the following individual amendments. On page 3, line 19, insert the following. Item F, by catch, refers to fish or other marine species that a fisher does not intend to catch, including juveniles of commercially valuable species and biologically important species caught unintentionally while trying to catch a certain type of fish. Will the sponsor accept?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Is there any objection? Majority Leader.
I move that we accept the amendments.
Is there any objection on the part of the House? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby approved.
On page 12, line 29, under section 21, insert between planning and to identify the phrase, comma, based on international standards documented and prescribed by the Intergovernmental Oceanic Commission, comma.
What does the sponsor say?
Yes,
Section 21 will now read, the Council, in consultation with the relevant agencies, regional bodies, and local government units, shall undertake a national maritime spatial planning guided by the standards of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission to identify the spatial and temporal distribution of priority activities and uses and their interactions thereof of maritime zones in order to reduce conflict among uses, facilitate complementary uses, mitigate environmental impacts, and preserve ecosystem services. Will the sponsor accept?
Does the sponsorship
Mr.
say?
Speaker, the committee accepts the amendment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
On page
Is there
4,
any objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby approved. Congressman Goriseta.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 14, under section 28, add section and the number succeeding sections. The new section will read, Section 29, Blue Public Expenditures. The Department of Budget and Management shall allocate funds to implement blue economy programs, activities and projects, PAPs, in consonance with Section 15 of Republic Act Number 9729 as amended. The DBM shall include blue public expenditures as part of their efforts to increase convergence in programming and implementation of climate change and disaster risk reduction PAPs through the Risk Resiliency Program. Will the sponsor accept?
What does sponsorship say?
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor accepts the amendment.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Hearing no objection, the chair hears none. The amendments are hereby approved. Congressman Guriceta?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accordingly, I propose to define blue public expenditure under Section 3, page 3, add a new clause under Section 3, and renumber accordingly. Blue public expenditure refers to public expenditures that address the issues related to coastal and marine resources, environmental degradation, and development aspirations that depend on marine resources and environments. Will the sponsor accept?
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor accepts the amendment.
Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Hearing no objection, the chair declares the amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 15, line 18, section 32, archipelagic sea lanes, delete the word council, and in lieu thereof, insert the words President of the Philippines, just that the provision now reads, section 32, archipelagic sea lanes, the President of the Philippines shall designate sea lanes and air routes thereabove, suitable for the continuous and expeditious passage of foreign ships and aircrafts through or over archipelagic waters and the adjacent territorial sea, and shall, where necessary as regards the safety of navigation, require foreign ships exercising the right of innocent passage to use such lanes and traffic separation schemes in accordance with the UNCLOS. Will the sponsor accept?
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, the committee accepts the amendment.
The Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby approved. Congressman Guriceta?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On section 12, line 29, under section 21, insert between planning and to identify the phrase, comma, guided by the standards of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, comma. Section 21 will now read, the Council, in consultation with relevant agencies, regional bodies, and local government units, LGUs, shall undertake a nationwide maritime spatial planning guided by the standards of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission to identify the spatial and temporal distribution of priority activities and uses and the interactions thereof in maritime zones in order to reduce conflict among uses, facilitate complementary uses, mitigate environmental impacts, and preserve ecosystem services. Will the sponsor accept?
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor accepts the amendment.
The Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Guriceta?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 9, in section 13, International Maritime Instruments, delete the first paragraph, which reads, the Council shall establish mechanisms for the full and effective implementation and enforcement of international maritime instruments and their subsequent amendments, including but not limited to the following, and replace the same with the following paragraph that reads, the Council shall direct the Interagency Coordinating Committee as created under Executive Order Number 159 series of 2021 to facilitate the ratification of accession to the implementation of Maritime Conventions or ICC-RIMC to establish mechanisms for the full and effective implementation and enforcement of the following international maritime instruments and their subsequent amendments, including but not limited to the following. Will the sponsor accept?
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor accepts the amendment.
Majority Floor Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Goriseta.
That would be all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Goriseta of the 2nd District of Iloilo. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lawrence Defensor of the 3rd District of Iloilo for his individual amendments.
the debonair from the 3rd District of Iloilo, our good Representative Lawrence R. Defensor is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 7, under the composition of National Maritime Council, in page 7, between lines 13 and 14, add item Q, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Will the sponsor accept?
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. Speaker, the chairman accepts the amendment.
Majority Floor Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved. Congressman Defensor.
I have no further amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman Defensor. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments are hereby closed. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9662 as amended.
there is a motion to approve House Bill number 9662 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill number 9662 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Maria Fe R. Abunda of the Lone District of Eastern Samar, namely State Solicitor Abraham D. Genuino II, first-year law students from UST Faculty of Civil Law, Mathela Mercado, Kathleen Eunice De Jesus Espino, Aubrey May Arceo, Catherine Chris CR, Marlu Joseph Bonao, Karen Bautista, Denise Ann Gabriel, Angel Nicole De Castro, Kier Templar Blanco, Julian Miguel Barcelon, Jana Gaad, Becca Vine D. Linoy, Rayela S. Alcantara, Riz Tony Victoria Malinaw, Jansel Chumacera, Elaine Nea Caraig, Eileen Faye Malaluan, Jamela Languardia, Henriel Alteza Ravelo, Luigi James Payumo, Micael Colion Miguel.
To the guests of the Honorable Maria Fe Abunda of the Lone District of Eastern Samar, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Dale B. Corvera of the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte, namely officials from the Municipality of Habonga, Agusan del Norte, the Honorable Julie Ganot, Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Pamela Bermudez, Sangguniang Bayan Member, Honorable Jojet Carsula, Sangguniang Bayan Member, Honorable Vic Martelio, Sangguniang Bayan Member, Mr. J. Sescon, Tourism Officer, and the Honorable Rosaline Simbahon, Sangguniang Bayan Member.
To the guest of Representative of the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte, Representative Dale Corvera, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Dale B. Corvera of the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte, namely officials from the Municipality of Nasipit, Agusan del Norte, the Honorable Roscoe Democrito Plaza, the Mayor, the Honorable Felipe Abigan, Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Carlo Ometer, the Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Elmer Corvera, Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Raul Olario, Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Christopher Timogan, Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Emelenda Deloso, Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Paterno Corvera, Sangguniang Bayan Member, the Honorable Arcelo Tamayo, Sangguniang Bayan Member, and the Honorable Revise Mandahinog, Sangguniang Bayan Member.
To the guests of the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte, Representative Dale Corvera, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
We would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Jonathan Keith T. Flores of the 2nd District of Bukidnon, namely officials from Malay-Balay City and the Municipality of San Fernando, Bukidnon. They are Vice Mayor Estelito R. Marabe, Councilor Melchor Maramara, Councilor Zoltan Dindo Dinlayan, Councilor Christopher Soria, Councilor Erwin A. Damasco, Royland M. Orquilla, Alan Ryan Legaspi, SK President Christopher Lambert Tortola, from the Municipality of San Fernando, Bukidnon, Councilor Richie Rabago, Councilor Dante D., and Councilor Juan Sambalu.
To the guests of Congressman Jonathan Keith Flores from the LGUs of Malay-Balay City and the LGU Municipality of San Fernando, Bukidnon, we welcome you to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Boss.
Dapat lumabas tayo.
Ito sir, susunod natin, balik tayo sa yan, sir. Yan na sir, yan.
Ayun, kaya ni Ma.
Earthquake pa.
The third.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9647 as contained in Committee Report 885. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9647.
House Bill 9647, an act renaming motor vehicle users charge into motor vehicle road users tax and increasing the rates for public utility vehicle modernization and road safety programs, amending for this purpose Republic Act number 8794, entitled An Act Imposing a Motor Vehicle Users Charge on Owners of All Types of Motor Vehicles and for Other Purposes, as amended by Republic Act number 11239.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, the Honorable Representative Joey Salceda, be recognized for the sponsorship of the bill.
The Honorable Salceda, Chairman of Ways and Means, is recognized, sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to answer questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to a few questions?
Certainly.
Mr. Speaker, currently, ano po yung figures natin regarding annual collections from road users tax?
The estimate is about 19.8 billion.
19.8 billion.
That's right.
Ano po ang datos natin sa collection ng road users tax nitong 2022? Ito yon, Mr. Speaker. 19.8.
The total, you mean?
Yes.
From which period to what period?
Annual collections, 2022, 2023. 2022, 2021, 2022.
2022 is 18.7 billion.
How much, Mr. Speaker?
2021, 17.5. 2022, 18.7.
18.7. Yung 19.8 billion po.
That's the estimate for 2023.
Okay. Estimated 2010. Now, Mr. Speaker, with the proposed schedule of increases in road user tax, magkano ang itataas sa annual collections? Halimbawa, for 2024,
For 2024 is 9.4 billion.
okay, magkano po yung estimated collections kung sakaling, eto na yun, 19.8. Now, under the proposal, magkano po yung itataas in percentage and nominal amount ng road tax sa jeepney sa unang taon? Covered po ba sila dito?
Hindi.
Hindi. So, paano po yung mga modern jeepneys? Magkano ang road user tax?
I'm sorry, they have 50% discount.
Sa modern jeepneys?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, 50% discount.
for all franchise holders, public transport.
For all franchise holders. Mr. Speaker, regarding sa hire vehicles, tama ba ang assumption na kapag ipinasok mo yung sasakyan sa Grab o kahit anong TNBS, bababa ang road users tax in case of passenger cars?
Assumption namin, kasama sila sa, they will be imposed.
Ay, kailangan natin lumabas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, kailangan natin lumabas.
Session suspended.
Malas mo talaga, boss. Next week na raw, Joey.
Okay lang. Arlene, ang malas ko.
Mga ka-Efren, huwag na muna. Eh, dumiretso sila pinapapasok. Eh, wala pa nga eh. Huwag daw yung estro.
Hindi ko alam yung ano. Saan na ba yung ano, breakdown ng ano? Yung breakdown. Yung LTO registrations.
Saksak. Third. Uy, asan na yung mga... Ako rin. Ma'am, sa SWA din daw.
Mamaya na ba? Palindog. Majority Leader. Pasa tayo. Water, tsaka tayo dito. X3.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize again Representative Arlene Rosas of Gabriela Party List to continue with her interpellation.
Representative Arlene Brosas, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bago po yung lindol kanina, nandun po tayo dun sa discussion on regarding for hire vehicles na ang assumption na kapag ipinasok mo yung sasakyan sa Grab o kahit anong TNVS, bababa ang road users tax in case of passenger cars. Sinabi po sa atin, tama po ba? Bababa ang road users tax in
Hindi.
case of...
Wala silang discount.
Wala silang discount.
Yung walang franchise, no discount.
Walang franchise. Mr. Speaker, kapag motorcycles, magkakaroon ba ng road user tax?
Wala. Zero.
Okay. So zero ito. Wala naman.
Kasi under motorsiklo o tricycle?
Motorcycle.
Wala.
Tricycle, wala din.
Wala din kasi hindi man sila gumagamit ng national road. Supposed to be. Under DILG memorandum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the substitute bill, it is proposed that 45% of the collections under MBURT will be used for PUV modernization program. Magkano po yung estimated financial resources na malilikom? Yung 45% ng total collections.
Kung next 4 years, nasa 140 billion.
So yan ang trajectory, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
140 billion. Pati yung increase ng mga road users, parang ganyan, kasama na dito sa estimate.
So, magbabayad din sila. So, kung inet natin, halimbawa kasi ang original plan po talaga nito na at least kung magbabago ka ng jeep, lilipat ka ng mga mamahaling electric vehicles, at least makapag-provide ng 500,000 subsidy ang national government. So, malayo naman doon sa babayaran niyang mga 14,000 na 14,000.
Yes, yan po yung kasunod kong tanong, Mr. Speaker. Parang itong 100, kung 4 years, 140B, will this be enough to subsidize thousands of units worth at least 2 million each? Parang ganon. Kung
Yung
maglilipat
at
nga sila ng-
500,000, so that's 140 billion. So that's 140,000 divided by 500. So that's 280,000. No?
280,000 units.
Units.
So sinasabi niyo po, Mr. Speaker, kaya yan?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, currently, 210,000 ang equity subsidy sa kada unit ng modern Jeep na nagkakahalaga ng 2 million hanggang 2.7 million. Yung malaki po yung financing gap. 'Di ba? Kasi 210. Tapos yun lang yung subsidy, tapos 2 million. Mapopondohan ba ng MBURT itong deficit na ito sa hanay ng operators?
Hindi lahat. Kasi unang-una kailangan din talaga nila ng equity. Kasi kung walang sense of ownership, hindi nila aalagaan yung jeep kung libre. So, ang kailangan lang na natin kung ano yung tamang-tama o appropriate government intervention kung saan inaalaw natin yung tatlong bagay. One, na makalipat tayo sa mga sasakyan na hindi nakakasira ng kalsada. Pangalawa, na hindi nakakasira ng environment dahil gumagamit po ng fossil fuel. At pangatlo, na makatulong na rin sa take-home income ng ating pong mga ordinaryong vehicle owners o yung mga namamasada. So, para sa atin, yung 500,000 is basically, yun po yung at least 25%, yun po ang kumbaga, ambag ng gobyerno sa modernisasyon ng ating public transport system.
Ang worry lang natin dito, Mr. Speaker, syempre baka malubog rin sa utang yung mga jeepney drivers, operators, since hindi man lang aabot sa 50% ng cost ang equity subsidy, Mr. Speaker. Ang 500,000 ba ay ano na, kalahati?
Hindi po.
Hindi, 25% lang, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, tama po.
So parang ang gusto sana natin sa mundo ng sana, 'di ba? 50% cost ng equity subsidy, kahit doon man lang umabot, Mr. Speaker. Sa 140 billion, hindi yun kaya.
So, bale, ang lalabas po dyan, at least 1,000 bawat araw. So, kailangan kumita siya ng at least 2,000 isang araw. Kasi yung monthly installment niyan, 26,000. Kung 2 million less 500, i-finance mo over 6 years, 7 years, ang lalabas po ay kailangan niya ng 26,000 per month para mahulugan yung jeep. Sa mga ordinaryong, sa pagkakaalam ko, dahil ako naman po ay laging nasa kalsada sa amin, ang alam ko po ay kayang-kaya po nila yung hulugan.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, this proposal effectively hikes the road user tax for all types of vehicles, tama? Except for motorcycles.
Pera tricycle, motorsiklo, at may 50% discount po sa mga franchised public transport.
Oo nga, Mr. Speaker, and it institutionalizes the lopsided and financially unsustainable PUV modernization program by the national government. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, tingin po natin dito, lopsided kasi kasi gusto sana natin mabigyan talaga ng mas malaki, no? Yung mga jeepney drivers at saka, kasi PUV modernization naman talaga yung ano nila pero at the rate we're going, marami pong issues pa sa PUV modernization, hindi nga lang sa usapin ng subsidy, pati po yung etong Desyembre, magtatapos ang kanilang, may deadline sila on franchise, at napipilitan silang, tawag ko doon, isuko yung kanilang mga jeepneys, dahil technically, kapag hindi sila pumasok sa franchise guidelines at saka sa cooperative,
Tatanggalan sila.
technically,
Pwedeng,
phase out na sila. So, Mr. Speaker, maraming mga issues pa sa PUV modernization. Pero dito kasi sa MVU RT bill, yun yung main niyang di ba? Mapupunta sa PUV modernization program yung tax na ito. So, Mr. Speaker, kung malaki bang problema usapin doon sa PUV modernization program, and we will be seeing a lot of, anong tawag dyan, jeepney strikes. Itong mga susunod na araw, hanggat hindi nila natutugunan na i-extend or ang kahilingan kasi ng mga jeepney drivers natin kami na lang ang suportahan nyo ng todo-todo kung kakayanin. Kaya para mabago namin yung mga ini-impose, for example, na engine, di ba? Make-up na kailangan nila para mabago nila yung mga jeepneys para umabot yun sa standards na kailangan na sinasabi sa isang bahagi ng PUV modernization program lamang. Pero hindi pa kasi ito yung kabuuan ng PUV modernization program kung phase out talagang or pagtanggal talaga sa mga jeepneys ang layunin, talagang talagang kawawa naman or massacre ito sa kabuhayan ng mga jeepney drivers natin. Kaya po tinawag naming lopsided and financially unsustainable itong programa sa ngayon, pagtanggal lang talaga sa kanila ng national government. In the proper time, we will register our vote on this measure, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, would my friend from the would yield? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opo.
What?
Opo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you po. as a whole, Mr. Speaker, so this measure would really, would really give additional burden, especially to our motorists, yung may mga may-ari ng sasakyan, yung mga naghahanap buhay, etc. Tama po ba? Dahil tayo, alam natin, tayo nagre-rehistro tayo ng ating mga motor vehicles, yung mga cars, yung mga van, etc. Ako po, Mr. Speaker, talagang personally, ako yung nagre-register ng sasakyan. Sasakyan ko personally.
Nung 2022,
Kaya, Mr. Speaker, itong panukalang batas na ito ay magiging burden considering yung mababa ang sweldo, hindi tumataas ang sweldo, tumataas ang mga bilihin, at ito dagdag na pahirap. Hindi lang sa mga may mga middle class, may mga may-ari ng sasakyan, maging din doon sa mga naghahanap buhay gamit ang mga sasakyan, Mr. Speaker.
pag titingnan mo po ang statistics, yung lowest 50% ng ating mga pamilya owns only 1.7% of total cars. The top 10% account for 60% of total cars. So ito'y pahirap sa top 10% who owns 60% of the cars, kung kotse. Ngayon, kung UV naman, in other words, pag titingnan nyo po yung mga klase ng sasakyan, siyempre SUV, karamihan po yan mayaman, yung truck, siguro pwede tayong magdiskusyon dyan, dahil ginagamit po sa negosyo, baka may pass-on po. Pero ang karamitan po, ang may-ari niya, mayayaman din. Mga bus, pero may 50% discount in terms of epekto po sa, siyempre, sa pasahe, pamasahe. Sa motorsiklo na maabot ng 8 million, 8.4 million, libre. Nililibre natin lahat ng motorsiklo tsaka tricycle. Tapos pagdating sa trailer, ang may-ari. So I'm talking about 13.889 million vehicles registered with the LTO. And I can say, truly say that ang burden po nito ay dun sa upper 40% ng ating pong lipunan.
Okay, pag sinabi po nating upper 40% ng ating mga motorists o may mga may-ari na sasakyan, so yan po yung sinasabi nating, kumbaga, nasa lower middle class. Na kumbaga, Mr. Speaker, nagsikap lang yan na makakuha ng sasakyan, di ba? Whether it is loan or whatever mode of payment it is. Pero yun po, malaki din itong 40% na ito. Yung pag-uusapan naman po natin, yung sinasabi nyo na mga UV, so hindi naman kasi pinag-iiba dito, Mr. Speaker, whether kung anong model ng UV or ano, no? Tama? Kung ano ba yung mga models ng UV, kung whether ito ay high-end or low-end, but etc. dito sa pagpaparehistro o yung pagpapataw natin ng motor vehicle road users tax. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker? So,
ang pagkakaiba lang po pagdating sa UBA yung weight.
okay.
So hindi po kung ano pong klaseng sasakyan yun.
Okay, tama po yung weight, yung kilo, yung
Opo,
number
yung
of kilograms
yung-
na nadadalhin. Ganon din naman po yung truck. Siguro kung nababalitaan niyo, Mr. Speaker, talagang inaangal na rin ng mga truck drivers, ng mga negosyante, yung ding yung bayad sa expressway, 'di ba? So malaking halaga din ito na talagang nababawas doon sa doon sa ating mga maliliit na negosyante o yung mga kumpanya na nag-aari ng mga trucks. At ang magiging resulta rin nito ay yung pagbawi din naman doon sa pagbili ng mga consumers nung kanilang mga ng kanilang mga goods. So meron po ba tayong pag-aaral nung kumbaga yung correlationship doon sa kung taasan natin ito, magkano yung pwedeng idagdag doon sa additional doon sa kanilang mga goods at epekto nito sa consumers, Mr. Speaker?
Meron po. Sa jeep, halimbawa, 10 centavos lang ang epekto nito.
Okay.
Sa pasahe. Kung 12 pesos ngayon, magiging 12.10. Kung tricycle, 0. Kung taxi, 0 din. Pag UV, yun aakyat ng mga 10 centavos. Pag bus, aakyat po ng mga 5 centavos. Yung truck, wala.
Okay.
Yung truck ay bibigay ko na lang sa'yo.
Oo, yun nga po, no? Yung truck na siyang nagdi-deliver
Ng mga goods.
ng mga goods natin. So malaki, no? Hindi lang yung hindi lang talaga po yung road users tax ang ginagastos, pati nga po yung yung mapagbabayad doon sa mga toll fees. So malaking burden din sa mga trucks. So ang domino effect niyan, Mr. Speaker, ay yun doon sa mga consumers. Okay? So ang tinatanong ko kanina, no, yung impact nito doon sa consumers vis-a-vis yung taas ng, di ba, yung user's tax dito sa mga products.
Well, pag suma total naman po, ang epekto nito ay sa inflation. Halimbawa, kung inflation mo ngayon ay nasa 4.1, ang epekto nito ay yung 4.1 ay magiging 4.15. So, suma total, kasi may mga na-absorb naman po dyan, hindi naman nila basta-basta mapapass on lahat na increase na to dahil hindi naman po yun. Kumbaga, ang isang truck umaabot po ng 5 million, tapos yung babayaran naman nila umaabot lang ng, let's say, 60,000. So, ang ibig pong sabihin yan, hindi naman po talaga disproportional. Samantalang, nagagamit nila yung ginagastos natin sa gobyerno na umaabot ng 480 billion per years sa not just sa maintenance, kundi pati po sa road construction.
So yun pa, Mr. Speaker, no? Isa rin doon sa mga expenses, yung mga maintenance na tumataas din. Kasabay doon sa pagpapataw natin ng pagtaas. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, so ano po ulit yung pinagbatayan natin noong rate nung pagtaas? Kasi halimbawa, dito sa mga passenger cars, up to 1,600 kilograms, ay 800 ang base rate. Magkano po ba yan? Kasi hindi nakalagay dito sa sa ating matrix.
Yung po natin yan,
Sa ating proposal, hindi natin nailagay yung matrix para makita sana natin yung difference.
nagsimula po kami niyan na maging 1 peso and 1 peso and 40. 1 peso and 40 per GWT. So, regardless of the kind of vehicle. Kasi yun po ang lumalabas sa mababa po yan, i-compare po sa ibang countries dito sa ASEAN. So yung 140, multiply mo yung GWT mo, yun ang magiging babayaran mo po sa LTO. So ang tunay na masasabi nating anong basehan po yan ay kung magkano yung proporsyonal na kontribusyon sa paggamit ng kalsada ng isang sasakyan.
Mr. Speaker, ano nga po yung GW?
Gross weight ton.
Yung sinasabi nyo kanina?
Gross vehicle weight. GVW ba?
GVW, gross
Vehicle
weight up to 1,600 kilograms.
Opo.
Okay, so sinasabi nyo kanina, nagsimula sa 1 peso per GVW, 1,600 nga. No?
Tapos, ang ginawa namin, work backwards. So,
halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, itong GVW up to 1,600 kilograms ay 800. Ano po ba yung dati niyan? 2004.
Kasi, para mas maintindihan po natin, yung 140, sabi namin, lagay natin, give the vehicle owners 4 years of transition. So, starting, let's say, 0, which is last year, or this year, so we start like adjustment period, pero ang ending po niyan, by 2020, after 4 years, lahat sila 140 na, bawat 140 per GVW,
for all. Kasi hindi naman alam nung kalsada kung ang gumagamit ay truck o kotse. So, yun po ang pinaka-logic niya. So, yung Fund 40 hindi po pinulot sa langit. Tinignan namin yung buong Asia kung ano charge ng ibang gobyerno sa paggamit ng kalsada. At yun po ang naging basehan ng 140 per GVW per year.
Sige, okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pero kung
Kayo nga-
sasagutin kita,
ganun
ano
nga
yung
po,
dating
Mr. Speaker, ang tinatanong ko lang po kanina,
800?
ano po
Dati,
ba yung
yun?
before ng na road users tax noong GVW up to 1,600 kilograms? Kasi 800 ito. So, magkano po ba yung before? In 2004.
Yung dating rate po niya 800, ngayon ay magiging yung range po niya ngayon 2000, yung 2004 ay 1,600.
Ito po, on page 3, Mr. Speaker, para magkaintindihan tayo. Ito po ba yung, on page 3 po ng ating bill, yung type of vehicle, nandiyan po, di ba? Tapos yung base rates ay 800. Doon sa GVW na 1,600, up to 1,600 kilograms. Tapos, dito sa page 5, dito na po yung, yung adjustment. Tama ba? Yung adjustment ng tax. So, from 800 ng GVW up to 1,600, magiging 2,080.
Tama po. Kasi nga po, noong 2004, in-adjust po ni Presidente Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Kasi actually, itong road users charge, may power po ang Presidenteng i-adjust. Kaso, since 2004, hindi po ina-adjust. So yung nakikita natin to, ito yung nasa batas. Nasa batas no year 2000, itong 800. Pero actually, yung pagpumunta ka ngayon sa LTO, ang babayaran mo, 1,600. Pero itong 1,600 na to, ito na yung babayaran mo since 2004.
So, ang ibig sabihin yung adjustment, Mr. Speaker, nitong road users tax, kinumpute nyo pa yung dapat na itinaas nila nung sinasabi ninyong time na dapat na in-adjust. So, yun ba yung ibig sabihin? Kasi kung
Actually,
titignan ko
kung yun ang susundin ko, edi mas mataas sa kotse. Kasi nga, walang pakialam po yun sa weight o sa impact mo doon sa kalsada. Kasi nga, kailangan may scientific na basis kung bakit charge mo ng ganito. Gina-charge natin kayo kasi ganito kabigat ang kotse mo at yun ang epekto mo sa pagsira o paggamit ng kalsada.
Okay, naintindihan natin yun, Mr. Speaker. Yung nagiging batayan ninyo, no? Yung bigat, yung GVW ng isang sasakyan. So, ito naman ay kino-consider natin na full load. Full load or hindi? Okay. So, kino-consider natin itong GVW na full load. Kung yun po ang pagbabatayan natin, so, for example, yung 1,600 na GVWP, so magiging na yan dito sa bagong rate, magiging 2,080.
Correct.
Tama. Okay. So, 2,080. Yung more than 1,600, but less than 2,300 ay 4,680. 4,680.
Opo. Pero galing po siya sa 3,600.
Galing siya sa 1,800.
Galing po siya sa 3,600 noong 2004.
Wala dito. Galing siya sa 1,800.
Meron po kasing EO na inisyo noong 2004, adjusting the 1,800 to 2,000 and to 3,000.
To 3,600 na ito. Okay. So ganun po, So, bali doon sa weight. Okay? So, kinonsider din po ba dito, Mr. Speaker, yung inflation? So, nakita ko, meron din consideration do sa inflation.
Opo.
So, how much po yung percent nung inflation na kinonsider natin doon sa increase, aside from doon sa weight?
Opo, yung cumulative po,
yan yung unang basehan, yung cumulative inflation since 2004, kung saan in-adjust po yung 800 naging 1.6. Pero po, meron po kaming, yun ang first base. Yung second basis po, ano ba yung chinacharge sa buong Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, o Thailand sa paggamit ng kalsada nila? Kasi paras din naman po. So, doon nakuha po yung 1 peso and 40 centavos per GVW. Ilan na inflation? So, maabot po ng 120% since 2004,
Okay, yung rate of increase doon sa inflation.
which is lower than the increase between kanina, sabi ko 800 na naging 1.6, di ba? Yung 2004 is 1.6. Tapos, itong nasa batas na pinopropose, gagawing 2,080. So, pero kung dodoblehin mo, magiging 3,600 dapat. Kung gagamitin mo yung 120%.
Okay. So, solely, ang pinagbatayan na lang natin doon sa increase ay yung weight. Hindi na considered yung inflation. Kasi sabi nyo, yung before ng 2004, doon sa executive order, ang pinagbatayan doon ay inflation na more than 1,000 ba or 100?
Hindi naman eh. Tiningnan, wala po ako doon nung kay governor na, ay hindi pa ako governor. Basta ang naging batayan po noon, kailangan natin ng pera. So, ang mga kotse ay...
So, wala pong batayan
batayan doon
parang inisip lang ng LTO or LTO.
Remember that in July of 2004, the president, then newly elected president, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, declared a state of fiscal crisis. And one of the measures was really to increase the road users tax as one of the measures in order to expand the capacity of the state to service our loans as well as provide services and, of course, provide economic growth. Pero ang basehan nito, dinoble lang.
Okay. Sige, yung pinagbasihan po nung before ay yung dinoble lang.
Opo,
Okay, dahil kailangan natin
ng revenues.
ng revenue. But before that, Mr. Speaker, saan po ginamit yung nakuha doon sa road users tax that time?
Actually, nilagay po sa road board kasi, di ba, ito ay charge sa sakyan for using the road. Kaya road users charge. So binigay po sa road board at yun basically may formula po noon yung World Bank para po sa how to use na binigay po sa DPWH. Yan naman sinusundan kung paano based on the length of the road in your district, based on kung ano yung mga whether
So
paved
binigay
or-
sa road board, so sila po yung sila po yung nagsabi kung saan ito gagamitin, saang lugar, sa
Opo.
area, gagawin itong mga roads na ito.
Opo.
Okay. Ito lang po ba ay mga national road or including yung mga local na mga roads? Kasama.
Kaya nga po, nilibre namin yung tricycle, hindi naman gumagamit ng national road. So
Okay.
basically, sa national road.
Para sa national road lang po. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. At kahit pa paano na-refresh tayo dun sa history nitong ano na to. But ngayon, ang sinasabi natin dito, Mr. Speaker, so malaki din pero kung ako titignan ko ito sa pangkaraniwang mamamayan talaga o yung mga middle class na merong sasakyan, malaki itong 2018, may dagdag pa yan na mga hindi naman nagagamit na insurance, may mga emission test pa yan. So isang car na siguro less than ito yung pinakamaliit, yung less than 1,600 GVW ay talagang masakit pa rin yan, Mr. Chair, kahit na yung sinasabing pinagbatayan ay yung kung gaano kabigat ang yung kotse. Okay? So, suma total, Mr. Speaker, tingin natin dito ay talagang malaking burden pa rin. Hindi lamang sa mga pangkaraniwang may-ari ng mga sasakyang maliliit, kundi pati na rin po sa mga maliliit na negosyo na gumagamit na ng truck. Although yung mga sidecar, yung mga motorcycles, by the way, yung po bang mga motorcycle vehicles na ginagamit for hire, libre rin po ba ito?
Yes.
Since hindi naman ito gumagamit basically ng mga national road.
Tama po.
Okay, so libre din siya. Yung mga delivery trucks, yung mga lalamove,
May charge po.
yung mga
Kasi yung pagpunta na ng
Lazada.
merkado, gagamit sila ng national road.
hindi, yung mga nagde-deliver ng mga motorcycle, magde-deliver ng mga
Wala po.
products. Okay.
Basta two-wheel po, wala.
Okay, so sinasabi natin, magkano po yung ma-generate nating pondo from this, Mr. Speaker?
Actually, in the next 4 years, maabot po ng 280 billion.
280
Billion.
billion. At ang isa sa mga beneficiary nito, 45% nito ay mapupunta. So ibig sabihin, in the 4 years, 45% nito mapupunta doon sa PUB modernization.
Tama po.
So 45%. So kung 45%,
Mga 140
mga 100.
40.
Okay? Okay, so 100. Okay, so, and aside from that, ano pa po ba yung paggagamitan? Improvement ng road management system by the DOTR. So ito through the DPWH pa rin ito, no?
Hindi na po.
Or
Sa
the
DOTR,
na.
bibigay po yung
Okay.
mga para sa mga crash programs.
Supplemental hospitalization coverage by Philippine Health Insurance for victims or of road crash. Okay?
Tama po.
Okay, ilang percent po yun, Mr. Speaker?
5.
5. So the provision for the employees' compensation, commission, victims of road crash who are unable to gainfully. So ilang percent din po yun?
Yung kabuuan po ng A, B, C, D hanggang FA, 5%.
Okay, so 5%. So saan po mapupunta? So yung A ay sa...
Bali, 5% will go to government programs to be undertaken for prevention of deaths and accident victims assistance.
Okay. So, so yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Gusto lang natin malinaw, no, na talagang, sa tingin po natin, magiging burden po talaga sa ating mga may-ari ng sasakyan kahit pasabihin na maliit lang yung, kumbaga maliit lang yung itinaas based sa weight, hindi naman sa inflation, etc. So hopefully, no, magamit itong ma-generate na ito sa maayos. Okay, doon sa pagpupuntahan at yun po yung dapat din siguro natin tingnan in the future.
Maraming
Thank
salamat.
you, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Sergio Dagook of APEC Party List to introduce his individual amendments.
The Honorable Dagook is recognized for his individual amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Would the distinguished sponsor consider some amendments of this representation?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on page 5, under the proposed schedule of rates, modify item A and add after the term passenger cars the phrase and motorcycles with engine displacements of 400 cc and above.
I accept.
What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendments.
Is Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendments is hereby approved.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Another amendment on page 7, line 1, delete the phrase "for hire vehicles" after the word "that" and replace it with the following: a public utility bus or jeepney.
I accept.
What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. On the same page, line 2 to 5, delete the phrase "provided, however, that in the event the above tax rate will result in downward adjustment of tax rates, the applicable motor vehicle road users tax of the preceding year shall be applied."
I agree to the deletion.
What does the House say?
I move to approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you once again, distinguished sponsor. Last amendment would be still on the same page, line 5, delete the word "further" and replace with the word "however." So the said proviso will now read as follows: provided that a public utility bus or jeepney shall enjoy 50% discount from the above tax rate. Provided, however, that the rates of motor vehicle road users tax shall be increased by 5% every year effective on January 1, 2027 through revenue regulations issued by the Secretary of Finance.
I accept.
What does the House say?
I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
No further individual amendment. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Individual amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9647 as amended.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 9647 for second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9647 is approved as amended. Is approved. Very good. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9648 as contained in Committee Report number 887, and may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Bill, the title of House Bill number 9648.
House Bill number 9648, an act providing for cost-effective, transparent, competitive, streamlined, sustainable, active, and inclusive procurement activities of the government, repealing for the purpose RA 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Revision of Laws, the Honorable Edward Vera Perez Maceda, be recognized.
Honorable Maceda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During yesterday's session, I already exhaustively explained through a very lengthy sponsorship speech. So I'm now ready to receive questions and clarifications.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from Gabriela Party List, the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas, for her interpellation.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
It would be my honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 3 of House Bill 9648, it contains a proviso that foreign-funded projects under a treaty or international or executive agreement that expressly provides for different procurement rules or procedures other than the provision of this act shall be observed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Under this bill, are the GOCCs allowed to undertake government-to-government transactions, G2G?
Yes, they are. Ang sinasabi lang po dito sa provision na ito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished interpolator, if the projects are foreign funded, and it's under a treaty or international or executive agreement. Usually kasi, pag mayroong international or executive agreement, pinoprovide po dun sa loob yung procurement modes or processes. Hindi po mag-a-apply yung 9184.
Yes, that's precisely my question, Mr. Speaker. Under the proposed bill, G2G is only allowed if it is covered by treaty or international or executive agreement. As such, it will not follow procurement laws of the Philippines. Hindi po ba tayo agrabyado pagdating dito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor?
Well, the funding will be coming from the foreign entity. Hindi lang naman po ito ang exempted sa 9184. Exempted din po yung mga foreign grants under the ODA law. Yun po ang susundin nila. Yung pong sa build, operate, transfer, exempted din. Sa mga PPP, basta hindi kasama yung pondo ng galing sa atin, sa Pilipinas, exempted din sila. Sa tingin ko po, hindi naman tayo po nadedehado. Dahil bago naman po magkaroon ng agreement, pag nagkaroon ng mga foreign-funded projects, merong panel ang GOP. May panel sila at nag-uusap din sila kung ano yung gagamiting procurement rules dun sa loob ng treaty kung saan tayo ay party. Madam, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kasi marami po tayong mga pinasok na mga deals and agreements na tila agrabyado ang Pilipinas, no? Mr. Speaker, kaya tinatanong natin ito, particular na section. Mr. Speaker, yung 4.2 of RA 9184 should be retained to allow GOCCs to undertake G2G transactions which follow procedures laid out by RA 9184. Yung 4.2 po ng RA 9184, sana should be retained and included in the proposed bill, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, at the proper time naman, pwede yan i-move, Mr. Speaker. But meron po ba kayong ganong iniisip or you would not really accept na i-retain yan, Mr. Speaker?
Well, ito po kasi ang ngayon talaga yung sinusunod natin na procedure. Because as part of one of the parties to an international or executive agreement or treaty, nirespeto po natin yung saloobin ng treaty na yon at international agreement because that is also in accordance with the laws of international cooperation between and among jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am not speaking of kasi ang sinasabi lang dito yung allow GOCCs to undertake G2G transactions which follow procedures laid out by RA 9184. Sa particular po na section na yon, hindi pwede.
Ang alin? Sandali Mr. Speaker, when it comes to G2G transactions, covered po siya ng Executive Order number 459, series of 97, which lays down the policy and rules concerning the negotiation of treaties, international or executive agreements, and vests upon the Department of Foreign Affairs the authority to determine whether an agreement is a treaty or international or executive agreement. Ito po ang nag-govern dun sa mga sinasabi po na kagalang-galang na congresswoman galing sa Gabriela Party List sa mga G2G.
So, Mr. Speaker, hindi yan kaya retain? As of, yun ang proposal niyo talaga?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my next question, yung Section 18, Mr. Speaker, in the proposed bill, reference to brand name specifications
Yes.
for the procurement of goods shall be
Okay.
based on relevant characteristics, functionality, and/or performance requirements. Reference to brand name shall not be allowed except for items or parts that are compatible with the existing fleet or equipment of the same make and brand, and to maintain the performance, functionality, and useful life of the equipment. This section shall also apply to the goods component of infrastructure projects and consulting refer to Appendix 8 for the guidelines on the sale of bidding documents, detailed engineering for the procurement of infrastructure projects, guidelines for the procurement and implementation of contracts for design and build infrastructure projects. If brand names are allowed, competition will be restricted to top-tier suppliers. The reason for inclusion of Section 18 in the current law allows a healthy environment for competition. If this is removed, those with exclusive marketing supply agreements will have a monopoly on the supply of goods and services to the government. Now, what is the reason for the removal of this section, Mr. Speaker? Ginong sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kaya pala medyo nalito ako dahil yung binabasihan ng aking kagalang-galang na kaibigan from Gabriela ay yung 9184. Ito pong substitute bill, iba po kasi yung mga sections dito.
Oh,
Kaya
but
medyo nagkakalituhan tayo. Meron po ditong section 29.
yes.
Yan, specifications. And if I may read, specifications for the procurement of goods as well as the goods component of infrastructure projects and consulting services shall be based on any or a combination of the following: relevant characteristics and performance or functionality requirements. Reference to a brand name shall not be allowed, except for reasons of technical compatibility, service, maintenance, or preservation of warranty, in order to keep the performance, functionality, and useful life of the equipment, in which case the procuring entity shall indicate the reasons or justifications for availing of the exception. For goods component of infrastructure projects, the specification shall be in clear and unambiguous terms and in accordance with the minimum standards set forth by the procuring entity to meet the functional or performance requirements of the project. So, hindi po natin po inalis, na-retain po siya, na nag-iba lang po yung numbering nung bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So meron siya.
Wala po ba kayong kopya nitong substitute bill? Can we provide? Mr. Speaker, can we ask for a suspension dahil para mabigyan ng kopya?
Suspended.
So Mr. Speaker, this is yung RA 9184 pa yung
Yung nabasihan niyo po?
nabasehan ko.
Yes, ito pong...
Mr. Resume.
Yung substitute bill po, nandyan yung section 29. We retained the provision with regard to reference to brand names because it is anti-competition. Kaya in the general rule, it is not allowed except for reasons of technical compatibility. Kunwari, kung bibili ka ng Xerox copier na may certain brand, tapos kailangan mo mag-procure ng mga parts nito, obligado yun din ang bibilin mo. Kasi kung bibili ka ng ibang brand, hindi na obra, hindi na gagamit. So there are exceptions to the rule that you cannot refer to brand names. Pero kailangan strictly pumapasok po kayo dun sa mga exceptions. At hindi lang po dito sa batas, it is explained more in detail in the IRR dahil medyo makapal po ang IRR ng procurement law. Mahigit 1,000 pages po yung IRR. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Actually, ito din naman with, kahit yung IRR, ng 9184, meron naman talaga siyang meron naman, minatrix kasi namin, Mr. Speaker, to sa proposed bill, yung IRR ng 9184 and the comment na kung bakit halimbawa for example na pinapa-include namin yung retaining to allow GOCCs to undertake G2G. Kasi yun yung nakalagay din sa scope and application ninyo sa Section 3, di ba, sa proposed bill. Now, sa second, yung mahaba kasi talaga.
Talaga po mahaba, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, yung Section 29 naman po na sinasabi ninyo na if brand names are allowed,
Hindi
not
po
allowed.
sila allowed.
So, nakalagay naman dito na na-retain, no?
Yes.
Kasi actually, I would ask sana to bring back this provision in the proposed bill na hindi nga siya, kung nakalagay naman dito, Mr. Speaker, sa specifications, tama? Section 29.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Nakalagay na reference to a brand name shall not be allowed.
Except for certain reasons.
So ano po yung mga reasons kung
Yun nga po, technical compatibility, servicing, maintenance, or preservation of warranty in
Okay.
order to keep the performance, functionality, and useful life of the equipment. So parang tulad na sinabi ko, kung bibili kayo ng kunwari Xerox copier na isang klase ng brand, ang gagamitin nyo rin ng mga parte nito, kailangan ganun din eh.
so
Pag
may qualifier, Mr. Speaker?
Meron po, may qualifier. And the PE, the procuring entity, will have to indicate the reasons or justifications for availing of the exception. Tsaka meron naman po kasi yung APP na prepare lahat ng procuring entity, yung annual procurement plan. Actually, nakalagay naman doon dapat lahat talaga ng plano na nyo per procurement, anong mode ang gagamitin nyo. Nasa APP po yun halos sa simula ng taon, Mr. Speaker.
So parang exception lang siya, Mr.
Yes, yes.
Or ganun, ano? Otherwise, wala namang brand names. Kasi
Wala po.
parang ang worry natin dito, ang sinasabi naman dito ay yung top share nga lang talaga yung mabibigyan again and again, parang ganyan. So, hindi mabibigyan ng pagkakataon. Anti-competitive talaga yon kapag ganun yung...
I agree in toto, Mr. Speaker.
So, yun ang sinabi ng PCC din, ng Philippine Competition Commission,
Yes.
nung committee hearing.
Yes, yes. Exactly.
So, they agreed with this. as well.
Agree po sila na hindi dapat marami kasing proposal, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Brosas, maraming nag-suggest nung mga committee hearings namin na i-allow na dapat yung reference to brand names. But the committee and the Sambo representation refused to accept the mga suggestions na yun.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. Mr. Speaker, eto malamang hindi rin ito yun eh, yung Section 42. Hindi, ito, bid evaluation for the procurement of goods and infrastructure projects. For the procurement of goods and infrastructure projects, yan. The BAC shall evaluate the financial components of the bids for contracts to be awarded to the lowest calculated responsive bid. The bids that pass the preliminary examination shall be ranked from lowest to highest in terms of their corresponding calculated prices. The bid with the lowest calculated price shall be referred to as the lowest calculated bid, or LCB, for contracts to be awarded to the most economically advantageous responsive bid, MEARB. The BAC shall evaluate the bid using a predetermined quality-price ratio. The quality component shall be assessed on the basis of criteria that may include qualitative, environmental, or social aspects linked to the subject matter of the contract. This may comprise the following, meron pong ganon. And the BAC shall specify in the invitation to bid the quality-price ratio, yung, binabasa ko lang po, yung A niya, quality and technical menu, etc. The quality component, this criteria should allow for a comparative assessment of the level of the performance offered by each bidder in accordance with the technical specifications of the contract, and allow the information provided by the bidders to be effectively verified and rated by the BAC, provided that such criteria shall be objective with no room for discretion and shall not have the effect of conferring an unrestricted freedom of choice on the procuring entity and shall ensure the possibility of free and effective competition. In no case shall the quality component be lower than 50% of the total quality price ratio. Ayan. The price component shall be rated on its ranking among the other financial bids from lowest to highest, and using the assigned weight, provided the financial bid as calculated does not exceed the approved budget for the contract. The bidder with the best highest score using the quality price ratio shall be referred to as the most MEAB, most economically advantageous bid. Now, in Section 42 of the proposed bill, the BAC will be exercising discretion in the bid evaluation on financial components. Is this correct?
Yung pong dalawa kasi po ang sinasubmit ng mga bidders. Sa simula po yan, after po nagkaroon ng advertisement yung procuring entity, may invitation to bid. Nakalaman na po dun sa invitation to bid lahat ng kailangan para i-procure, pati yung araw, kung kailan bubuksan yung mga bids, at kung ano yung mga requirement ng mga supplier. Doon po kasi, bago pa ma-award yung bid, titingnan muna yung dalawang folder. The bidders will submit 2 folders. One contains the technical and legal capacity of the bidders. The other folder will be the financial capacity. Titingnan lang po yung financial component ng bid kung pumasa muna sila dun sa pag binuksan yung unang folder containing the technical and the legal requirements. Pass or fail criteria lang po yun kasi ipopost qual pa yung pagkatapos. So pass or fail lang muna. Kung pumasa po kayo doon, saka bubuksan yung pangalawang envelope. Andun sa loob po yung laman po nung bid. At titingnan nila i-evaluate nila yung financial component, assuming that you're technically qualified, assuming that there's no legal impediment, bubuksan na nila yon at i-compare nila. At dati po, Mr. Speaker, ang sinusunod natin since 2001, yun lang pong sinasabing lowest calculated responsive bid. Irarank sila yung pinakamura hanggang sa pinakamahal. Yan po ay para lang po sa goods at infra. 3 kasi yung pinprocure natin. Goods, infra, at consulting services. Yung consulting services po, naiiba po yun kasi it is rated in a different way using a numerical criteria formulated by the GPPB. Highest rated to lowest yon. Ibig sabihin, yung highest rated, parang best value na talaga siya noon, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Brosas. Etong goods at infra, hindi siya gumagamit ng best value. So ngayon pa lang natin po ini-insert yung option na pwedeng hindi yung pinakamababa ang gagamitin, ang pipiliin ng procuring entity. Dahil nga minsan may problema nga may dumadive, ganon. Nagkakaroon ng problema, nakakandaloko-loko yung procurement po. So they will evaluate the financial component of all the bids.
That's the second. Pero kapag hindi na nga sila pumasa doon sa technical, yun
Hindi
ang
na po.
sinasabi.
Tapo na po kagad yung nila. Hindi disqualified na po sila.
Yun nga, Mr. Speaker, yung hindi po ba makukompromiso ang evaluation kung ayon ito sa discretion imbes na sa objective evaluation? Parang ganon, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
I understand.
Parang, halimbawa, kung hindi naman talaga, tawag dyan, hindi naman, there are reasons kung bakit ang report ay naging hindi gumana. For example, yung isang na-bid na sasakyan or something, di ba? Merong mga reasons kasi hindi pala nagamit ng tama, hindi pala mga ganon. So, tinengga ng ganitong kahabang panahon or ganyan, na hindi yon kasalanan pero hindi na siya magkakaroon ng opportunity because sa technical pa lang, tanggal na siya. So sa first folder pa lang, wala ka na, no? Pero kahit na may financial capacity ka, hindi ka na papasok doon sa
Hindi na po.
So, Mr.
You have to
Speaker,
be both technically, legally, and financially capable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yun nga yung tanong ko. Sa discretion na sa first folder pa lang, yun yung, may na-consider na po ba kayong sistema ng evaluasyon na talagang matitiyak ito? Mr. Speaker, kasi tinatanong ko kapag yung sa unang bid, di ba? Pag bid niya, sa first folder, yung dalawang andana ng pagbibid. Hindi ko naman sinabi na isa lang, pero baka may paraan para ma-ensure talaga. Kasi doon naman nagkakaproblema, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, naiintindihan ko yung tanong. Kasi Mr. Speaker, minsan
Parang pass-fail criteria. Parang ganun, di ba? Parang pag hindi ka pumasa dito, tanggal ka na. Wala ka na opportunity talaga ever. Parang ganun.
Kasi importante, yun po yung sa technical, yun po yung sa first folder. Kasi may mga requirements talaga yung ano. Asan yung ano yung laman? Ano pa? Kasi nandun po sa first folder yung mga PhilJeps registration. Yung kasi pag naka-register ka sa PhilJeps, parang sinasabi that you are in good standing. Tax clearance, mayor's permit, hindi pwede pong wala nun eh. Kasi usually ang nagbibid naman marami eh. Sabi natin 15 yung bidders. Ang hindi papasa lang naman dun sa technical financial component, minsan mga 2-3 lang eh. Tapos yung iba magkakatalo na lang yun dun sa kapasidad nila financially. Sa ngayon, kung sino yung pinakabababa, yun ang pipiliin. Kaya natin binigay po sa Section 42 ngayon yung option na kahit hindi ka pinakamababa, but if you are the most economically advantageous based on this A2L criteria at subject to didetalyehin pa po sa IRR yung quality price ratio, pwede pong piliin yung hindi pinakamababa. Pero to provide for yung fit for purpose competitive procedures, yung qualitative criteria in evaluating bids uses a predetermined quality price ratio. Pero yun, doon na po yun sa most economically advantageous. Kung hindi naman po pa yun yung tinatanong nyo.
Yun, Mr. Speaker, kasi over the years, we've nakita po natin to sa pagdinig nung Bureau of Fire Protection, 'di ba? Na dumarating siya palagi doon sa ilan na lang yung nakakarating doon sa hindi na siya dumami. Hindi na siya naging competitive over the years. Tapos palaki ng palaki yung anong tawag dito, yung amount. 'Di ba? Pero hindi dumadami yung nagbibid, parang ganyan. Hindi dumadami yung competition supposedly na makikita natin na pupwede, parang ganyan. So, ang nangyayari, it is being monopolized doon sa upper part kasi pakonti ng pakonti eh. 'Di ba dapat parami ng parami yung mo and pababa ng pababa yung presyo. Ito pakonti ng pakonti pero pamahal ng pamahal yung price. So, saan naglalay yung problema sa ganong context, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Una po, Mr. Speaker, yung katotohanan. Yung kasing mga kontraktor, for example, for infrastructure, talagang kokonti eh. In fact, there was a proposal during the committee hearings na for certain threshold, dapat yung opisina ng kontraktor ay nandoon lang sa rehiyon kung saan gagawin yung proyekto. Hindi po umubra yung proposals na yon dahil sa libo-libong kontratang infrastructure kailangan natin gawin. Kokonti talaga yung qualified na contractor unang-una. Pangalawa, hindi naman po natin pwedeng i-sacrifice yung quality at yung kapasidad ng contractor or ng mga bidders in terms of services by lowering yung standards. Hindi po pwede. Ang ginawa po namin ay strengthen yung strategic planning. Yun po yung sections 21 to 28 ng bill na ito. Kasi ang problema kasi minsan kahit may pondo tayo, may gagawa, kung di maganda yung pagkaplano, useless din. Hindi rin magagawa na maayos yung proyekto. So ito, sa sections 21 to 28, lalong-lalo na yung Section 28, naglagay po tayo dito ng mandatory market scoping to ensure proper and strategic procurement planning. So magko-conduct silang market scoping bago pa sila magkakaroon ng bidding para malaman na nila lahat ng impormasyon sa procurement. So kakausapin nila lahat ng market players para makuha nila yung project costing, technical specs, yung delivery lead time, kung kaya ba nila mag-deliver on time, kaya ba nilang tapusin yung proyekto on time, storage, warehousing, at iba pang mga detalye. Dati po hindi po ito mandatory. Ngayon ginagawa po natin ito mandatory para talagang makuha natin yung may kapasidad ng mga kontraktor. Ikalawa, naglagay tayo ng engagement of procurement agent kasi hindi po lahat ng BAC may kapasidad na mag-procure. So minsan ang ginagawa ng ibang ahensya, kunwari, di ba, alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Brosas, yung iba, dinilipat nila sa PITC, kunwari. Yun po yung mga tinatawag procurement agent. Pwede rin ibang ahensya. Although pinagbawalan na po natin ngayon yung maglipat ng pera kasi parang naging problema yan through the years sa mga naglilipat ang ahensya ng agency to agency ng pera kasi sila ang mag-act as back. Pinagbawalan na po natin ngayon ng paglilipat ng pera dito sa bill. It's one of the provisions. Pwede lang, ang papel lang nung procuring agent is mag-bidding. Pero po yung pera, hindi po ililipat from agency to agency. Yun po yung Section 27, yung Section 26 po, Framework Agreement. Section 25 is early procurement activities, yan tinatawag na short of award. Ibig sabihin, kahit for next year pa yung procurement, pwede nang simulan ngayon yung proseso, short of award. Award lang yun pag lumabas na yung GAA sa national government agencies, lumabas na yung budget ordinance sa local government, pag lumabas na yung corporate budget para sa government corporations. At sa Section 21, yun na nga po, no government procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved annual procurement plan. Yun pong annual procurement plan, yan po yung ginagawa ng lahat ng ahensya. Iniipon po nila yung mga PMPP. Yun pong PPMP ay Project Procurement Management Plan. Ang gumagawa po nun, yung mga end users or implementing units within an agency. Kunwari, sa isang departamento, may 70 na end users. Lahat sila gagawa sila ng parang proposal para sa taon na yon. Ang gagawin ng ahensya, kunwari, DepEd, iipunin niya lahat yung 70 na yon at gagawa siya ng summary. Yun yung magiging annual procurement plan. So wala naman pong ma-approve na procurement kung hindi nakalagay sa APP. It shall be approved by the head of the procuring entity and it must be consistent with its duly approved yearly budget or proposed budget in the case of the indicative APP. And it shall be formulated and revised only in accordance with the guidelines set forth in the IRR. And all procurement shall be within the approved budget of the procuring entity and shall include the conduct of relevant market scoping, supply positioning, analysis of available procurement modalities, and risk management. Kaya nga po, dito, yung multi-year contracting, ginagawa na po natin ngayon yan, di ba, kailangan natin humingi ng MICA, kung meron tayong multi-year, kahit sabi mo 5 taon gagawin yung infra, dapat pag sinama mo sa APP yon at inaprobahan sa budget, yung buong halaga na yon, hindi yun per year, buong halaga na yon at may MICA ka na. Ito po, marami po tayo ditong in-institutionalize para tumibay po yung planning stage. Dahil yun po yung mas importante, yung planning stage, para masiguro na yung mga bidder na napili mo ay talagang kayang-kaya na po nila yung iyong supplies na gusto mong i-procure o yung infrastructure na gusto mong ipagawa or kung sa consulting services, magaling yung consulting firm or yung consultant na individual na kailangan mo for your purposes. Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, tinatanong ko po kanina meron po bang particular assessment tayong ginawa doon sa kasalukuyang PAC? Diba? Kasi ang tanong ko po dito yung discretion ng discretion ng BAC, diba? So,
Mr. Speaker,
malaki yung binibigay natin sa kanya.
Actually, wala silang discretion nga sa ngayon . Yung iniiwasan po natin kasi pinasok natin yung most economically advantageous, yung best value, kasi yan po ang sinusunod na sa buong mundo, pati po yung mga representative ng UN na nag-a-attend ng hearing, yan ang kanilang gusto, yung best value, na pwede kang pumili ng hindi yung pinakamababa. Actually, dyan mas pumapasok po yung discretion na iniiwasan po natin. Doon po sa lumang pamamaraan ng bidding, wala pong discretion yun kasi yung lowest calculated bid, computed po yun mathematically. So yung pinakamababa, basta meron kang technical and legal specifications, yun ang pinipili. Tapos ipo-post qualification po yun. Yung ibig sabihin po ng post-qual, yung mga laman ng technical folder na yon, iimbestigahan ngayon. Kasi yun, titingnan mo lang pass-fail eh. Nandyan ba? Nandyan ba? Nandyan ba? Doon po sa post-qual, iimbestigahan ngayon na totoo ba yung mga nandoon sa loob ng folder. Bago po i-award sa kanila, ipo-post qualification po sila. Doon yung investigation stage. Malalaman kung lahat ng nilaman mo doon sa technical and legal folder ay totoo. O baka naman meron kang mga slippage na nung nakaraan, baka palpakan na ng contractor nung nakaraan, palpakan na supplier. Pag hindi po kayo pumasa sa post-qual na nangyayari, tatapon na palabas yung bid nyo, pupunta na siya sa second lowest. Yun po yung sistema natin ngayon. So yung discretion po halos talagang wala eh. Doon po sa most economically advantageous, doon po natin masasabi na baka merong discretion. Kasi hindi mo na kailangan piliin, Mr. Speaker, yung pinaka mababa eh. Ang ginawa namin dito, we tried our best na maglagay ng enough parameters para halos wala na ring discretion mangyayari. Kaya nga po dito sa section, kung pwede po tayo pumunta sa section 42, kaya po nag-ano na most economically advantageous, yung pong intent dito ng gobyerno, ng ating pamahalaan, is pag yung mga high value, high volume, low value, yung mga murang procurement, na madali mong malalaman kung qualified yung supplier o hindi, gamitin mo pa rin yung lowest calculated bid. Pero yung sa mga malalaki at complex, highly technical projects, yung talagang malalaki ang pondo, pwede nating piliin, hindi yung pinakamababa. Pwede nating piliin yung pangalawa sa pinakamababa, yung pangatlo sa pinakamababa. Basta pumasok po sila dito sa A to L na mga requirements na pwedeng gamitin ng procuring entity at yun pong tinatawag natin na quality price ratio. Yun pong quality price ratio na sinasabi sa first, second, third, fourth, fifth paragraph, that in no case shall the quality component be lower than 50%. Yan po yung, ito pong pinag-uusapan dito na A to L. Yan po yung pagbabasihan pagdating sa quality. Hindi po pwedeng less than 50 yon. Ang magde-determine po noon, sa IRR pa po, ay ang GPPB. Kasi pwedeng sabihin ng procuring entity, 50-50. 50% quality, 50% presyo. Ibig sabihin, sino yung pinakamura? Dati kasi, kung sino yung pinakamababa, yun na kagad. Ngayon, pag ginamit mo tong most economically advantageous bid, pwede mong gamitin yung, sabihin natin, 60-40. 60 ang quality, 40 ang price. O kaya 50-50 na lang. 50%, okay, siya pinakamababa. Pero pagdating sa quality, very inferior yung kanyang kapasidad. So pwedeng ka ngayon pumili. It gives more possibilities for the procuring entity na makakuha na mas magaling na bidder, mas magaling na contractor, mas magaling na supplier. Kasi nga, itong most economically advantageous, related din po siya sa sustainable procurement at sa green procurement. Na yun po ay sinusubukan nating i-push, pinapasok natin po sa batas. Ang problema po, yung sustainable procurement at green procurement sa ngayon na ginagamit na sa ibang jurisdiction, medyo mahal po yung mga sustainable materials, green materials. Kaya natin po gusto yung green and sustainable para hindi na siya cradle to grave kung tawagin ang procurement. Gusto natin gawing cradle to cradle para pag natapos na yung proyekto at yung service, yung mga produkto na yun, pwede nyo pa rin siyang i-recycle at gamitin sa ibang pamamaraan. Necessarily po, pag ikaw ay gumamit ng green procurement or sustainable product sa iyong bid, chances are mas mahal yung bid mo kaysa doon sa hindi gumagamit. So kung lowest calculated bid, hindi ka naman nanalo.
Wala.
Out ka na. Pero ngayon, dahil pinopromote natin yung green procurement, pinopromote natin yung sustainable procurement, pwede kang manalo kahit hindi ikaw yung lowest bid. Kasi gumagamit ka ng mga materyales na sustainable. Gumagamit ka ng mga materyales na green. At sabi rin dito sa ibang provision, we will give greater weight to the use of sustainable materials in the evaluation of bids. Mr. Speaker, Madam Congresswoman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ang haba ng explanation niyo, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi, mahirap po kasi, medyo komplikado po kasi. Pasensya na
Thank you,
po
Mr.
kayo.
Speaker. Well, I appreciate yung clarification, Mr. Speaker. Ang tanong ko po kasi parang the BAC will be exercising discretion in the bid evaluation on financial components. Mr. Speaker, nagkaroon ba tayo ng assessment sa kasalukuyang pass-fail criteria dito ng ating bansa sa ngayon? Yung nagbigay naman po kayo ng mga examples, pero
Yes, yung
parang ganiting essence niya, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, parang bakit hindi na lang natin panatilihin yon, palakasin at tiyakin yung objectivity component, parang ganon, Mr. Speaker.
saan po yun?
Sa pass and fail, di ba?
Hindi po, kasi nga po yung pass, hindi naman po ma-award yung bid kahit na pumasa ka o hindi. Kunwari pumasa ka, hindi rin naman ma-award sa'yo until ma-post qualification ka eh. Kasi iimbestigahan din talaga ng procuring entity at ng bidding and awards committee through the back yung kung talagang technically at legally capable ka.
Yun nga po, Mr. Speaker, ang BAC ang magiging makapangyarihan. They will have the discretion. Ganon yung mangyayari. Diba?
Hindi po, yung po kasing hinihingi na mga dokumento na technical at legal, mga ano naman po yun talaga eh. Parang mga permit galing sa gobyerno. Wala naman pong discretion doon eh. Kasi those are parang mga government licenses. Wala pong discretion doon, yung sa technical capacity.
Parang check lang nila, Mr. Speaker.
Opo, parang
ganon.
checklist lang.
Ito yung mga
Kasi
standards, ito yung mga kailangan nilang i-comply.
Opo, kasi pag nakaregister po kayo sa PhilJeps, automatic na yun na parang in good standing ka. So nagka-qualify ka, sumusunod ka sa lahat ng mga requirement nila pagdating doon sa mga papeles, sa legal capacity mo. So parang checklist lang po yung ginagawa na sa technical and legal. Yung pong sa financial, wala rin pong discretion yun kasi rinarank lang po nila yun. Ano yung pinakamababa hanggang pinakamataas. Ito po sa bago ini-introduce sa bill na to, doon po papasok yung sinasabi ninyo pagdating doon sa financial component na pwede nang baka magkaroon ng discretion kasi nga, pwede ka nang pumili ngayon ng hindi lowest. You can choose, let's say there are 10 bids ranked from lowest to highest. In theory, you can choose the highest ranked bid kahit siya yung pinakamahal. Basta mapatunayan mo doon sa quality price ratio na quality-wise, mas makikinabang ang Pilipinas doon, mas makikinabang yung departamento doon, mas makikinabang yung taong bayan doon. Yun po yung essence ng most economically advantageous bid. Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ibig sabihin doon sa, wala nang ibang sistema ng evaluation, no? Ito lang yung,
Actually,
proposed.
yun pong MAPS, ano methodology? Ito pong methodology assessing procurement systems. Ito po yung ginagamit na worldwide at ngayon ginagamit ng Pilipinas to assess yung procurement process natin. In coordination po ito with the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank. Actually, pagdating po dun sa first framework nila, yung legal, regulatory, and policy framework, na meron kang well-established legal framework. Actually, pasado po, mataas po ang grade natin. So, ito pong procurement law natin, actually, ano na siya eh. Kumbaga, sa buong mundo, considered na po siya na isa sa pinakamaayos. Kaya lang, sinusubukan po natin ngayon, dahil sa mga, yun nga sinasabi nyo, mga pangyayari, na mas pagandahin pa siya lalo. Kaya nga, ang focus po namin is doon sa planning stage at dinagdag nga po namin itong option na pwede niyong piliin yung hindi sa pinakamura, pero siya yung pinaka-economically advantageous in the long run. Maaring sa ngayon, sabihin natin, mas mahal. Doble ang presyo ng pinili kaysa dun sa mas mababa. Pero dahil gumagamit siya ng mga sustainable materials, green materials, pag pumasok siya dito sa mga requirements ng Section 42, na mas kaya niya mag-deliver on time, after sales service niya, okay. Meron siyang social, environmental, economic, and innovative characteristics. Kasi po yung sustainable procurement, hindi lang naman po yun tungkol sa environment. Dalawa po yun. Yung isa po ay dapat meron din siyang social and economic impact. Dapat medyo natutulungan din natin yung mga marginalized sectors. So pag pumasok siya doon, na yung bidder na yon, meron siyang ganong plano para sa marginalized sectors, less environmental impact, maaring piliin siya kahit sabihing mas mahal yung bid niya. Yun po yung concept po nung Section 42. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yun nga, magbibigay talaga siya ng discretion eh. Parang ganun yung Mr. Speaker, yung tanong. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, baka kailangan indicated talaga kung ano yung particular na mga, di ba? So kung ganun naman at meron namang mga specifics na indicators kung bakit ganun, etc. Kasi technically, babaguhin talaga natin. Magbubukas ka talaga ng discretion yan on the part of di ba? Sa BAC. Na hindi na nga yun yung category, hindi na yun yung pinaka-lowest, di ba? Ganun
Yes.
Actually, yun naman yung tanong natin. Baka, hindi na nga lowest, magka-problema pa sa ang babalik sa kontrata ng gobyerno, mas lalo tayong mamumroblema, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. Yun lang naman yung
I understand.
clarify natin doon.
I understand totally, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Arlene, dahil yun din naman yung iniiwasan namin nung ginagawa namin yung substitute bill, kasi yun din yung sarili kong tanong tungkol sa best value, na yung discretion. Kasi nga, kaya nga ginawa, ito pong A to L, sasabihin naman pwede kang gumamit ng any combination of these. Sasabihin po yan ng procuring entity, dun pa lang po sa bidding documents, yung dun pa sa simula pa lang sa invitation to bid. At lahat po yung selection criteria na gagamitin dito, at kahit na kung gagamit ka ng 50-50 na quality price or 60-40, di pa na-determine actually kung hanggang saan pwede. Ang sabi ko nga sa GPPB, hindi naman siguro pwedeng 90-10. Kasi kung 90-10, talagang totally binabaliwala mo na yung price component. So sabi ko 50-50, actually maganda na siya siguro hanggang 70-30. But they will determine it in the IRR kasi magkakaroon naman po ng IRR. Pero ang sinabi po ng inyong lingkod bilang chairman, dapat maximum na siguro natin yung 70-30, 50-50 to 70-30. I-indicate po yun nung procuring entity ng BAC, doon po sa simula pa lang. At lahat po yan online. Naka-indicate po yan lahat sa online portal na pinapasok po natin dito sa bill na to, yung single portal bukod sa PhilJeps na interconnected siya sa DTI, sa SEC, sa SIAC, sa BIR, para pag nakita mo, doon pa lang makita mo na ano ba yung mga kontrata nitong ginawa dati sa gobyerno, ano ginawa niya sa private. Kasi ang nangyayari ngayon, minsan, nasabi sa akin nung first committee hearing ni Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Dasa sa kanila, na yung mainiiwanan na lang ng contractor, kinuha yung mobilization fee, tapos pinabayaan na lang, tapos tumakbo na. Hindi na naiwanan na lang ng ganon. Kasi yung pala, meron na palang prior na ginawa sa private sector na palpak. Ngayon po makikita na po kasi ngayon yon dahil dito sa integrated system, yung portal, makikita na po natin yung sa SEC, yung beneficial ownership, bago pong provision yung galing sa UN po yun. Para yung pong yung mga parang gumagamit ng mga dummy po, ganon. Makikita natin yun. BIR, yung taxes nila, kung nagbabayad ba sila ng tamang buwis. Yung sa SIAC, yung pick-up license nila, hindi naman kayo bibigyan ng lisensya bilang kontraktor kung hindi kayo in good standing at sumusunod sa lahat. So, lahat-lahat po yun, marami po tayong linagay dito ng mga provision para siguruhin na o maiwasan yung sinasabi ninyo na pinili mo na nga yung hindi pinakamababa, palpak pa rin yung proyekto. But of course, in everything, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in everything, we always have to presume the regularity in the performance of official functions. Siyempre, palaging ganun. Hindi naman tayo pwede gumawa ng batas dahil ang iniisip natin is gagawa kagad ng kalokohan. I mean, as a lawmaker, the intent is always that the implementing agency will follow the law and implement the law the way the framers of the law intended it to be implemented. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, hindi naman ganun yung ating track of mind dun sa ano. Kaya ko nga tinatanong, nagkaroon ba ng assessment sa kasalukuyang pass and fail criteria? 'Di ba? So, ibig sabihin, tungtong natin yun sa karanasan na meron tayo. Na ang karanasan natin, mababa na nga. Tapos, konti na lang yung nakakapag-procure. Bakit? 'Di ba? Konti na lang ang sumasali sa procurement. Tapos, meron ka pang higing ng corruption dahil doon sa ang sumali na lang pala sa procurement, monopolized pala by the following companies or corporations. So, parang yung point na yon, yung parang ganon, na kailangan natin maging malinaw, kaya pinapaklarify natin yung mga sirkumstansya din ng ganon. Kung bakit nilalagay itong mga portion na ito, kaya nga ang tanong natin, palakasin ba yung objectivity o more discretion for the BAC to do this? Parang ganyan, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, pupunta na po ako sa last question ko kasi mahaba talaga.
Pasensya na po kayo kung mahabang mga sagot kasi
Nabuyat po ako, Mr. Speaker.
walong buwan po namin itong mahigit 35 technical working group eh. Kahit kami, nahilo na rin kami na Vice Chair Bel Zamora eh.
Nahilo ko dito, Mr. Speaker.
Opo.
Mr. Speaker, last, ito yung mga reservations kasi. Section 60 on reservation clause. The Hope reserves the right to reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding, or not award the contract in the following situations. A, if there is a prima facie evidence of collusion between appropriate public officers or employees of the procuring entity or between the BAC and any of the bidders, or if the collusion is between or among the bidders themselves or between a bidder and the third party, including any act which restricts, suppresses, or nullifies or tends to restrict or suppress or nullify competition. B, if the BAC is found to have failed in the following prescribed bidding procedures, or C, for any justifiable and reasonable ground where the award of the contract will not redound to the benefit of the procuring entity as provided for in the IRR of this Act. Now, yung C, for any justifiable reasonable ground where the award of the contract will not redound to the benefit of the procuring entity as provided for in the IRR. Versus dun sa RA 9184, Section 41 Reservation Clause, mas mahaba. For any justifiable reason and reasonable ground where the award of the contract will not redound to the benefit of the GOP as follows, if the physical and economic conditions have significantly changed so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible as determined by the Hope, if the project is no longer necessary as determined by the Hope, or if the source of funds for the project has been withheld or reduced through no fault of the procuring entity. Now, what is the reason behind the removal of this provision? Would the sponsor reconsider bringing this back, yung Section 41C ng RA 9184, over dito sa proposed bill, Mr. Speaker?
Yung 9184 po, yung Section 41, yung 41C po, actually sa IRR po yun eh. So, nasa IRR pa rin naman po yun ngayon. Hindi naman po yun inalis.
So,
Kasi
nilagay
parang
lang natin.
linagay lang dito sa Section 60, yung general provision. Pero po, magkakaroon pa rin po ng IRR. Sabi ko nga po sa inyo nung pinag-aralan namin ito, yung Procurement Act, mga 100 pahina lang. Yung IRR po, may 1,000 Sa sobrang dami. Pero ganun din po talaga, kailangan talaga nilang magkaroon ng mahabang implementing rules. Pero yung ano po dito, Mr. Chair, yung collusion kasi, i-relate ko na lang Isa po sa ginawa namin dito sa batas na to, if the distinguished colleague will not mind, pasensya na kung medyo, in-institutionalize namin yung blacklisting Dati po, nasa IRR lang yon. Ano po yung blacklisting? Andun po siya sa section 106. Kasi ngayon, ang pwedeng gawin, dalawa. Sa section 102, suspension. So, there are grounds, ito yung mga grounds na pwede mong isuspend ang isang bidder. Suspension is for 1 year for first offense and 2 years for the second offense. Pag sinuspend po kayo, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, hindi na po kayo pwedeng mag-procure.
Mr. Speaker, 110,
102 po.
102, Section 102.
Yan.
Okay.
Pag sinuspend po kayo, first offense, 1 year, second offense, 2 years, hindi kayo pwede mag-procure doon lang sa specific departamento na yon. Pero yung blacklisting, hindi po siya institutionalized eh. Nasa IRR siya. Yun po, pag blacklist kayo, hindi na kayo pwede mag-participate in any procurement, in any department perpetually. So mas mabigat po na parusa yun. Ngayon, andito po yung grounds for blacklisting under Section 106. Karamihan nito is yung sinasabi nyo na baka nag-usap-usap na sila, na monopolize na. Andito po, agreeing with 2 or more bidders to submit different bids as if they were bona fide. Kung baga nag-usap kayo na mag-submit ka na ng palpak na bid para ako manalo, pwede kayo blacklist. Anything in relation to that, dumibe ka. Tapos, pag ikaw ang nanalo, huwag mong tanggapin yung kontrata para sa akin mapupunta, ako yung second lowest. Lahat po yun ngayon, under Section 106, pwede na po silang ma-blacklist. Pwede nang sabihin, pwede impose ng head of procuring entity at ng BAC. So, tingin ko, this will serve as a deterrent ngayon. Dahil dapat matakot na yung mga contractor at mga supplier. Dahil kung talagang wala ka naman balak gumawa ng tama, napaka-importante po ng procurement, sinasayang mo lang yung pera ng taong bayan, dapat ma-blacklist ka na lang or at the very least ma-suspend. In relation to Section 60, yun na nga po, kung merong prima facie evidence of collusion naman between public officers or employees of the procuring entity, ibig sabihin, ito naman, yung BAC naman, nakipagsabuatan dun sa mga bidder. Kung ganun ang nangyayari, may karapatan yung head of procuring entity to reject and declare a failure of bidding. So magbibidding na lang kayo ulit. Yun po yung sinasabi ng Section 60.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yung Section 41
Opo.
ng RA 9184, ang tinatanong ay bakit hindi in-include yung iba? Kasi nag-stop lang siya hanggang dun sa the benefit of the procuring entity as provided for in the IRR. Tama, no? Procuring and as provided for in the IRR of this act. Samantala, doon sa batas, may for any justifiable and reasonable ground where the award of the contract will not redound to the benefit of the GOP. Meron pang mga ganitong categories and qualifiers. Yun po yung wala dito
Andyan,
sa Section 60. Kasi ang sunod niya, the hope must take action within 10 days from the receipt of the recommendations of the BAC or when further approval of a higher authority is required. The approving authority shall be given a maximum of 20 days from receipt. So ito yung how to ito pero yung nawala itong sa reservation clause, yung particular...
dinagdag po ito pong the hope must take action. May void kasi doon sa dating, wala po tayong tinanggal doon sa 9184. In fact, dinagdagan po natin. Kasi doon po sa 9184, may void na pwede upuan. Pwede nang upuan ng hope, yung recommendation ng BAC. Kasi yung Bidding and Awards Committee, sila magre-recommend doon sa procuring entity kung sino yung mananalo o sino nanalo sa awarding based on yung post-qualification nila. At syempre, yung head of procuring entity, kunwari sa LGU, yung mayorong pipirma ng kontrata tsaka yung contractor. Paano kung i-dribble? Paano kung ayaw nung mayor, for example? So naglagay kami dito ngayon ng within 10 days dapat aksyonan ng head of procuring entity yung recommendation ng BAC. Ngayon, pag higher authority within 20, naglagay lang po kami ng period. We did not delete any part of the previous provision. In fact, we filled the void that was there. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand itong section ay how to na yung susunod. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about the C on Section 41C of the Reservation Clause in RA 9184. Yung letter C nyo po, bitin.
Ay.
Nagtapos siya sa IRR of this act, pero
ano po yung sa 9184? Ano
tingnan
po
niyo
ang-
po yung ano.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask for Mr. Majority Leader suspension?
Suspended.
Paano mo sasagutin naman?
Nawala na si Mr. Speaker. Nawala na si Mr. Speaker.
Nanawa yata sa discussion natin, Kong.
Session resume.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think the distinguished gentle lady from Gabriela Party List has a suggestion for an amendment during the period of amendment.
Yes, at the proper time, Mr. Speaker, we would like to make an amendment on the reservation clause, particularly on Section 60 of the proposed bill and Section 41 of the Republic Act. The portion of the IRR pala, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the last of my question. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat to our distinguished sponsors. Thank you.
Maraming salamat din po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Honorable Castro is recognized. Interpolated sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Are we going to approve this on the second reading?
Majority Leader.
Oo.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation, no, or amendment sa 9184. So sa palagay po ng kinatawang ito, hindi natin to dapat na i-rush. Dahil ito nga mahalaga na mapag-usapan ng maayos o mabuti itong mga provision ng procurement dahil kadalasan, Mr. Speaker, dito nagmumula yung mga corruption. Kaya pag hindi natin siya na isaayos ng mabuti itong batas na ito, ay baka maproblema pa rin tayo in the future. Although, yung mga interpellation kanina ni Kong Arlene with our very good sponsor ay naintindihan naman. Kaya lang, Mr. Speaker, kung aprobahan na natin to ngayon, na wala naman tayong warm bodies, at hindi rin siguro nakikita ito ng ating mga kasamahan. So yun lang po yung point of inquiry ko, kung are we going to approve this on second reading today.
Suspended.
Huwag kang ganyan.
Lalo yan na uuwi.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List to resume her interpellation.
The Honorable Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the distinguished sponsor yield some questions?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, to the distinguished Deputy Minority Leader from ACT Teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, napakahalaga sa atin ito, no? Itong House Bill 9648, yung procurement law. At gusto talaga nating mahimay ng mabuti ito, no? For future use, for transparency, good governance, as nakalagay nga doon sa objective no, nitong bill, Mr. Speaker. Yung very extensive naman yung interpellation ni Representative Brosas as regards to, so syempre, kung paano yung pagpili, hindi lang pagpili ng bidder, kasi marami tayong mga naging problema in the past, Mr. Speaker, sa ating, hindi lang sa national, kahit na sa mga LGU, kahit na nga yan pababa doon sa hanggang sa local school board, sa mga schools, yung marami talaga tayo nagiging problema. Kaya maganda po talaga na meron din tayong amendment. Ako, okay naman ako doon sa mga amendments para ma-cure natin yung mga problema doon sa procurements and bidding process natin, Mr. Speaker. Hindi po na itatanong ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, maraki din po yung naging karanasan ko sa BAC. Meron po akong mga naging karanasan sa BAC, kaya talagang, talagang napakahalaga na yung guidelines, yung batas natin doon sa procurement and bidding awards, bidding ay mahalaga na maayos natin yung batas.
Opo.
Okay. Ang tanong ko na lang po, Mr. Speaker, no, yung paano ba natin ini-ensure ng batas na ito, yung, una, Mr. Speaker, yung qualification ng mga back members. So, hindi, meron pa pala akong observation, Mr. Speaker. Dahil dito, 1 to, how many ba to? Ilang pages ba to, Mr. Speaker? Itong batas natin, up to 47 pages.
47?
Oo. Ang isang observation ko, Mr. Speaker, alin po doon so meron lang po tayong ina-amend, di ba? O totally ba binabago natin lahat ng provision? Kasi the way you have presented po, Mr. Speaker, itong committee report, hindi ko dito ma-distinguish alin dyan yung amendments, alin dyan yung yung nandoon, yung i-retain natin. Kasi kung titignan natin, walang naka-bold na mga letters. So alin po dito, Mr. Speaker? So yun yung isang observation ko dito sa presentation ng committee report. Kung iisa-isahin ko po, Mr. Speaker, yung pinaka-summary, so marami yan, ilang mga bullet points yan. Kung iisa-isahin ko yan, baka mas mahaba pa sa isang oras po yung interpellation ko. So ano po ba, Mr. Speaker, yung mga provision dito na importanteng nabago natin to improve itong procurement law natin, Mr. Speaker? Can you enumerate, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, first of all, Mr. Speaker, yung blacklisting. We institutionalized blacklisting. We try to empower the procuring entity to impose that penalty para matuto rin yung mga erring contractors tsaka erring suppliers. Kasi perpetually, pag blacklisted ka, merong online portal ng GPPB, Government Procurement Policy Board, na nakalista doon yung mga blacklisted. At hindi ka na pwedeng mag-participate sa kahit sa anong bidding sa buong pamalaan.
So, ito po bang mga bidders, Mr. Speaker, sa lahat po na mga projects natin dito sa gobyerno, before you take bid, kailangan registered ka doon sa PhilJeps?
Opo.
Whether it is smaller school supplies yan, hanggang doon sa roads, etc. Kailangan nandoon sila.
Kailangan po, at pag may sinasabing meron kayong, wala po dito, pero nasa implementing rules, pag meron kang sinasabing platinum certificate of membership, ibig sabihin, perfect po yung inyong standing.
Okay.
Magaling
So,
po kayo.
paano po yung in-improve natin doon? doon sa membership sa PhilJeps, meron pa po ba tayong inad or doon lang sa IRR?
Ano ba tayong inad dito? Wala po, Miss.
Wala tayong binago? Wala po tayong binago doon?
Saan po? Sa qualification?
Doon po sa pagpaparegister sa PhilJeps, yung qualification ng mga bidder sa government. Wala.
Hindi pa, wala po.
Okay. So, bago po tayo tumanggap ng mga bidder, na-ensure natin na member or nag-register sila doon sa PhilJeps.
Yes.
At na-satisfy nila no, yung mga requirements as a bidder doon sa atin.
Opo.
Okay. So, yung blacklisting, Mr. Speaker, sinabi natin na meron kayong binago doon sa pag-institutionalize ng blacklisting.
Yes.
So,
Nasa section
paano-
106.
Yes. Section
106.
106. Okay, so Mr. Speaker, dito sa blacklisting ng ating mga inefficient na mga bidders, madali lang na mag-blacklist, ano, pero kung sila po ay magpalit lang ng pangalan or ibahin lang nila yung kanilang ano, di ba? So paano natin ma-ensure na hindi na talaga sila makakabalik? Kasi Mr. Speaker, may alam ako diyan. May alam tayo diyan sa Department of Education, kahit na na-blacklist na, meron sumali pa rin doon sa bidding. So kahit na tinuring na siya ng DepEd na blacklisted, pero sumali pa rin siya. So paano po natin siya matitiyak? Kung institutionalize itong blacklisting, so kailangan meron tayong pagtitiyak na hindi na talaga sila makakasali.
Meron po tayong section 54.
Kahit mag-iba sila ng pangalan.
Hindi, section 54 po. Yan po ay bagong provision. Suggested din po yan ng UN. It is the declaration of beneficial ownership na nakikita rin yan sa integrated portal. Sa SEC po yan. Notwithstanding the provisions of RA 10173, legal entities like corporations, partnerships, private sector organizations, foundations, and associations that participate in procurement projects shall safeguard the government from all acts that undermine a transparent, fair, and competitive procurement process. As such, the beneficial ownership information of the suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, contractors, or consultants shall be a requirement to participate in government procurement.
So, with this provision, new provision po ba to?
Bago po yan, nakalagay po
So,
dyan.
bagong provision ito. So, dapat may malaki tayong ano dyan. Dapat
Opo.
capitalize ito para mas...
Yung GPPB will maintain a registry of beneficial ownership information established for government procurement. Tsaka sabi ko nga po, doon sa integrated system, makakita mo na kagad doon yung
Yes.
beneficial ownership
Okay.
ng isang supplier contractor.
Kung may integrated monitoring system po tayo, makikita na natin na kahit na nag-iba siya ng pangalan, siya pa rin yun.
Siya pa rin yun.
Hindi
Opo.
naman niya mababago in a sa mas madaling panahon yung mga kinakailangan na qualification and requirements.
Opo, kaya nga po ang nag-suggest nitong section na to ay ang United Nations po.
Okay.
Opo.
So yun po yung sa blacklisting. Ano pa po? yung mga dinagdag ninyo dito sa procurement.
Okay, yung
mahalaga
ano po,
na
section
ma-ensure yung transparency.
video conferencing. In-institutionalize po natin na lahat po ng proseso ay mabivideo. At yung kopya ng video conference, sa video dapat babanggitin yung pangalan isa-isa, pati ng mga observer. Meron pong inimbitahang dalawang observer, pwede ko rin po i-discuss mamaya kasi pinalawig natin yung provision. Yung COA naman po is always invited, ang COA. Kaya lang minsan hindi sila uma-attend dahil siguro feeling nila baka kailangan din nilang i-audit pagdating ng panahon. So, yung observer po na dalawa ay nasa...
So, yung video po ba
video. Anong section yun?
Yung video conferencing po ba, Mr. Speaker, ay ginagamit natin from pre to post? From pre-breed hanggang sa post-qualification?
Hindi po. Yung section 35 po. yung post-qual po, hindi yan po yung pag-iimbestiga na ng bidding and awards committee. Hindi na po naman yung ginagawa sa loob ng isang kwarto. Kumbaga, yung pagpo-post-qual, yan nga pwede na sila lumabas, alamin nila talaga kung yung mga proyekto talaga nila na ginawa ay maayos o hindi. Yung post-qual kasi is to make sure that the contents of the technical folder are
Okay,
are
so yung
true.
sinasabi nating video
Is
report,
from pre-procurement.
so sa pre-procurement process po, dun sa,
Yes.
okay.
Hanggang dun sa sa bidding proper.
Okay, dun na sa may bidding proper. So lahat po, halimbawa, so nagkaroon po ng pre-bid, lahat po ng mga na-qualify dun sa first level, so yun po ang simula ng video conferencing na sinasabi ninyo.
Mula po siya sa
Kasi nakalagay dito,
pre-advertisement conference. Kasi po, dalawang klase ang conference na ginagawa sa procurement. Bago ka pa mag-advertise, pwedeng magkaroon ng pre-advertising conference bago pa maglabas ng invitation to bid. Kasi doon, parang pag pinapatawag nyo po sa pre-advertising conference, ay yung mga miyembro po ng departamento, yung mga members ng BAC, parang pag-uusapan nyo, ready na ba tayo? Yun po yung ginagawa sa pre-advertising conference. Yung pre-bid conference, iba naman po yan kasi para papunta ka na talaga sa bidding noon na pagbubukas ng mga bids. Iba naman po yung laman ng pre-bid conference. Lahat po yan under Section 35.
so lahat po yan ay
Yes.
nire-record.
And under Section 36 po, 3 copies of the video recording shall be made and shall be distributed, isa po sa BAC or HOPE, isa sa PhilJeps at isa sa COA.
Okay.
Bibigay po sa kanila.
So ito na po yung isang ninyong new provision.
Yes.
So yung video conferencing. Okay.
Pang-
So next, Mr. Speaker,
meron pa po?
meron pa, okay.
Yun pong section, ito po importante in relation dun sa tanong nyo tungkol sa qualification ng BAC.
Yes, oo.
Professionalization. Section?
So mahalaga po, Mr. Speaker, yung qualification ng BAC
Yes.
na kung halimbawa, dapat wala siyang any relation or any business doon sa mga supplies, mga products na ibibid. For example, kasi kadalasan, Mr. Speaker, nahuhuli natin yan na membro ng BAC, tapos makikita natin may relasyon siya doon sa mga bidders. So, paano natin matitiyak po yung credibility, yung wala pong subjectivity, yung mga membro ng BAC. So, may binago po ba tayo doon sa ganon?
Actually, yung Section 40 po, kung pwede nyo tingnan, all bidding documents shall be accompanied by a sworn affidavit stating that the bidder or any member of the board, officer, or substantial stockholder of their corporation is not related to the HOPE, members of the BAC, TWG, BAC Secretariat, Head of Procurement Management Office, or End User or Implementing Unit and Project Consultants by consanguinity or affinity up to the 3rd civil degree. Yun po yung pag sinasabi nyo na kasi sa second paragraph, failure to comply with this provision shall be a ground for automatic disqualification of the bid and shall automatically disqualify the bidder from participating in the procurement of contracts of the procuring entity, notwithstanding the act of such persons inhibiting themselves. Kahit mag-inhibit kayo, kung related, hindi po uubra yun.
Yes, yan po yung sa bidder na hindi dapat related. So, paano naman po malalaman natin doon sa mga miyembro ng BAC na matitiyak talaga natin na hindi rin sila related in any way sa kahit na sino? Kasi, di ba, kung miyembro ako ng BAC, may kakilala ako na supplier or bidder ng ganitong ibibid na mga products or supplies sa gobyerno. So, syempre, parang magkaka-interest ka kung meron kang contact na gano'n. So, paano natin matitiyak na walang gano'n among the BAC members po?
No, that is the bidder. Actually, wala pong provision dito. Tama po kayo. Ah,
Parang
wala
ako
pong,
na.
parang one way. Yung bidder, hindi sila pwedeng related doon sa member ng BAC, TWG at Secretariat. Pero yung sa BAC,
Yes.
I can say na
Parang may kulang po tayo. Kasi doon po nagkakaroon ng ng corruption na ikaw mismo may kakilala ka, tapos ikaw na yung magre-rekomenda o pumunta kayo dito, magbibid ang alimbawa, BFP ng mga fire trucks, ay kilala mo na yon, matagal na. So ikaw yung mag-i-invite. So paano ma-ensure na yung membro ng BAC ay walang personal interest? Halimbawa, doon sa bidding process or ano?
well, they are subject to RA 6713, yung Code of Ethics for Public Officials, kung saan parang tayo bilang mga kongresista, hindi tayo pwedeng magkaroon ng conflict of interest sa kahit anong hinahandle natin.
Yes, tama. Kung meron kang negosyo na ganito, hindi mo pasasalihin doon sa mga bidding.
Actually, meron
Diba?
po kasing dito na...
So wala dito, Mr. Chair
Meron
Mr.
meron pong section na 109 po. Offenses committed by a public officer or employee.
Okay, Article 17, or employee in its penalty.
Offenses committed by a public
ito po
employee.
ba ay may kinalaman doon sa mga miyembro ng BAC?
Opo.
Mr.
Yung section 109, pag sinabing offenses committed by a public officer or employee, this refers to either the members of the BAC or the TWG or the head of the procuring entity. Kasi meron dito entering into, influencing, facilitating, favoring, approving, or brokering a contract under this act where such officer is a member of the board or of the BAC.
New provision po ba ito, Mr. Speaker?
Bago po.
O nakalagay, bago itong provision?
Bago po.
Okay. So yun po yung hinahanap natin,
So I stand corrected. Wala po siya dun sa, nandun kasi siya sa penalties provision na. Wala dun siya sa composition. Wala siya sa first portion ng batas. Pero ipinasok namin siya dito sa penalties. Na medyo malawak po ito kasi number 3, using of force, coercion, undue influence, or pressure. Number 4, splitting of contracts. Number 5, delaying without just cause the screening for eligibility, the opening of bids, the evaluation and post-qualification of bids, and awarding of contracts. Yung number 2 po, at yung number 1, unauthorized accessing of the contents of any bid submitted. Yung number 1, and especially number 2 po, ng section 109, refers specifically to members of the BAC. Yung number 2 po. At
Yes.
they will suffer the penalty. Actually, mas mataas po kasi kung hindi sila public official, 6 years and 1 day to 6 years. Pero kung public official, 6 years and 1 day to 15 years po ang kulong.
Yes, okay. So yun po yung hinahanap natin, no, para ma-deter, no, yung mga potential na mangungurap doon sa gobyerno. At meron din sana dito, no, na isa pang provision later on na kung halimbawa ay nagkaroon na ng nanalong bidder, ano po ba yung provision natin halimbawa dito na later on ito mga member ng BAC kapag nagkaroon ulit ng mga bidding, kasi halimbawa yung mga supplies natin sa gobyerno, paulit-ulit naman yan no, na nagbibid. So, paulit-ulit din po ba yung mga miyembro ng BAC o TWG na yun din ang composition? O meron tayong provision dito na pwede natin silang bagu-baguhin, iba-ibahin yung mga miyembro ng BAC? Hindi lang laging sila year-end, year-out, sila na yung TWG, sila na yung di nakikilala na nila yung mga bidder, di ba? So, merong room doon for, for self-interest and corruption. So, paano po natin yun
Yeah, and naintindihan ko po kasi parang sa pulis din yan Parang sa amin yung sa Presinto 4 sa distrito ko. Parang rinorotate din sila Actually, nagpapalit doon ng hepe, minsan every 6 months pinapalitan o every year para masiguro na hindi sila masyadong komportable na doon sa mga tao.
Kasi ito, halimbawa lang dun sa BFP na inimbestigahan natin, ilang taon na sila pa rin yung mga miyembro ng BAC. So ilang taon na, so syempre meron na silang karelate na mga bidder. Ilang taon na, meron na rin silang nagiging komportable na sila doon sa mga bidder. So sila na rin. So meron ba tayong provision dito na meron talagang pagpapalit-palit ng miyembro ng BAC at saka ng any technical working group for that matter para maalis po yung familiarity, potential corruption, interest.
Sa Section 14 po, ang fixed term ng members ng BAC ay 1 year, reckoned from the date of designation, renewable at the discretion of the head of the procuring entity.
Oh, yun nga discretion yun ng procuring entity. Kung sa discretion nung hepe, halimbawa ng agency, so yun sila rin pa rin ang ina-assign. So wala ba itong paano po natin siya ma-deter? Paano natin siya mababago?
Ibibigyan po natin ng respeto kasi yung head of procuring entity bilang siya yung kunwari siya yung secretary ng isang departamento, pwede siya yung mayor sa isang syudad, siya yung governor sa isang probinsya. Binibigyan po natin ng presumption na they will do what is best for the department or the local government unit. Kumbaga, normal po yan na respeto sa kanila. Pero kaya nga hindi natin linagay na more than 1 year dahil tama na yung 1 taon lang. Para kung hindi maganda yung trabaho, may option yung head ng procuring entity na palitan sila. At in relation to that, kung pwede ko lang banggitin, Mr. Speaker, meron po kaming bagong provision, yung Section 91. Ito po bago. Professionalization of government procurement.
Okay.
So, hindi ko na po babasahin. Nababasa naman namin parehas ng distinguished colleague ko from ACT Teachers. So, basically, ang sinasabi dito, gagawa ng mga procurement position ng DBM ngayon na talagang mga eksperto sa procurement. Kasi kailangan. Dahil libo-libo ang procuring entities. Although yung BAC may minimum qualifications, kulang din sila minsan dun sa expertise, lalo na yung mga bagong trend sa ibang bansa. Dito, ang ini-envision ng GPPP dito, magde-develop sila ng number 1, competency framework, number 2, certification framework, number 3, ito po yung sinuggest ng MAPS, yung nag-assess sa atin with the World Bank, na wala daw tayong code of ethics. So, gusto rin ng GPPB gumawa ng Code of Ethics for Public Procurement Professionals. Tapos, Inclusive Capacity Development Program. And lastly, they would want to establish a professional licensing program as a requirement for the holding of a procurement position in government. So ito medyo, kumaga hindi pa ito agad-agad Pero maganda po na mailagay natin to sa batas para kung sakali, magkaroon talaga tayo ng mga professionals na eksperto sa procurement na pwedeng kunin natin sa...
I agree totally, Mr. Speaker. No? At ako din, okay din sa akin tong Section 91. Okay? Para talagang expert talaga yung mga nagiging miyembro ng BAC.
Yung iba pa pong dinagdag namin. Ano pa? Ito. Systems integration, nasabi na namin kanina yan. Yung ano po, the use of electronic payment, ano na po yan, lahat naman po ng batas ngayon dahil mula po nung e-governance, e-commerce act ba yan? E-commerce Act ng 2000.
Nagagamit naman na natin.
Kinikilala nun yung mga electronic signatures, digital signatures. So ngayon naglagay din kami ng mga provisions, general provisions na kailangan na natin ng digitalization. Pwede ka mag-submit ng bid, hindi na kailangan ng physically pwedeng online submission. Tapos, video recording, nasabi ko na rin. beneficial declaration. Pinaiksi po natin yung period ng procurement activity.
Okay, so yun po yung tanong ko. Yung shortening the period ng procurement activities from 90 days to 60 days, parang maganda naman yun. Pero meron bang dinidistinguish tayo whether ito ay kung supplies lang yan or kung yan ba ay road constructions or school construction, etc. So sa lahat po ba ng ng mga projects 60 days lang o baka meron namang dapat na kung supplies lang yan dapat mga 30 days lang yan or kung ito ay roads or infrastructure ganon o 70 days ganon wala po pang pagkakaiba o isa na lang talaga yan.
Maximum lang po yon yung 60 days. Kasi actually, nung nakaraan, 90 days eh. Tapos sa IRR, nagkaroon ng parang iba-ibang period para depende, kunwari infra, 26 days minimum hanggang sa 90 days. Further define nila sa IRR. Pero sabi namin dito, yung general rule, kasi nga ang isang balak natin is to mas mabilis yung procurement na natatagalan. Yung total opening of bids lang naman ito, hindi po kasama yung planning stage. Yung planning stage po kasi pwede abutin ng 1 taon yun eh. Yung mga market study, market
So hindi
scoping.
naman kasama yun sa
So opening of
sa
bids,
procurement
to,
and
opening
bidding
of
process.
bids to award.
Okay.
Talagang hindi pwede lumagpas ng 60 days.
So maximum of
Pwedeng mas
60
maiksi.
days. Pwedeng mas maiksi.
Depende po
Okay.
sa IRR.
So yan. So pwedeng mas maiksi, pero hindi pwede lalagpas sa 60 days.
Opo.
May penalty po ba pag lumagpas ng 60 days? Kasi nasa ano na yan, di ba? Nasa back officers na yan.
It's probably in the penal provisions, Mr. Speaker. Asang section? Anyway, habang hinahanap po ng team.
So, yun po,
Babalikan ko po
titignan
kung
din natin. Kasi kung parating ganon, di ba, lumalagpas ng 60 days, so hindi natin nasusunod yung spirit ng provision na ito, itong batas na ito. So, paano natin ma-ensure siya? Meron ba siyang...
Doon din po siya pumapasok sa Section 109. The delaying without just cause of the screening for eligibility, opening of bids, evaluation, and post-qualification and awarding of contracts.
Okay.
Doon na rin po siya papasok.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Sir Speaker. Ito na lang po, no, yung enumerates 13 kinds of negotiated procurement.
Okay.
Ilan po ba dati? Bago po ba ito? Bagong provision? Or ilan po ba yung dati na mga negotiated na procurement? So meron po bang mga exception to the rule? Kasi kung halimbawa may mga emergency situation or meron calamity or whatever na kailangan na mag-procure agad na hindi nagagamitin itong procurement or 9184. Pero syempre, para sa akin, dapat pa rin talagang mag-follow doon sa procurement process. Meron po bang exception dito?
Sige.
Kasi sinasabi niyo dito, may 13 kinds of negotiated procurement.
Yes. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, Congresswoman Castro, ito pong alternative modes po, it's from Section 68 up to 72. Bukod po sa negotiated, meron din pong limited source bidding, direct contracting, repeat order, small value procurement, at negotiated procurement. Dati po, ibang section yung competitive bidding. Kasi parang yun ang preferred. That is the default mode. Yun yung nasa 9184. Eto, nandun na po itong mga ito dati. Yung limited source, direct contracting, repeat order, small value, tsaka negotiated procurement at itong mga iba.
Ano po yung bago dito sa 13? Dati ba 13 na or nadagdagan nyo ng ilang? Kasi,
Dati po 5.
okay.
Pwede ko po explain isa-isa po itong kung mamarapati ng yung negotiated.
Ay, hindi na po. Yung sinasabi niyo yung 5, So 13 kasi ito, yung sa so ibig
Yung
sabihin
8.
meron kayong 8.
Galing po sa IRR. So ginagawa na po siya ngayon.
Okay, galing na yan sa IRR. Nilagay na lang natin dito sa batas.
Opo, pero kung pwede lang ako magbanggit ng kahit yung import,
Okay.
tingin kong kailangan banggitin.
Okay.
Small value procurement. Kasi yung competitive bidding po, bilang membro, matagal na may experience si Congressman Castro sa BAC, medyo mahaba po talaga yun. Yung negotiated procurement, itong mga repeat order, mas mabibilis po ito eh. And ngayon, nakalagay na sila sa isang section ngayon sa bagong batas. Kasi dati, parang inferior sila. Parang pag ginamit mo itong mga modes na to, parang sinasabi na medyo hindi masyadong maayos yan eh. Ngayon, parang on equal footing na sila. Pero siyempre, karamihan pa rin is competitive bidding. Ngayon po, yung pong, for example, yung repeat order, dati na po yan, kaya lang pinalawig namin ng konti ngayon na kung maayos naman yung pagsusupply ng isang goods, maayos naman siya, maaring pag kinapos ka, maaring kang mag-repeat order sa same supplier hanggang 25, nandito pa yung mga requirements, hanggang 25% lang nung kinuha mo, na hindi ka nadadaan uli sa bidding. Siya na. Pero may limit lang po yun. Tsaka within 6 months from notice to proceed. Okay. Yung small value procurement po, dati po, magkano yan? Magkano small value? 1 million. It is a mode of procurement whereby humihingi na lang ng price quotation ang mga procuring entities from non-common use supplies and common use supplies not available in the procurement service of the DBM. Kasi pag common use supply, doon ka talaga kukuha sa PS. Dati, 1 million lang to, ngayon 2 million na. So, pag 2 million and below, pwede ka nang hindi dumaan ng competitive bidding. Pwede ka nang mag-small value. Magsasend ka lang ng quotation sa mga reputable suppliers na ginamit na ng gobyerno nung nakaraan. At pwede ka nang pumili po doon. Yun po yung sa small value. Sa negotiated procurement, ito po, emergency cases, imminent danger to life or property, state of calamity declared by competent authority. Meron po yung letter E. Tingin ko po, importante ito na mabanggit ko. Yung agency to agency. Yan, yung government to government, kung tawagin. Pwede ka rin mag-purchase ng goods sa ibang agency. Pero subject po ito sa mga guidelines, katulad nung pag-uusapan din po kasi natin pagdating ng baka mamaya o bukas yung revised auditing code na sinasabi doon ng COA na hindi ka pwede mag-transfer from one agency to another unless may memorandum of agreement signed by received by both agencies at merong specific purpose. May mga requirements na ngayon bago ka mag-transfer ng agency to agency. Dito po pumapasok yung sinasabi ko na dati-rate, kung gagamit ka ng procuring agent, kunwari DPWH o kaya PITC, dati hindi lang bidding ang papel nila eh. Dati pwedeng maglipat ng pera yung ahensya na gumamit ng procuring agent. Tapos naiiwanan na yung pera doon. Yung nagiging problema. Ngayon, bawal na po. Yung procuring...
Bawal na parang parking.
Bawal. Bawal po. Bawal
na
in
yung
that sense.
parking kasi yung ginagawa dati. Kung agency to agency, Department of
Yes.
Education to PSDBM.
Iba po yun kasi
At saka yung
PITC. Yung PSDBM po, basta pagdating sa common use supplies and equipment, yung CSE, exempted po sila rito. Pwede ka talagang babayaran mo kasi sila, ibig sabihin. Kasi lumalabas parang supplier na lang sila eh. Babayaran mo sila. Pero yung sa iba gagamitin nyo lang sila as back.
Okay.
Hindi ka na, parang PITC din po, hindi ka na pwedeng magbigay ng pera sa kanila na kayo magbayad dun sa kailangan ikaw pa rin na mag-aasikaso ng pagbabayad.
Okay.
Bukod po doon, dito, meron po tayong...
So yung pong mga binabanggit ninyo na yung mga pamamaraan ng bidding and procurement, yun yung mga bago natin na mga
Yung galing po sa IRR.
Yung
din.
galing sa IRR.
Opo, yung pong community participation po, ginagawa na rin po ito ngayon. The procuring entity may directly purchase agricultural and fishery products from local farmers and fisher folk and directly negotiate simple infrastructure projects from local communities through communities or social group. Ito po ay extensive sa IRR, pero pinilit po ng inyong lingkod na mailagay dito itong second sentence, second paragraph. Dalawa pong classification ng mga social groups. Isa pong organized at isang unorganized. Yung pong unorganized, pwede po silang gumawa, bigyan ng kontrata sa goods hanggang 5 million and below, pwede sa kanila. Sa infrastructure, 5 million and below, pwede sa kanila. Labor component, 1 million and below, pwede sa kanila. Doon po sa mga unorganized, yung hindi sila nakaregister sa SEC, kasi marami rin tayong samahan, di ba po, sa barangay, pwede sila hanggang sa labor component, 1 million and below. Hindi sila pwedeng gumawa ng project na infrastructure, pero pwede silang bigyan ng labor component. Yun po medyo bago po natin idinagdag ito.
Okay, so ito yung bago, no?
Subject to guidelines po yan sa IRR na para, sabi ko, pag-igihan nila yung guidelines nitong letter K, kasi ito po yung, dito po pumapasok yung sustainable procurement and giving benefits or incentives to the marginalized sectors.
Okay.
At dagdag ko lang po, kasama na rin po doon yung magkakaroon na sila ng registry nitong sectors na to. Kasi dati wala pong registry ang GPPB ng mga ganitong sectors. So ngayon dapat magkaroon na sila ng registry, fisher folks, certified by the
Yes,
DA,
oo.
etc. etc.
Mukhang maganda naman yun, para doon sa makapag-generate ng trabaho doon sa ating mga community, lalong-lalo na yung mga semi-skilled na mga kababayan natin na nagde-develop ng mga, kumbaga, yung mga indigenous na mga products na nandoon sa lugar. Okay.
In fact,
So,
madagdag ko lang po, meron na dito sa batas na direct benefit sa mga sectors na yan, which is yung payment of bidding documents, na pinakamura po ay 5,000, maabot po yan hanggang 20 hanggang 50 mil. Exempted na po sila doon.
ayun, yung pa itatanong ko, no, yung mga binabayaran doon sa pagbibid. Kasi kung mga unorganized sila at maliliit naman silang na mga laborers, so siyempre, yung pagbibid ay dapat wala ng wala ng
Exempted po
expenses
sila
on
doon
their
sa
part.
fees.
Nasaan po nakalagay yun?
Ah,
Ilalagay na lang natin sa IRR?
Hindi, nandito po yun.
Nasaan yun nakalagay?
Section. Pero bago po tayo lumipat doon para matapos po tayo dito sa negotiated, meron po kaming nilagay dito, Congresswoman Franz.
Yung mga yung mga military equipments, yung mga
Andito po sa letter
petroleum
H.
products, etc.
So sige, bago po ako pumunta doon sa military, meron po tayo ditong Section 75. So direct acquisition. Ito po, 100,000 and below. Pwede na po nyo nang bilhin kagad bukas. Hindi na yung... Kasi ang humingi po nitong provision na to ay ang DOST. Talagang pinilit nila ito kasi minsan daw may mga bagong mga formula, bagong technology na kailangan nila kagad mag-procure. Dadaan pa daw sila sa small value procurement. Kahit mas maiksi siya sa competitive bidding, gusto na nila bumili agad. Ang ginawa namin, hindi lang to sa DOST. Pangkalahatan na to, kahit sino na po itong ahensya. Basta 100,000 and below, pwede na po direct acquisition. Siyempre may resibo po yun. Pwede na po yun sa direct acquisition.
Paano natin malalaman na hindi ito maabuso? Kasi baka ang gawin nila, hati-hatiin nila yung amount. Di po ba? So, hindi nadadaan ito sa bidding. Kasi nangyayari yan. Na-experience natin yan sa isang organization na inanuhan ko. Merong certain amount na ganito na hindi nadadaan sa bidding. Pero ang ginagawa nila, ay hinahati-hati nila yung amount. So, hindi nadadaan talaga sa bidding yun.
Dalawa po. Ang isa po ay nakalagay sa Section 75 that it is subject to compliance with identified legal, technical, and financial requirements. Ito po ay lalabas sa IRR po ng GPPB. Ikalawa, meron naman po tayo talagang provision dito mula po noong 1984 prohibiting splitting of contracts. Section 77 po yun na the procuring entity shall ensure that this does not result in splitting of government contracts, which
Bago po ba
involves
ito?
dividing
Na,
or...
bagong provision?
Bago po.
So yan, isa rin sa ano yan, nakikita nating source ng corruption.
Bago po. Tapos bago po tayo pumunta dun sa defense, yun pong sinasabi ko yung inclusive, anong section ng inclusive procurement? Ha? 85 po. Inclusive
Procurement program.
procurement. Ah, 85 hindi. 80... Saan yung malilibre sila sa ano? 87. The GPPB, after due consultation with the DA, BFAR, NCDA, DSWD, MSMESDC, and CDA, shall prescribe instances for outright exemption from bidding document fees and other forms of support. Ang sabi po ng GPPB, ang pwede na nila gawin agad-agad ngayon kasi sabi ko sa kanila, damihan po nila yan at i-identify nila sa IRR. Pero ang pwede nila gawin kagad ngayon ay yung outright exemption from bidding document fees at libreng training po para sa mga ito dahil minsan kulang sila sa kaalaman at sa kakayahan. So nangako na po ang GPPB that they will give free training to these sectors. Ngayon po, papunta po tayo dun sa letter H, yung tinatanong nyo. Under negotiated, pwede silang gumamit ng negotiated under certain conditions. Unang-una, dapat may defense cooperation agreement yung Pilipinas. Or otherwise maintains diplomatic relations when the procurement...
Sandali, bagong provision po ba ito?
IRR po.
Nasa IRR.
Opo.
Matagal nang nasa IRR.
Kailangan na...
Ngayon, halimbawa tayo, kasi alam ko parang meron tayong binibiling military equipment sa Israel. So meron po bang halimbawa na defense cooperation agreement sa kanila para makapag-procure tayo ng mga military equipments sa Israel? Malaki-laki din po yung binibili natin ng mga military equipments, ammunitions sa Israel. So do we have
ang nakalagay kasi dito is either defense cooperation agreement or maintains diplomatic relations.
Okay.
So doon po sila papasok. Pag involves major defense equipment, subject to certain conditions na nakalista po dyan.
Okay.
Nasabi ng secretary, kailangan siya, hindi available locally. Kasi ito po isang dinagdag din namin dito kasi gusto i-stress yung bigyan ng preference yung mga local products, pati domestic bidders kaysa sa foreign bidders. So kailangan hindi siya available locally at dapat included siya sa AFP modernization program. Pag di po siya kasama sa AFP modernization program, di po ubra.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So yun na lang po yung mga ilang mga inquiries ko about this this proposed measure on procurement. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Nagbago na pala yung speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Congresswoman Castro. Hindi ko po na yung kaibigan ko magandang lalaki nakaupo na speaker ngayon.
Thank you. It is already late, so Congresswoman Castro, thank you very much. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9648.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9663 as contained in Committee Report number 897. And may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
There is a motion. Here's none. No objection. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills again of 9663.
House Bill 9663, an act establishing the national framework for water resource management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission, defining their mandates, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the chairman of the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Honorable Jonathan Keith Flores of the 2nd District of Bukidnon.
The Honorable Keith Flores of the 2nd District of Bukidnon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are now ready for interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for her interpellation.
The Gabriela Party List, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will our good sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker, na alam kong alam na alam niya, Mr. Speaker.
I would gladly answer the questions of our distinguished colleague from the Gabriela Party List, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the declaration of policy starts with recognizing the basic human right to water and ensuring the provision of safe, adequate, affordable, and sustainable water supply and improved sanitation services. Sa kabila nito, bakit pinananatili pa rin, pinagtibay pa nga sa panukalang ito, ang privatisasyon ng tubig? Bakit natin hahayaan na patuloy na pasukin ito ng pribadong interes ng negosyo at pagkakitaan, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it is an implied admission, Mr. Speaker, that the government cannot on its own provide safe and adequate access to water to all our people. That is why in one of the provisions, Mr. Speaker, it encourages also the participation of the private sector, just so we can meet the targets of having our people giving our people access to water by the year 2030.
Yun lang, Mr. Speaker, no? The inclusion of private sector participation in the declaration of policy dilutes the very essence of water as a human right. That is, water should not be treated as a commodity but a common good. So, Mr. Speaker, how come itong panukala natin, maraming private interests ang nakapasok?
Again, Mr. Speaker, we understand the concern of our distinguished colleague from the Gabriela Party List, but again, as I said, it is an implied admission on the part of government that on its own, it cannot satisfactorily meet the needs of our people for access to safe and potable water.
Next question, Mr. Speaker. In Chapter 2, the bill proposes the creation and establishment of the Department of Water Resources. One of its guiding principles allows the Department of Water Resources to enter private concession agreements, joint venture agreements, bulk water supply agreements, management and service agreements, and other contracts for water supply provision, water sanitation, and treatment services, and the development, operation, and maintenance of water supply and septage management systems. It also opens up water supply and water security programs and projects to private sector investments. Sa ngayon, magkano po ba ang nilalaang pondo ng pamahalaan para sa mga programa at proyekto para tiyakin ang patubig at seguridad ng tubig?
Is a distinguished colleague asking for the amount that we have set aside for water?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yung ating budget, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we are spending roughly 7 billion pesos for water per year, Mr. Speaker.
7 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker. Yan ba yung nakalaan para sa budget ng pamahalaan sa kasalukuyan?
Yes, that is for the capital outlay, Mr. Speaker.
capital outlay lang, Mr. Speaker. Magkano yung total budget niya for water? Meron ba o wala, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to lump it up because it is scattered in several departments of different departments of the government. That is precisely why we are espousing the creation of one single department so that we can have an apex organization that will govern the issues on water, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, hindi ba gagamitin ang batas na ito para lalo pang paliitin ang budget para sa tubig at lubusang ipaubaya na sa mga pribadong negosyo ang patubig, Mr. Speaker? Kasi baka nga kahit magkakaiba-iba or nakakalat siya sa iba't ibang mga agencies, baka lumiit lalo yung budget kung ganito na ilalamp natin siya ayon sa panukalang batas sa isang Department for Water Resource Management. Department of Water Resource.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I think having one department will give us, will give greater attention to the need and siguro the probable answers to the problems of water. Kasi isang ahensya lang tutukan natin. Minsan kasi nakatago lang sa other departments in the different agencies in that department yung budget nila. Kaya hindi natin appreciate yung totality po of the services that will be rendered.
And Mr. Speaker, kapag ka ganito, kung sinasabi natin parang ilalagay nga siya sa isang Department of Water, tapos pero merong concession para sa mga pribadong negosyo para sa patubig. Hindi ba, Mr. Speaker, hindi dapat ganito yung prinsipyo na gumagabay sa atin? Kasi yung Department of Water, dapat obligasyon nito na tiyakin ang karapatan sa tubig ng lahat, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, tama
You
po,
agree with that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Tama po, Mr. Speaker. No? It's the government's obligation. That is precisely why we are creating this agency. Kaso lang, we are also admitting the shortcomings in advance. No? Kasi alam na natin na hindi may sagot ng isang ahensya ang lahat ng problema ng water since it has been existing for so long. And it is precisely why we are taking these steps to create this agency para may isang ahensya lang na who will focus on the problem of water. Now, when it comes to the participation of the private sector, it is just encouraging the participation of the public sector. It's not taking away the principal obligation of providing water from the government. It is still the sole responsibility or the primary responsibility of the Department of Water to provide safe and potable water to our people as the department is designed to provide. Only that, to ensure na hindi rin ganun katagal ang pag-answer sa problemang ito, we are also encouraging the participation of the private sector.
Yun, Mr. Speaker, yun nga yung punto ko, Mr. Speaker, as reference sa page 6, lines 33 to 39 ng panukalang batas, nilagay niyo po doon, the state recognizes the role of the private sector and mobilization of private resources in the development of waterworks systems through concession agreements, joint venture agreements, bulk water supply agreements, management service agreements, other contracts for water supply provision, water sanitation, treatment services, development, operation, maintenance of water supply and septage management systems. Halos lahat, Mr. Speaker, ng aspeto. The state shall encourage the private sector to provide the needed investments for programs and projects to ensure adequate water supply and promote water security. So, Mr. Speaker, parang inaabandona ng Estado yung kanyang obligasyon para sa free water talaga for the people at inilalagay niya na ito sa hands ng mga pribado para nang sa ganon, mas lalong tumaas yung presyo o yung access, hindi maka-access ang mga walang pera sa ating bayan. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
Hindi naman po, Mr. Speaker. In fact, sa guiding principles under Section 6, that is just one of the guiding principles. There are letters A to I, no? So sa karamihan naman ng guiding principles na to, isa lang yung principle that mentions of the private sector. The rest naman po is the responsibility of the government in providing water to our people po.
Yun, yes, Mr. Speaker, pero kasi lahat nga nakalagay na dito, lahat ng klase ng agreements, concessions, etc., Mr. Speaker. Sa ibang bansa, hindi naman ganun, Mr. Speaker. In fact, libre nga sa ibang bansa yung tubig. Kaya nakakapagtaka na itong mga facilities, parang hindi natin, over the years, hindi natin kinaya na ang mismong state ang siyang talagang magbigay ng free water for our people. Ngayon, napakamahal, binibili natin, etc. No? Samantala sa ibang mga bansa, ito talaga ay libre at karapatan ng mamamayan. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Tama po yung observation ng kasama natin sa Gabriela, Mr. Speaker, no, na siguro the government has, for the past years, not given enough attention to the problem of water. That's why right now, naghahabol tayo, we're catching up, no, with trying to address the need to give our people access to this water. Kaya lang, again, it is also a part of recognizing the problem na hindi kaya ng gobyerno lang. That is why one of the guiding principles is to open it up to these kinds of agreements as mentioned po by our colleague from the Gabriela Party List.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bakit kaya hindi kaya? Hindi kaya may mga ibang mga reasons like corruption and everything. Baka nga may problema talaga tayo kung saan natin nilalagay yung ating mga pondo para makapag-invest or makadevelop talaga nung para sa atin, Mr. Speaker, because other countries do that, no? Mr. Speaker, hindi nila ipinapataw sa kanilang mamamayan yung usapin ng tubig, di ba? Kasi dapat freely talaga, lalo na kung maraming sources naman ng tubig, mas mayaman ang mga bansa kung mas maraming sources ng tubig, Mr. Speaker. Ginoong sponsor, tayo po talaga ay napakaraming tubig sa ating bansa dahil nga archipelagic ang ating bansa, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. But anyway, I won't belabor the point, Mr. Speaker. I will go on to my next question. Ito po ay yung maski na, pumasok na tayo sa mga private investments, etc., at kung ano-ano pa, nagtaasan pa rin yung singil sa tubig. Tapos, nananatiling malaki yung kakulangan sa supply, Mr. Speaker. Ginoong sponsor. Sa isang pag-aaral ng Water for the People Network, Asia, hinggil sa privatization ng tubig, ang water rates ay lumobo ng 357.6% sa Maynilad at tumaas naman ng 414.4% sa Manila Water sa loob lamang ng isang dekada. Simula nang tayo. Mula August 1997 hanggang January 2007. Ngayon, kung sa Metro Manila, nagtaas ng singil ang Manila Water Company mula 39.26 per cubic meter noong first quarter ng 2020 tungo sa 45.93 ngayong January 2023. Sa Maynilad Water Systems Incorporated naman mula 48.53 pesos tungo sa 48.83 sa parehong panahon. Inaprobahan ang pagtaas ng singili ng dalawang concessionaire ng MWSS Board ng staggered basis sa loob ng 5 taon. This just shows how privatization leads to rate increases. Ito po maliwanag. No? Ganito po kasi ang nangyayari kapag interes ng negosyo at kita ang nauuna. Bakit hindi naman natin subukan na ibasura yung patakaran ng privatization, palakasin ang pampublikong sistema ng tubig sa ating bansa, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I cannot deny the fact that there was some rate increases imposed by the private participation siguro of water concessionaires. But we also cannot deny the fact that there has been a better and improved delivery of these services. No? Before kasi ang problema natin was that mura nga, but hindi naman dumarating yung water. So siguro with the increased coverage of the delivery of these water services and the regularity of the water services, there might be some increases in the rates. But again, it is still the primary responsibility of this government agency to provide water to our people. Kaya nga, while we recognize the participation of the private sector, it does not take away the responsibility from the state to provide safe and adequate water for our people.
Mr. Speaker, kung ganito nga yung resulta no, ng mga pangyayari ng privatization ng mga nakaraan over the years, eh, ano naman yung guarantee no, ng panukalang batas kung ilalagay mo nga siya sa ganito, magpapatuloy ka pa rin naman ng privatization and everything, tapos tataas pa rin yung presyo ng tubig. Ano yung guarantee na bababa yung presyo ng tubig, magiging malinis, magiging accessible para sa lahat, etc. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, sa pamamagitan lamang ng pagbubuo ng isang departamento, samantalang ganun pa rin ang nasa loob nito na privatization pa rin ang tungihin, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Now, with having just one agency kasi na nakatutok sa water, tayo dito mismo as members of Congress can ensure that this department can get adequate funding para sila na mismo ang mag-provide ng water. Kung ano man yung kulang, tsaka pa lang sila mag-enter into contracts with the private entities. At the same time, the WRC will also regulate the prices to ensure that it won't be unreasonable. That is one of the functions of our WRC. Po, Madam Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paano po yung sinasabi ninyong WRC will regulate the prices? So, ibig sabihin, meron tayong tinitingnan na pagbaba ng presyo ng tubig. Parang ganon, Mr. Speaker. Ganon
Not pagbaba, but at least the prices will be reasonable, taking into consideration the reasonable rate of return, and of course, the missionary services that they have to give to our underserved and sectors of our society.
Categorically speaking, Mr. Speaker, bababa, tataas? Pwede,
Which one?
Hindi. Yung presyo ng tubig, Mr. Speaker, sa pamamagitan ng pagbubuo ng Department of Water.
Depende po how we support it here in Congress. If we give them enough money to do their work without involving the private sector, then most likely it will be lower than the rates of the private sector.
So, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, sisisihin kita kapag tumasa yung tubig pagkatapos natin itong maipasa. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Pag haharangin mo yung budget ng Department of Water, siguro baka tataas yung presyo po.
Mananagot ka, Mr. Speaker, kapag ganito yung... Mr. Speaker, hindi, joke lang, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
I understand po. But if we work together and give this department a chance, no, by giving it enough support and of course sufficient budget to act on the needs of our people, then maybe we can see that it will actually answer the needs of our people.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kasi ang lagi talaga natin na encounter sa baba, yung taas presyo ng tubig. Kahit sino pong ang tanungin natin, ang lagi nilang sinasabi, mataas ang presyo ng tubig sa atin. Malaki ang binabayaran natin sa mga basic utilities natin, particularly ang tubig. So, Mr. Speaker, kaya ko lang naman yun natatanong. But on another point pa, Mr. Speaker, sa usapin ng epekto sa kalikasan, nababahala rin po tayo hinggil sa kawalan at kakulangan ng pagsunod sa Clean Water Act ng mga kumpanya sa tubig. Dito lamang 2019 ay pinatawa ng 1.8 million fine ang Maynilad at Manila Water dahil sa non-compliance sa Clean Water Act at sa underinvesting sa sanitation services. Dahil ito sa 2 dekada nang nangongolekta ang mga ito ng environmental charge, ngunit ayon sa Supreme Court case, tanging 14% lamang ang na-cover ng sewerage services sa total service area ng mga kumpanya na ito. Mr. Speaker, may naging investigasyon at may nanagot ba sa parte naman ng gobyerno para sa kapabayaan ng mga kumpanyang ito o talagang hinahayaan lang natin ito o hinahayaan lang ng gobyerno sa kanilang mga abuso itong mga kumpanyang ito, Mr. Speaker?
I think the creation of this department will actually help in solving that problem po. Kasi now, we will be having just one agency. Before kasi it spread out to almost 22 departments, 22 different agencies of the government. Ngayon, kung may Department of Water na tayo, at least isang agency na lang, ang siguro we can investigate or we can question if and when the issues that you have just raised still occur after the creation of this department. Kaya nga, we are pushing for this creation nga of this department, Mr. Speaker, is para may isang apex body who will oversee all our water-related issues.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Sa local level naman, sa mga local water districts, Mr. Speaker, ilan po ba sa mga ito ang may joint venture agreements or JVA sa pagitan ng gobyerno at mga pribadong negosyo? Joint venture agreements, Mr. Speaker.
NEDA says that they only have an estimate of about 100 water districts po. Estimate lang po.
Ano po ang pinakamalaki na private water firm ngayong November 2023?
It's the Bacolod City Water District po. Ang pinakamalaki.
Mr. Speaker?
Your question was kung ano yung biggest entity that has a joint venture, a water district, na? And
water
according to
firm.
LUA, it is the Bacolod City Water District pa.
Bacolod City?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And
there are 104 water districts that have joint ventures with private
so
entities.
Bacolod City ang merong pinakamalaking JVA. Ano ang pinasok na JVA nitong Bacolod, Mr. Speaker?
I think it's Prime Water, Mr. Speaker.
Ano?
Prime Water.
Prime Water. So Prime Water, Mr. Speaker. Nagkaroon ba na ba ng assessment hinggil sa water service delivery sa bansa, Mr. Speaker?
For the entire nation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Kasi I'm sure, kahit naman dito, yung may mga questions din kaugnay dito sa Prime Water sa Bacolod, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, wala pa po. Wala pang nangyaring water.
O bakit tayo, Mr. Speaker, nagkakaroon ng panukala ng Department of Water, wala pala tayong assessment dito sa mga service delivery ng mga ano?
That is precisely why we are trying to push for this, because wala ngang isang single agency that can oversee all of this. No? So if you look at the different departments po sa water, no? Like LUA is different. You have the NWRB is different. You have NIA, which is under the DA, no? And some which are with the DPWH and the DILG. Kaya nga walang single entity na who can oversee everything na water-related. And that is precisely why we are pushing for the creation of this department.
I think, Mr. Speaker, it would be better to have a study first ng mga assessment ng water service delivery dito sa ating bansa. No, particularly yung mga pinasok na mga joint venture agreements na ito, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Maganda ring makita kung paano talaga ito, Mr. Speaker. Next, Mr. Speaker, pag-usapan naman po natin yung access sa tubig sa irigasyon. Sa mga magsasaka, sa kabilang ng Free Irrigation Law, simula 2018, tumaas pa ng 60% ang average irrigation fees mula 253.90 pesos kada hektarya noong 2002 to 2011, tungo sa 406.40. Halos, 50%, from 2012 to 2021. So, 253.90 mula 2002 hanggang 2011. Tapos naging 406.40 pesos mula 2012 hanggang 2021. So, malinaw po na mas malaki pa ang ginagastos ng mga magsasaka ngayon kesa noon dahil sa pribadong management at control ng sistemang patubig. Kasi hindi naman totoo na libreng patubig, di ba, para sa mga magsasaka. So, Mr. Speaker, mas lalo pang gumastos because of private entities na pumasok, Mr. Speaker.
The question, Mr. Speaker, is What?
Irrigation, Mr.
Irrigation.
Speaker.
Well,
Kasi papasukin to ng Department of Water, di ba? So, all aspects kasi, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. So, definitely, this is in relation doon sa mga magsasaka, Mr. Speaker naman.
NIA, Mr. Speaker, will be one of the attached agencies to the department. No? So, siguro the advantage of having this is all water-related projects, including the irrigation problems po, will now be taken together no, with, example, flood control ng DPWH or other entities po, na instead of just focusing on controlling water, this time, we can now, holistic yung approach na natin, no? Like, while controlling water, what can we use, what else can we do with the water that is controlled? Add it to our irrigation system. So, mas madagdagan po yung areas na covered by the irrigation. So, I guess, it will be different na po yung pag-approach natin sa problema ng irrigation once NIA will also become an attached agency of this department po.
Again, Mr. Speaker, ang tanong ko dyan, bababa ba ang presyo ng mga ibabayad ng mga magsasaka sa patubig kapag Department of Water na ang, di ba, Mr. Speaker? Can you guarantee me that?
Hindi ko masagot yung pricing, no? But I know that we can increase the allocation for irrigation once NIA becomes part of the department. And hopefully...
Mr. Speaker, nawawala yung presiding officer natin.
Oh.
Session suspended. Bakit siya? Ba't siya tumawag? Ano nangyari? Tumawag. Ha? Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yun lang. Garantiya, Mr. Speaker, na hindi tataas muli yung kanilang babayaran ng ating mga magsasaka. Nakakaawa naman po, nilipatan natin yung NIA, hindi pa rin bababa yung kanilang babayaran. No? At mas lalo silang masasadlak dun sa kawalan ng irigasyon sa kanilang lupa, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot guarantee that it will reduce the prices of water. But what I can guarantee is that we can only have one responsible agency to blame in case it does not go down.
Akala ko, Mr. Speaker, sasabihin mo na, I can guarantee free irrigation. Katulad ng sinabi sa atin at ipinangako
May
sa atin.
mapapagalitan tayong ahensya po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On my next question, Mr. Speaker. Last. Pagdating naman sa karanasan ng mga pagtatayo ng mega dams o mga large dams, halimbawa na ang Kaliwa Dam at Chico Pump Irrigation Project na mga foreign-funded projects na naging malaking usapin at tinutulan ng mamamayan dahil sa kawalan ng community consent at environmental clearance, sinuong pa nito ang bansa sa mga tagibang na mga kondisyon na pabor sa mga malalaking dayuhang negosyo at gobyerno kung mananatili ang mga patakarang privatization, deregulation, gayon din ang liberalization sa tubig, hindi ba mas titindi ang kawalan ng access ng mga maralita dito, yung mga mahihirap sa ating bansa? Dagdag pa ang tuluyang pagkasira ng ating kalikasan. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
No, Mr. Speaker, no, because in any project that will be undertaken by the department, part of Section 8 po na sinabi na powers and functions of the department, particularly letter T, states that to ensure continued stakeholder engagement to the creation of multi-sectoral stakeholder council with representatives from all water stakeholder sectors, including the vulnerable and indigenous communities. So sisiguraduhin po ng department that it can properly address the issues that may arise in any water-related project by continuing the dialogue with the stakeholders po, as mentioned in Section 8 of this bill.
Dalawa lang po ang minimension ko, Mr. Speaker. Issues. Access to water ng mga maralita at mahihirap sa ating bansa. Pangalawa, dagdag. Pagtugon sa pagkasira ng ating kalikasan. Yun naman, dalawang points lang po yun. Yun ang dapat matiyak.
That is why we're engaging all the stakeholders concerned po, para po ma-address itong issues ito, lalo na sa environment. Now, as far as our underprivileged sector is concerned also, Section 7, letter J, also provides that we should prioritize and provide technical and financial assistance to 4th, 5th, and 6th class municipalities in the Philippines in the development of water resources and waterworks systems and provisions of water and sanitation services, because these are most likely the municipalities or areas that cannot afford a decent working water district, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa halip na dagdag burokrasya sa paggawa ng isa na namang departamento, dagdag hakbang sa pagtugon sa mga ugat ng suliranin ng tubig ang dapat nating pagtuunan ng pansin. Ang privatisasyon at walang habas na pagkamal ng kita dahil itinuturing na negosyong pagkakakitaan imbes na serbisyo at karapatan. Dapat pong managot ang mga pribadong kumpanya na may erroneous na joint venture agreement sa mga local water districts, tiyakin ang mga direct pipe water para sa lahat ng urban at rural households, kamtin ang 100% na irigasyon sa mga agricultural lands, huwag hayaan ng mga mapanirang proyekto sa kalikasan. Ang epektibong watershed management ay isa sa mga pangmatagalang solusyon na dapat nating suportahan. Marami sa mga ito ay nangangailangan na ng agarang rehabilitasyon. Ilan po lamang ito sa mga kagyat na hakbang na pwedeng gawin. Muli, ang tubig ay para sa lahat. Water is not for sale, and water is a right. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Sponsor.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9663.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8841 as contained in Committee Report number 714, and may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said bill.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is hereby asked to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 8841, an act establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport in the province of Bulacan, creating for the purpose of the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move to recognize the Honorable Joey Salceda of the 2nd District of Albay.
The Honorable Gentleman from the 2nd District of Albay, the Chairperson, Representative Joey Sarte Salceda, is hereby recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to
The
interpolate the sponsor.
Congresswoman from the Gabriela Party List is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, will the sponsor yield to some questions, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much for staying.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that last year, President Marcos Jr. vetoed the bill creating the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority for several reasons. May we know how this new bill has cured the deficiencies cited by the President, Mr. Speaker?
Well, number one, the veto concerned consistency with the CREATE law incentives. Under this bill, it is now the incentives are now consistent with the CREATE law. The second concern is consistency with the existing audit law. There was, in the previous bill, there was no provision for COA. Now, BACSESFA is fully subject to COA. Number three, procedures for expropriation of lands awarded to agrarian reform beneficiary. There was no specific provisions. Now, under this bill, there will be no more powers of eminent domain. Number four, master plan for specific mates and bounds. In the previous bill, it was not previously enumerated. In the current bill, all the barangays and therefore their mates and bounds are being cited. Number six, the Economic Zone Authority should not be granted rulemaking powers relative to environmental protection. Under the vetoed bill, now there's no more rule-making authority. The economic zone should not be granted blanket powers to handle technical airport operation. All references and relevant powers have been deleted. And lastly, the proposed economic zone is located closely in proximity to the Clark Economic Zone. Now, we have a letter from the RDC chairman of Region 3 citing and recommending the approval of this bill and endorsing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone Authority. So all concerns have been addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are all concerns. We start with the CREATE law, Mr. Speaker. In terms of incentives, may hiwalay pa bang incentive package para sa BACSESFA sa ilalim ng bill na ito o batay mismo sa CREATE law ang ibibigay na fiscal at non-fiscal incentives sa BACSESFA?
Wala.
Mr. Speaker.
Parehas lang.
So wala ito. Mr. Speaker, for the public's guidance, parehong Special Economic Zone at Freeport Authority ang itatayo sa ilalim ng panukalang ito. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
So may Special Economic Zone and Freeport Authority.
Katulad ng AFAB po.
Okay. Ano ang paliwanag sa hybrid na katangian ng Bulacan Ecozone at Freeport, Mr. Speaker?
Kasi sila po ay may, katulad ng SBMA, may port of entry po siya. So katulad din po ng, so ito po, yung airport ay isang port of entry. So yun ang kinaibahan. Yung mga iba pong ecozone, wala pong port of entry.
So it's the same as SBMA?
Yes, correct. Yun po model, tsaka Clark.
Clark. Mr. Speaker, one of our main concerns in Section 3 of the bill, according to the section, the Bulacan Ecozone shall cover A, Airport Project and Airport City Project. B, remaining land territories of Malolos, Maykawayan, and of the municipalities of Bulacan, Paumbong, Giginto, Balagtas, Bukawe, Marilao, Obando, and Santa Maria. All other, and C, all other expansion areas or municipalities within the province of Bulacan and surrounding areas which may be declared as part of the Bulacan Ecozone in compliance with Section 7E of this Act, including municipal waters within Bulacan Ecozones, provided that the expansion thereof shall be considered effective once concurred in by the affected LGU through a local ordinance or through a presidential proclamation based on the decision of the concerned LGUs. Now, Mr. Speaker, hindi ba't sobrang open-ended ng coverage ng economic zone sa formulation na ito, Mr. Speaker?
Actually, hindi po siya bago eh. Katulad lang po siya ng AFAB, kung saan po yung halos
AFAB?
buong probinsya, AFAB.
That's Bataan, Mr. Speaker.
Correct. Kung saan halos yung buong probinsya kinover po.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 3B regarding remaining land territories of various cities and municipalities in Bulacan, bakit tila gustong ibuslo, no? Yung lahat ng natitirang lupain sa Bacsesfa. Parang, yun yung ano namin, isn't this a blanket trigger for massive land grabbing and displacement sa Bulacan, Mr. Speaker?
Hindi naman po niya bibilin yun. Kasi alimbawa, katulad ng PESA, nakita niyo ba dito sa EDSA? Ang dami-daming building, PESA. Pero hindi naman ho yung pag-aari ng PESA. Pero yung building po, dineclare as an economic zone. So ganun lang po.
Pero yung Bulacan parang mega eco-zone ang mangyayari. Kasi parang
Nangyari lang po,
lahat
parang may spatial jurisdiction.
spatial.
Hindi ho naiiba na to ang bawa sa SBMA, AFAB, at saka po ng CDC o Clark Development.
Kasi bobong area siya talaga
Tama po.
consider. Now, given the situation in Section 3, how huge is the initial land area to be covered by the Bulacan Ecozone? Ganun din ba yung mga iba? Halimbawa, sa AFAB, yung buong area, ang cover niya, ganun din kalaki. Sa Bulacan kasi parang ang dami niya, Mr. Speaker, halos lahat ng land territories.
Yung total, kung yung airport project lang po ay 2,565. Kung lahat ng cities doon sa loob ay magpagtatayuan natin ng factory, 55,505 hectares po. Yung total land area, yung mga na-mention po o na-lista doon. Pero alam naman po natin na yung pag-ano niyan, kung sakali, halimbawa, may taga Santa Maria, may naimbitahan po siya na foreign or domestic investor na doon magtayo at yung napili niyang negosyo ay entitled to incentives. So pupunta siya kay Bacsesfa, bigyan mo naman ako ng incentive under CREATE. So hindi naman ibig sabihin kay Bacsesfa na po. Kasi ang kinikreate po natin dito is a government agency that will essentially regulate as well as promote investments inside these particular areas.
So, isisentro sa Bacsesfa yun, Mr. Speaker.
Ano po?
Halimbawa, yung locator, gusto niyang dito, Santa Maria, Malolos, etc., ganyan, identify.
Opo, tama po
So,
yun.
doon siya pupunta sa Bacsesfa for the regulation, tapos mapayagan na siyang makapasok doon sa ganon, Mr. Speaker.
May mga requirements po, siyempre. At saka may mga commitment siya. Ilan ho ba ipapasok ng pera? May teknolohiya ba siyang ipapasok? Meron ba siyang DNR permit? Meron po siyang Bureau of Fire. So marami pong mga dadaanan pa rin po ng mga na hindi naman po naiiba as if na ang kinaibahan lang po, siya po ay may incentive, yung iba po walang incentive. At siya ay nasa Bulacan, wala ko siya sa Albay, at siya po ay kailangan may commitment. Yun lang po talaga. So nasa loob siya ng Bulacan, nito as specified, qualified po siya for incentive at nasa Bulacan siya.
Pero Mr. Speaker, meron din siyang madi-displace na mga communities, Mr. Speaker. Of course, kasi yun yung mga tatayuan ng mga lugar. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Sa pananaw ko po, ito pong area to is the least developed in Central Luzon. Umangat ka lang ng konti, palapit po ng Clark. Ang built-up area po ng buong Clark area is 71%. Mababa ka lang ng konti sa Navotas, ang built-up area is 72%. Dito po sa Bacsespa area, it is only 32%. So, ibig sabihin, there's enough space na bakante because it's definitely an underdeveloped. In fact, siya po yung masasabi nating ang kakulangan para may continuum po ng development starting from Clark, tapos lalaktaw ka ng Bacsespa ng Bulacan, diretso ka na po ng Metro Manila. So, para dire-diretso po, para po may radiation ng economic stimulus, napaka-importante po para sa atin na magkaroon nitong special economic zone na to, lalong-lalo na doon ilalagay ang pinakamodernong airport sa buong Asia at ang pinakamalaking investment sa Pilipinas na ang 742 billion na Bulacan Aero City.
Mr. Speaker, itong Bulacan sa area kanina na sinabi niyong 55,505 hectares.
Correct.
Ito yung parang total, ano?
Total po yan.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, dito sa Bulacan, ano ba yung kanilang ikinabubuhay dyan, Mr. Speaker? Most of our people doon sa Bulacan, hindi ba sila planting or agricultural ang kanilang, Mr. Speaker? Trabaho. What will happen to the rice lands, Mr. Speaker? What will happen to the peasant communities na meron tayo dyan? And what will happen doon sa mga, alam ko may fishing communities din dyan, Mr. Speaker?
No. I just need the data. Give me the data. Ito ba ang kinakabuhay? Agriculture and fisheries are only 10% of the employment. Because of its nearness in Manila, Bulacan is actually like New Jersey. They live there but work in Manila.
So Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons then kung bakit ganon, kapag na-develop yon, the workers will be productive doon sa lugar nila. Yun ang iniisip ninyo.
It's actually the most modern concept of development, which is called transport-oriented development, wherein po the workers work well within their own residences. So ibig sabihin, we bring the factories closer to their houses para po ma-minimize po yung transportation. In fact, they can have life-work balance. So yun naman po talaga the most modern concept of what development is all about.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, nagkakaiba po tayo ng pagtingin na sana yung mga subsistent ngayon ng mga peasant farmers, etc., yun ang ating ma-develop, yung kanilang kakayanan, etc. Kahit pa sabihin ninyo na 10% lang, actually, gusto ko nga po sanang makakuha ng data kung ilan talaga yung rice lands dyan at ilan talaga yung mga magsasaka na nariyan para nang sa ganun, appraise talaga tayo ng ano yung development na nababagay sa kanila, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Tama po kayo dyan. May isa po akong halimbawa na may bibigay po sa inyo, halimbawa, na kahit na nga po kung iisipin hindi dapat nila, although kasama po sa kanilang nasasakupan, yung mga households po, the number of boat owners na nakatabi po doon dito po sa area na to, sila po ay kinompensate. Kasi mawawala na nga sila dahil i-develop na po natin yun. Pati po yung crew na 6,738 talagang pinasiguro ko po dahil ito halos ilang taon na po talaga na pag-uusapan. So maingat po na pinasiguro natin na yung mga concerns, lalong-lalo na yung social concerns ng mga vulnerable o yung mga displaced ay talagang na-anticipate po na magkaroon po sila ng magandang adjustment. At kung sakasakali po, syempre, kung malapit ka doon at sigurado po ako na magkakaroon, kasi sa loob po nitong Bacsesfa, dahil ito ay nasa loob ng Bulacan, at may campus po doon, ang Bulacan State University. So, mainam po na yung adjustment through skills upscaling para babagay sa mga nandun, yung mga trabaho na kakailanganin ng mga industriya dito, sigurado po ako na hindi ko sinasabi na perpekto to, pero maganda yung pagkaplano nito. Kaya po, ina-anticipate po yung mga social requirements for the transition from the current 32% underdevelopment to one that is more built up.
Mr. Speaker, regarding the power of the affected LGU and the President to expand the coverage of the Bulacan Ecozone, is it the formulation and absolute power? Ibig sabihin, walang humahanggan sa expansion ng economic zone dahil discretion lang ito ng LGU o di kaya ng Presidente, Mr. Speaker? Mas yun ang question namin, power of the President doon at saka yung power of the LGU. Parang absoluto siya na, okay, dagdagan natin, lagyan natin, so the President can do that anytime.
Actually, ma'am, it's standard, pero ililimit na lang po namin sa presidential proclamation para po yung concerns. Siyempre, yung presidente magtatanong sa lahat ng kanyang kabinete at iruruta po yun kung yung proclamation na yun ay naaayon halimbawa sa DNR, sa DAR, sa DA, kung may maapektuhan po. So, we are, para mas maangat na national interest ang nasusunod. So we are limiting it to a presidential proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, paano ang mangyayari sa agricultural lands natin sa Bulacan kung lahat ng ito ay ipapasailalim at maaari o posibleng masaklaw ng Bulacan Ecozone? Hindi ba't makakaapekto ito sa food security ng bansa at sa libo-libong magsasaka sa Bulacan, Mr. Speaker?
Kung nagpapakonvert ako sa Albay, ganun din po ang pagpapakonvert dito. Walang magbabago po. Susunod po tayo sa existing na mga patakaran. Wala akong shortcut.
So, hindi very easy mako-convert yung mga
Dadaan
tracts
po
of
sa
land.
DAR, dadaan po sa lahat po ng mga kailangan. Kasi nga po, meron na doon isang empty space na 2,755 under the Aero City, which we have granted na ito po ay gamitin. Pero sa pananaw po ng mga local government units doon at ng Regional Development Council, na mas mainam na ito ay masaklaw tulad po ng AFAB, kung saan halos buong Bataan po ay sinaklaw na po ng Area Free Port of Bataan.
Honestly, Mr. Speaker, ano na bang nangyari dito sa 2,565 hectares na airport?
Nire-recover po natin. Kasi ito yung mga peace fund ng tagal-tagal. Ito yung talaga dati mga timberland. Tapos binigyan po natin ng some sort of tenurial arrangements with the government. And then, dahil po, para po lumabas yung tubig, kailangan nilang kumutkot ng kumutkot pa ilalim. Kaya in fact, ito po yung pinakasanhi kung bakit po nagsisink po ang Bulacan by 30 centimeters per year. So dahil po hindi na po economic na ito'y gamitin bilang isang fish pond, na ito'y inabandon. Pero yung epekto nito sa pagbaha ng buong Bulacan ay nariyan pa rin. Kasi nga po parang nagiging sagabal siya sa daloy ng tubig, lalong-lalo na pag bumabagsak na po yung tubig galing po sa Sierra Madre, hindi na makalabas dahil po dito sa mga fish pond na to.
So, nasisi pa yung fish pond, Mr. Speaker.
Po?
Nasisi pa yung fish pond, Mr. Speaker. Kasi ang
so
last
yan-
po natin na pag-uusap dyan, kung maaalala ko sa committee, ay yung usapin ng pagbaha, Mr. Speaker. So,
Scientifically po, Madam, Mr. Speaker, mga scientifico po ng University of the Philippines, sila po ang nagbigay sa amin ng pag-aaral. Iwalay na pag-aaral ko po kasi sa pag-aaral ng San Miguel para mapasiguro ko sa sarili ko sa pag-sponsor nito na ito talaga po ang sanhi kung bakit may sinking dyan po sa Bulacan at bakit may baha ay dahil nga po dito sa mga fish pond na abandoned at hindi na po makalabas yung tubig dahil nga hindi na rin nila magamit yung fish pond na yun.
yes, Mr. Speaker, ang naalala ko naman na pinag-uusapan natin last time, ang accusation ay, ang allegation, not the accusation, ano? The allegation is yung baha, wala talaga siyang nalulusutan, tapos dahil sa pagpapagawa, particularly ng airport dyan, yun yung sinasabi ng mga tao no, sa social media na ang allegation nila, dahil sa pinapagawang airport, bumabaha yung kanilang mga lugar, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Not really on the fish pond na sinasabi ninyo na abandoned and everything, Mr. Speaker.
If I am free to, this is the result of the study of Mahar Mangas. Mahar Lagmay, which clearly indicates that it's the fish ponds that cause. And he is the chief, ang mataas na disaster risk reduction scientist dito sa atin. In fact, he's the head of the UP Resilience Institute. So hindi ako humuhula dahil hindi ko naman po ito, it's not my expertise. So, rotting excess algae, I can recite this, but this is from Rodolfo K.S. Siringan. So, I don't know whether you want to read the entire...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, siguro, may I have a copy na lang?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker?
in short, fish ponds caused the floods.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I have a copy na lang para makita natin
Yes.
kung ano yung study, Mr. Speaker, that you're speaking of. Mr. Speaker, considering the vast tracts of lands to be up for grabs under the Bulacan Ecozone Bill, we are wondering gaano ba kalaki ang interested parties dito? Concretely, may mga foreign investors na ba na interesado sa Bulacan Ecozone?
Marami po kasi malapit sa airport. Alam mo problema ng NAIA, 700 hectares yan. Pero makita mo po, ang average height po ng building is only 4 floors. Gawa nga po, may aerodome. At saka hindi yun na plano na maigi at hindi natin na-take advantage na ito pong nearness to the airport, proximity to the airport. Dahil, alimbawa, itong mga testing, which is a big industry sa electronics, lalong-lalo sa panahon po nito na where the whole world is going digital, marami po dyan sa mga produktong yan, 4 na oras lang ho nananatili sa Pilipinas. Dumadaon lang po yan sa factory, balik na po yan sa aeroplano. So, ibig sabihin, itong bilang isa sa pinakamoderno and therefore probably the most efficient and transport hub, then I think there's enough data from the Department of Trade and Industry showed investment jumping from 398 billion in 2019 to 606 billion in 2020. The increment is attributed to the investments made in the development of the new international airport, also known as the Bulacan International Airport. This is the Central Luzon Regional Development Report of 2020. So in other words, I'm not picking it up. It is an official report of the Regional Development Council of the Central Luzon.
My question was, Mr. Speaker, foreign investors na interested. Chinese, US investors, Mr. Speaker, can you name one?
Can I just name the nationality? Dutch companies.
Dutch companies, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Walang Chinese, Mr. Speaker.
Probably yes, mostly Taiwanese.
Taiwanese.
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, this
Kasi
success-
mga Red Chinese natatakot na dun sa Foreign Investment Act natin na kung saan meron tayong review mechanism with countries na meron ho tayong territorial disputes. Bago sila maka-invest dito, dadaan muna sila sa butas ng karayom.
Pero may interesado, Mr. Speaker, kasi yun yung tanong ko eh, no? Chinese investors that are interested.
Pero kung ako, dahil kung makita mo yung nangyari sa Singapore, nagliparan sila doon para itago pera nila. Hindi naman para, no? So, I would probably wish to see more in productive investments that create jobs, create transfer technology, as some technology transfer, at the same time create value for the country. For investment, the first in Bulacan, pledges were led by France with 1.5 billion, approved investment, followed by Netherlands. So basically, they're European.
European.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, this BACSESPA will be under the direct control and supervision of the Office of the President. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Bakit hindi po ito isinailalim sa investment promotion agencies? Bakit sa ilalim siya ng Presidente, Mr. Speaker?
Because it is an IPA.
Hindi. Dapat di ba sa IPA? Pero nasa Office of the President siya. Bakit sa ilalim ng President?
Yung SBMA kasi under the President din. Pero IPA siya. Tapos yung...
Yung AFAB ba, ganun din? Hindi.
yes.
So this is the same formula doon sa iba pang mga...
Actually, ma'am, virtually every single sentence, except for the size and the names of the municipalities, we picked the best from each of the charters of AFAB, SBMA, CDC. So we can optimize the potential of having the most modern airport in Asia ever. So ayaw naman natin masayang. So
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the last of my question, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very
In the
much.
proper time, Mr. Speaker, we will register our position on this proposed BACSESPA bill. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
Maraming
you.
salamat to our sponsor. Ilang beses na sponsor.
Thank you, Congresswoman Brosas. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of interpellations is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8841.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
bakit siya?
Ano? Si Brosa? Castro?
Sabay na daw yung botahan bukas.
Castro, wala?
Tayo lang ang terminate.
Ano kung ipapas natin ito?
Kaya amendment namin.
Papasa natin ba?
Terminated na. Thank you.
What's next?
Diretso na lang.
Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 9656 under Committee Report number 895 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. We direct the Secretary General to please read House Bill number 9656.
House Bill 9656, an act renaming the Mindanao Central Sanitarium in Pasulobong, Zamboanga City to Zamboanga Regional Medical Center.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debates.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debates are hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Kate Mike Catan of the 4th District of Quezon be recognized for his sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Catan is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit the explanatory note of House Bill number 9656 as my sponsorship speech.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpret the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debates.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we proceed with the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, we proceed to the individual amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Marjorie Ann Teodoro from the 1st District of Marikina be recognized for his individual amendment.
Representative Teodoro is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make the following amendments. I move that Section 1 of the bill be amended to read as follows. Section 1, the Mindanao Central Sanitarium in Paso Bolong, Zamboanga City is hereby renamed to Zamboanga Regional Medical Center.
What does the sponsorship say?
Mr. Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the title of the bill be amended to read as follows. An act renaming the Mindanao Central Sanitarium in Paso Bolong, Zamboanga City to Zamboanga Regional Medical Center.
What does the sponsorship say?
Mr. Speaker, we accept the amendment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved. Congresswoman Teodoro.
That would be all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Congresswoman Teodoro. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments are hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 9656. So moved.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 9656 on second reading.
As amended, Mr. Speaker.
As amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9656 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended for a few minutes. Meron pa tayo, wala na. party member. Party. Wala lakas na wala. Daw. Talo ko kotse. Always hit the shit on the fan. Wala na? 1493 tapos na? Yung resolution na lang, pasa na natin. Pag di na natin pasa, para tapos na. Man. The Miss Universe, pasa na natin. All for 9. Ay. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the business for the day, I move that we consider House Resolution number 1493, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said resolution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill number 1493.
House Resolution 1493. Resolution congratulating and commending Miss Universe Philippines 2023, Michelle Daniela Marquez D., for her remarkable performance during the 2023 Miss Universe pageant held in El Salvador, and for her appointment as the Philippine Tourism Ambassador by the Department of Tourism.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 1493 in consolidation with House Resolutions number 1475 and 1483. So move.
Is there no objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
I move that we suspend session for another few minutes.
Session suspended for another few minutes. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby asked to call out the additional reference of business. Committee reports.
Additional reference of business, committee reports. Committee report number 900, submitted by the Committee on Public Works and Highways on HB number 9669.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 901, submitted by the Committee on Welfare of Children on House Bill number 9670.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 902, submitted by the Committee on Cooperatives Development, the Committee on Ways and Means, and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 9673.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 903, submitted by the Committee on Revision of Laws and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 9674.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 9673, under Committee Report number 902, and the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary is hereby called to read title of the House Bill number 9673.
House Bill number 9673, an act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debates.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The sponsorship and debates are hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Pilimon Espares of Party List Co-op NATCO for his sponsorship of the measure.
The gentleman sponsor is the Representative Filimon Espares of PL Co-op NATCO is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, my dear colleagues. Today, this representation would like to submit for your consideration on House Bill 9673 as contained in Committee Report number 902. The substitute bill to House Bills 1333 and 867 filed by this representation, House Bill 9013 filed by Representative Emery Kiano Dizon, House Bill 9159 filed by Representatives Ralph Tulfo, Jocelyn Tulfo, Erwin Tulfo, Edvic Yap, and Eric Yap, and the other bill, House Bill 9450, filed by our Chairperson of the Committee on Cooperatives Development, Representative Nicanor Briones. This substitute bill contains comprehensive amendments to the Cooperative Code of 2008, which was last amended 15 years ago. These amendments are a result of deliberation in the technical working group and at the committee level, including inputs from various resource speakers from different government agencies and numerous consultations with members of the cooperative sector. The salient points of the said bill are, first, the bill aims to intensively develop the agricultural cooperative movement not only to aid our farmers to cope with challenges of climate change, but more importantly, to tackle the issues of food security. Our President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has repeatedly emphasized how a strong cooperative, agricultural cooperative ecosystem can be the backbone of our country. Thus, the bill seeks to help agricultural cooperatives develop a robust networking system that will allow them to develop an integrated agricultural value chain. Second, while the cooperatives have enjoyed tax exemptions both as a recognition of their unique position as a social justice enterprise, as enshrined in our Constitution, and as a recognition to their enduring partnership with the government in the provision of public service to our citizens, the threshold for such tax exemption has not been changed in about 30 years. when the Cooperative Code was first enacted. Thus, the substitute bill aims to update this threshold in order to account for inflation through the years. Another salient point in the removal of cooperatives from among the 12 regular foreign investment negative list. Cooperative members see the need to be more open to partnership and collaborations that can maximize the growth of the sector. However, members and leaders are also very clear that one of the primary purposes of cooperative is to be a social justice enterprise for Filipinos, especially for the poor and the marginalized. As such, the substitute bills eases the current total ban on foreign participation in cooperatives by allowing membership to former Filipino citizens and partnership with foreign cooperatives. Further, while more and more cooperatives are being established, we would like to ensure that the viability and feasibility of establishing cooperatives. This ranges from capacity and capacity building of the members, streamlining rules and requirements for the creation of cooperatives and branches, as well as membership in federations and unions. In connection with this, the bill also aims to further organize the sector by highlighting the different roles of cooperative unions and federation in the development of cooperatives. Finally, the substitute bill harmonizes the law governing cooperatives with other applicable laws and rules in order to create a consistent regulatory framework for the cooperative sector. This representation earnestly requests for the support of the members of this august body for the passing of this bill in order to uplift and further empower the 12.1 million existing cooperative members around the country. And we would like also to emphasize on the improving the legal and regulatory framework which will serve for the members who make this cooperative, and many whom are members of the marginal sector of our society and thus need our support. For the foregoing reasons, dear colleagues, this representation humbly and earnestly requests your support for the passage of this bill.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Chairman Espares. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 9673.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move that we consider House Bill number 9674 under Committee Report number 903, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the House Secretary is hereby called to read the title of the House Bill number 9674.
House Bill number 9674, an act providing for the revised Government Auditing Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debates.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the sponsorship and debates are hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Edward Vera Perez Maceda from the 4th District of Manila to sponsor the said measure.
The handsome gentleman from the city of Manila, the Honorable Edward Maceda, is hereby recognized. You have a few minutes.
Maraming salamat po sa mas magandang lalaking Deputy Speaker mula sa Isabela. Yun pong 10 pages ko po na sponsorship speech, magiging 2.5 na lang po ito. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues. Once again, I rise before you to ask for your full support on House Bill number 9674, a measure that revises our government auditing code. From the borrowed words of a known auditor, Larry Sawyer, he said that a fundamental key to audit success is the reputation for objectivity. That implies independence from activities reviewed. Complete independence is an unattainable goal, while practical independence is not only possible but absolutely essential. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, 45 years na po ang PD 1445. 1978 pa po ito nung ito po ay dinecree. Wala pa pong 8 taon ng principal sponsor. It governs our current auditing code And from the outmoded processes of accounting and auditing, our government auditing code has become outdated due to the changing and challenging times. This not to mention the emerging technologies and digitization universe which have hastened the time and transactions of Philippine finances. There's a need to protect the nation's coffers and to recover potential revenue losses because of unaudited stream of government funds and property. So House Bill 9674 reorganizes the Commission on Audit by clearly defining the powers and functions of the chairperson, the 2 commissioners, there are 11 assistant commissioners, directors, and auditors. The current 10 offices under PD 1445 are now replaced by 11 sectors, embodying the specialization of their respective duties and responsibilities in order to immediately respond to the needs of government agencies and of the Commission. These are the local government audit sector, the national government audit sector, the corporate government audit sector, special audit services sector, systems and technical audit services sector, government accountancy sector, legal services sector, commission proper adjudication sector, planning, finance and management sector, administration sector, and the professional institutional development sector. An end to our reorganization is the professionalization of auditing and accounting services by our auditors and accountants, as well as lawyers in the Commission. It was articulated again by renowned auditor Larry Sawyer that auditors must develop a reputation that proclaims that they know what they are doing, that their reviews are factual, unbiased, deserve to be respected, and that they are professionals with professional qualifications. Another known auditor, Michael Piazza, stated once that the true standards of audit practice are found within the auditor's character, honesty, integrity, self-control, and high ethical values. The printed standards are merely guidelines for trying to make the art of auditing a profession. Hence, House Bill 9674 stipulates that our auditors and accountants in the Commission shall participate and support the activities of international professional organizations such as International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, or INTOSAI, to which we are a member, the Asian Organizations of Supreme Audit Institutions, or ASOSAI, to which we are one of the founders, I believe, and now we are part of the governing board, and the ASEAN Supreme Audit Institutions, or ASEAN-SAI, of which we are a founding member, and now we are actually heading that audit institution. With respect to government auditing, we will now be using the worldwide renowned gold standard of International Standards for Supreme Auditing Institutions, or ISAIS, in assessing whether the financial information, transaction, program, operation, account, and reports of any government agency are in accordance with applicable international accounting and auditing frameworks. For the accountants in the Commission, we opt to tap and mirror the expertise of professional bodies such as the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, or IPSAS-B, Financial and Sustainability Reporting Standards Council, or FSRSC, and other international professional bodies relevant to accounting services. We look towards these bodies, Your Honor, for guidance as regards to best practices around the world. For government accounting, we use International Public Sector Accounting Standards, which applies to the national government. Ngayon lang, ito po ay bago nating nilagay at ito po ang gold standard pagdating po sa accounting. Local government and non-government organizations receiving subsidy, equity, or grants from the government. When it comes to businesses, it means private entities receiving subsidy, equity, or grants from the government in interpreting the results of analyzing, recording, classifying, summarizing, and communicating all transactions involving the receipt and disposition of government funds and property. We follow the PFRS, or the Philippine Financial Report Standards, which is actually exactly the same as the IFRS, the International Financial Report Standards, which is also the gold standard when it comes to accounting. To increase the efficiency and economy in accounting and auditing services, emerging technologies plays a vital role in this measure. House Bill 9674 likewise recognizes the ease of auditing and accounting through electronic forms of receipts, documents, and books to examine. For ease of transactions, electronic collections like self-collect and credit, SCC, and collect, aggregate, remit, CAR. Yung isa po ay papasok sa gobyerno, yung CAR ay pag ang gobyerno ay nagbabayad po sa mga tao. Kunwari may mga payout. They are now institutionalized. In tracing the flow of money, electronic payments through transfer, distribute, liquidate, TDL, ito po yung mga Paymaya, GCash, credit card, direct electronic payment through advice to debit account, ito po yung bank to bank, are now recognized and admitted as modes of payment. And to further sustain the stream of audits, auditors will now retain a digital copy of audited vouchers, supporting papers, official receipts, or other documents or reports after turnover or return of the originals to the auditee for safekeeping and preservation. Ibig pong sabihin, yung pong mga papeles na physical, lahat yun sinascan nila, pagkatapos pong ibalik dun sa mga auditee agency, yung walang red flag, walang audit observation memo, walang notice of suspension, walang notice of disallowance, nasa kanila pa rin yung kopya, yung scanned copy, kompleto pa rin sila ng digital copy na meron din po yung under the law, na explain ko po bukas, meron din po yung parang vault kung saan po yan iniipon. The bill also visualized to the implementing rules that the filing of cases and pleadings as well as appeals from the issuance of notice of suspension or NS, notice of disallowance or ND, and notice of charge or NC will be done electronically. In promoting the independence of the Commission, we provided for its limited jurisdiction over private entities, authority to examine public utilities. They will use the special power, their temporary power or special audit when it comes to determining the reasonableness of rates that they have fixed with regard to public utilities, and also accounts of public-private partnerships or PPP. In-enumerate lang po natin dito sa batas mga 4 na aspeto ng PPP na pwede lang pong tingnan ng Commission on Audit. We likewise institutionalized the power of the Commission to adjudicate money claims against the government based on liquidated claims and quantum merit. Dahil po nung araw, marami pong kaso hanggang ngayon na kiniklaim ang exclusive jurisdiction ng COA sa lahat po ng money claims. Pero dahil po sa mga case law, lininaw po natin sa batas na to, not only liquidated money claims, those that are determinable, and quantum merit cases fall within the original and primary jurisdiction of the COA. Unliquidated money claims fall squarely within the ambit of the jurisdiction of the courts. We further gave the power to enter into a compromise agreement when the claim or liability reaches the amount of not more than 10 million pesos. Doon po kasi sa PD 1445, 10,000 lang po yun. Pag nagko-compromise po ang gobyerno sa 10,000 o hindi or less, COA lang. Pag lagpas 10,000, kailangan mong ilapit sa Congress, hingin yung permiso ng Congress. Ngayon po, yung 10,000, ginawa po nating 10 million and below, COA lang. Above 10 million, you have to bring it to Congress to be able to compromise. To foster transparency and inclusiveness, this bill capacitated CSOs, or the Civil Service Organization, to help our auditors in the ocular inspection, validation, evaluation, collection of data, or information and monitoring projects that are located in remote or critical areas. Kulang po ang tao ng COA, so hinihingi po natin ang tulong ng mga CSO sa bill na to, bagong probisyon, para tulungan sila sa data collection. Pero ang pag-audit po, trabaho pa rin po ng auditor. To raise the level of accountability, accountable officers holding cash accounts or those entrusted with the possession, safekeeping, or custody of government funds or property are required to post bonds. The bill also enjoined limitations on cash advance, transfer of funds from agency to agency or agency to private entity, and advance payments. Lastly, the bill institutionalizes the modes and manners of disposing unserviceable property of the government. Meron pong isang buong circular ang COA tungkol po sa disposal. The installation of the internal control system to measure the capacity of the auditee in protecting government funds and property entrusted, and increases the penalties for impeding, frustrating, or delaying the efficient conduct of audit. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, this bill is one of the 2 measures mentioned in the State of the Nation address of His Excellency Ferdinand Marcos Jr., together with the procurement law, which I defended earlier. And our leadership, headed by our Speaker, recognizes the significance of this bill as keepers of the public coffers. Nais ko lang po idagdag, Mr. Speaker, na tulad po nung nakaraang PD 1445, nakapaloob po dito ang lahat po ng provision ng COA na nasa Administrative Code EO 292, at most importantly, yung overarching principle po natin pagdating sa auditing. Yun pong konstitusyon. Article 9A, which is the common provisions on constitutional bodies like COA, Civil Service, and COMELEC, and Article 9D, specifically on the COA. Yun po ang nandito, at yung po mga detalye ay mananatili sa mga COA, circular at memorandum na magsisilbing IRR nitong magiging batas natin. Magandang gabi po. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat sa magandang lalaki ng 4th District ng City of Manila. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number
Is there
9674.
any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 2 p.m. tomorrow, November 6. Adjourn, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until 2 p.m. tomorrow, November 6, 2023.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The session is adjourned until tomorrow, December 6 at 2 p.m.